as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette.
G as in Goldfeather. K as in kittens. M as in magic. P as in perfect. C as in Colette. U as in unbelievable. V as in victory. W as in wonderful.
O for objection. S for sustain. E for buffering. E for peptobane. S for slime, my friend, and U as in what you mean. I as in I don't recall. M as in may I sleep. All the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. G for gavel slams down P, T for tell them anything, R for rights we stand, I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance. Keep your stances strong with ABCs of steel. You can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. 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 Never gonna let me down.
Hi guys, good morning. So I don't know what time court will start. We have the feed up. It's going to be a non-jury day. I thought we could go over something from, and hold on, I have an echo somewhere. Where am I coming from? You guys don't hear me echo, do you? This is weird. I have no YouTube window open with myself playing. I think StreamYard's just giving me two of me. Hold on. I don't know. But Thugger Daily did recap Nichols' wife, I think was on the Fit Lawyer ATL. Want to get the name right. So, a little insight into Nichols' plea negotiations, which is great. We get to be kind of a fly on the wall. This is coming from Nichols' wife. Crazy to see how much time the state was offering at first and how much his lawyers got it down. So if you want to check this out, Nichols' wife was a guest with the Fit Lawyer ATL. I haven't actually seen the video, full disclosure, and I'm going to have to bookmark it and catch it another time. But definitely recommend watching it on the actual channel. I'm not going to snipe it. And you can do that here. So the link to that is in the chat, and we have a vouch here. Renee says it was a great interview. So I can't wait to check it out. I'll be working and lurking later after court today and checking that out. But the quick recap here is the state reached out first for the plea. State had reached out previously about a plea deal before the mistrial motion. The original plea before the mistrial motion and trial started, this is way back, was that Quay would get probation and had to testify, would have been able to come home, rejected. So this is coming from the wife. So apparently they offered him, you would get probation right away and come home. And they say they rejected that. First offer after the mistrial motion, so in the last few days, was 30, due 20, reduced murder to voluntary manslaughter, and China, which I guess is the wife's name, maybe, thinks everything else was on there related to the gang charges. They rejected this, then 25 to due 15, still has voluntary manslaughter and all other charges rejected. Then 20, due 10, took the murder off, rejected. 15 to due 5 with testifying. She said this was an offer at one point after the mistrial motion. Quay did not want to testify. Yesterday was when Quay started to give the state counter pleas. So yesterday's plea was 30, due 7, that's a long probation. Quay was supposed to take the plea yesterday at 3 p.m., but the long probation was an issue. Quay received the plea he accepted yesterday morning. Quay didn't really want to take the plea, but China said she begged him to come home and, brought up the kids. So that's the recap there. I'm going to share the link to the interview again so you guys can check that out. Bookmark it, watch it now, whatever you want to do. So there's that. And I mean, it kind of makes sense that if the final plea involves no special conditions where he has to testify to something, I do believe that maybe from the inception, he wasn't willing to testify against the others. So I think that's interesting. Very interesting to see what the state was willing to whittle down to ultimately not even get any stipulations that we're going to testify that YSL uses green and slime to show that they're in a gang, and they just wanted that count 1. They just wanted that count 1, if nothing else, and to avoid a mistrial. So I think this is very telling. And, maybe there's the details there, they can be pretty vague here. We don't know what the full offer of each plea says, but it still paints the storyline of where the state was sitting on Thursday, Friday, this weekend, Monday, yesterday. So there's that for you guys. I figured since we're not going to have a jury day, but they're supposed to start court. It's not defined when court's actually going to start. I'm hearing rumors. I don't actually know. When court starts, we'll go over. I do have law and crime open just so we can toggle over immediately. But yesterday we started looking at Detective Viverito's Daubert hearing transcript. We left off right in the middle of somewhere over here because the court feed started yesterday, so we jumped over there. So in the meantime, if you guys want, we could go through the second part of this Daubert hearing. If you missed yesterday, you really missed the direct examination of, Love and Detective Marissa Viverito going back and forth about her background, her training, how she trains others, the conferences she attends, and how she listened to a lot of phone calls in her investigation of YFN, and then also some calls for YSL, and that she spent some time with family members of victims' families and family members of suspects to just build rapport and have casual conversations, try to steer them in the right direction. And there were a couple objections throughout that, got to be careful about having an expert witness opine on intent, mens rea. You're not supposed to have an expert witness decidedly say that somebody had this intent in a given moment. That's an element of the crime. That's within the ken of the jury. The jury is supposed to decide that. And then also some objections, a lot from Bruce Harvey. So shout out to Bruce Harvey, who we're not going to see in this courtroom, in this trial, anymore. But he'll pop up. He'll be relevant. He'll be relevant many times, I'm assuming. Asking repeatedly. She's relying on stuff. She's talking about courses she created, materials she may have learned. Where is that material? They never turned it over. So that's kind of what you missed if you didn't catch part 1. And again, we will cut over to the court. It's going to be a motions day. Big shout out also to Robert Morrison for becoming a new member. You look good in green. It matches your R letter. Miss AB says, good morning. Wait, you have a song? Too funny. It's ABC's of Steel. You haven't heard it before? It gets a play every once in a while when we can squeeze it in. I think it's cheerful. I really think it gets people in a good mood. So, good to see you this morning, Miss AB. Glad you could join us right in the beginning. Toothless Tiger, hey, says, hey, Cat, the mods, members and chat. Love that song. All right, it really gets the people going. Man. Brian B, yes. So if you create your own Udemy course, I can be an expert in anything. Yes. Yes, that's how it works. And then when people ask you for, the slides so they can see it, use it to see why you're an expert and challenge you, cross-examine you before you're qualified as an expert. Just say, it might have sensitive information in it, we don't know. So, oh boy. Also, you guys, Corey Walker says, I need the mistrial re-asked. So that's still not settled. And Doug Weinstein did an interview with Justice Served yesterday. And he mentioned he has something else to do in another courtroom. He's in the building, but he's got another case, something in the morning. But he said he's going to have Katie Hingerty in there. But if he can get down there in time, which I think he's got time, court hasn't started yet, he plans to re-argue that there should be a mistrial with prejudice, because not only can you undo the harm of what happened, but he's going to make the cumulative error argument. So there we go, little teaser there for you. And I think, if his thing started at 9, whatever he's doing for another case, this is like 45 minutes of time already he's got, so. Also, shout out, we've got STS here sniping with the slimes in the chat. We will do a banner today. I think today it'll really be a trial day, a court day. Yesterday was a plea proceeding. I'm calling this day 153 to match Law and Crime. We're sticking with the numerics that Law and Crime is using, even though I feel like we're not really on day 153. We'll just go with it. So what do we got? We're going to need a squeak counter. And new members. What do we got? We've got 1, 2, 3. We got 3 musketeers, 3 slime-keteers. And by the way, I thought it was great that right when the plea hearing started yesterday, we got a squeak. Oh man, they gave us what we wanted. Shout out also, and again, STS sniping 2 people out here. Jenny, not from the block, says, good morning, kattnotwilliams, the chat with a capital C, mods, and visitors. Hello to everybody. Thank you so much, Jenny, for the 5. And then Jennifer Devine says, prosecution's pride will be their downfall. It's one of the 7 deadly sins for a reason. And that's the thing, I really don't think they have self-reflection, which means they can't adjust. And if you can't adjust during a trial, I mean, not to compare a trial with like a sporting event, but you've got to make decisions in real time, real quick. So if you can't reflect in the long term, you're probably not going to be very good at reflecting in the short term. And that's not very good for trials. It's not very good. But it is what it is. And honestly, I'd be a lot more upset if, I saw the same performance from a defense attorney where someone's liberty and rights were kind of on the line. If the government's at a disadvantage, they have the duty to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'd rather see the bad lawyering on the other side of the aisle. They have the resources to try to fix that. Not every defendant has the resources to try to fix that. So, yes, and and is it Delphi? Delphi? I'm always getting things wrong. The Delphi/Delphi trial is blowing up because there's just weird things going on. Get justice for those girls. Get justice for those girls and their family members. Don't be shady about how you have to do it. Don't base your whole case on, he touched his face and I'm a deception detective, so I thought he was the guy. Like, why do that? Like, let's not do that. Because it's going to raise huge questions. If this really is the guy, and now you have someone on the stand saying that's why they thought they were the guy. That's not great. Where Doug Weinstein tweet? Hold on. And hold on, Doug Weinstein gets a lot of love, but we have a Max Shart tweet that I think we need to look at. Doug Weinstein says, we are a lesser team in the YSL case without the contributions from Bruce Harvey, Nicole Westmoreland, and Lamar Gardner. Their skills, contributions, advice, and daily friendship will be missed. In that sense, and that sense only, the plea from Mr. Nichols yesterday was a win for the state. In totality, Nichols' legal team was able to negotiate a fantastic deal. I 100% agree. For him, that clearly believed was in his best interest, and all can walk away with heads held high. And I really think, like, what is this, another chalk on the board for someone? Oh, we got a plea to guilt, to count one. And a co-defendant, a co-indictee's guilty plea shouldn't be used as substantive evidence of another co-defendant's guilt. So if they plan to call Nichols at all, which I think would be kind of stupid because they don't have him boxed in that he has to say certain things. And he's only conceded to two, he said the two predicate acts that would meet, you know, the RICO statute are these incidents that he took prior pleas for that were used as overt acts here, where he was maybe conspiring to sell drugs, right? And there aren't other co-defendants named in those two acts. It's just Nichols. Right? So if you bring him to testify and he's saying, yeah, I did that, but you're not constraining him on these special conditions where he has to say he did XYZ thing with XYZ co-conspirator, I don't really think it'd be a good idea for them to call him. So if you ask me, I think this plea deal was really great for the other defendants. It's not the first time that there's a plea agreement out there with a count one plea from someone, but those other pleas had stipulations where the people would come in and testify that YSL is a gang. So I think this was a great deal all around, not just for Nichols, but really for everybody stuck in that room. So. Okay, so we got to be clear about this. He doesn't have to testify to certain things, but the state, he could still be subpoenaed. He could still be subpoenaed to testify. So, and really by either party. So the difference here, though, is that the state doesn't have him locked in with, 30 years of probation hanging over his head that you have to get up on that stand and say you saw everybody meeting at the McDonald's or they told you to do XYZ thing. That's the difference there. So, and it just, again, it really shows you, especially looking at that breakdown from China Nichols, from Miss China Nichols, you saw where the state started. At first, they were willing to let him go, let him get out of custody before trial started, back in those December plea days. Let him go as long as you tell on the others. He said, I don't want to testify. So then all of a sudden, he's got more. They expand it. Then they start whittling it down because now they have this big mistrial looming over their head. Like, to me, it says more about the state. It says more about the state. And yes, it's, Harvey is a great lawyer. I'm going to say the whole team, love to see Harvey do the arguments and clarifications yesterday. Like, they definitely did their thing. Yep, no factual acknowledgments. Like, just insane. If you guys were watching yesterday, I couldn't believe it when I said that. And it wasn't like a disbelief that Harvey's capable. It was a disbelief that the state is just down that bad. So, oh man. Oh my goodness. Also, big shout out here to Crow Mama for becoming a member. You look good in green too. Everybody looks good in green. Love to see it. I said I was going to show you guys a tweet from Max Sharp, because there's a little bit of, a little bit of friendly back and forth with Doug and Max Sharp over Twitter banter. And Max is kind of the quiet one, but yesterday he very subtly, where is it? Tell me it's still up here. Yes, it is. His hashtag game. Great, great hashtag game. No one ever prevented the ball handler from crashing directly into a wall better than Fred Hilton back in 1973. Hashtags tops. Hashtag not YSL. Hashtag but free Shannon. Free Shannon. So shout out to these attorneys and their Twitter game. Yeah, he's silent but deadly. Silent but deadly. Love to see it, and I especially love this because the hashtag free somebody is how we had this whole chaos that the state had to deal with this week. So there we go. And this does not mean that somebody broke up with somebody. Whitaker. Ms. Kim, good morning. I pray today is a good day for us and for YSL. Keep that positive energy going. Ms. Kim's, I think we're going to hear some good arguments from Doug Weinstein about the cumulative error. So if you can hang out a bit this morning, depending on when court starts, I think Doug's going to get there right on time. It's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be awesome. And I'm looking forward to it. And again, I think it is kind of a loss to not have Bruce Harvey in that room. I'm really going to miss when he stands up. And I think this is a nature of, when you don't have microphones, you turn to people to project to where you want to be heard. But Whitaker's always like, don't speak to the other party, speak to the court. And I'm going to miss that little interaction because Harvey was always ready to tell the state about themselves. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. Iron Rabbit, thank you so much. Hold on, let's get Iron Rabbit. I already got an update. How many new slimes do we have today, you guys? It's going to be good. I think it's going to be real good to have a court day. Have some arguments back and forth. I know we'll be watching some of the body language. Yesterday, we didn't really have much of an opportunity for someone to get up and interject, right? Hilton just kept reading the factual basis. But today with motions arguments, I think we're going to see... I think the defense might be pretty eager to make their arguments today. And the state has to defend them. So the state's demeanor, I feel like they're going to be deflated. And I can't wait to see. I cannot wait to see it. Okay, so let me get this up. I am not being a good multitasker today. But let's get the count. We've got 14 new slimes. So big thank you to Iron Rabbit. We'll get Iron Rabbit in the banner. And then B2W said, look, I want to be green. I'm just going to become a member myself. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. No, so the mistrial motion still needs to be addressed. We're going to have to hear some type of ruling on that today. And Doug says that if he can get in the courtroom, which I think he's got the time since they're starting late, they're still haven't started. He plans to make additional arguments. So not only has that not been ruled on, but there's going to be a little more meat added to the motions. So... And then let's see. B2W also says, built to win. Every man should be tried on his own merit. RICO is the wrong way in this time. I think it's like, in general, I feel like there's truth to this. And, you know, like, weigh the pros and cons. Sometimes it's just more practical or makes more sense. Maybe you do want to try people together for certain things. But strategically, I think this is wrong for the constitutional rights in this instance for those accused. And I think it's a piss poor strategy for the state. Like, I don't think it's good on either side of the scales of justice, which really shouldn't lean to be balanced to help the state strategically prosecute somebody, right? So in this case, I just don't see a benefit. But again, that could be worse. I'm saying this from day 153. You know, maybe before the trial started, somebody had a different impression. There were different ingredients to start cooking with at the beginning, and the meal's not turning out the way they planned. So I feel you. I don't see the advantage to the state here for the prosecution to be using RICO in this way. But then again, they've already gotten some convictions for the things that are the overt acts. So it's not like they're missing out on the opportunity to score the individual convictions on some of the things because they've already done that. So yeah, great food for thought though. And I really think listening to Judge Whitaker yesterday, I know we've like had steam coming out of our ears or off our bald head a little bit through some of this. But I think in the way she was speaking with Bruce Harvey yesterday during the plea colloquy, I think I'm comfortable saying she doesn't really like, from a legal standpoint, Georgia's RICO statute. I think she sees issues with it. So, you know, and I think that's good. She can't really do much about it. You know, that's not her branch. She's judiciary. But I still think seeing that a little bit was like a bit of a relief. STS says, what do we want? Free the jury. When do we want it? Now. I don't think that jury wants to be freed. You know, shout out to them if they do. Shout out to them for sticking through with it. Whatever. But I don't think they want to be freed. I think they really want to be there. But I agree. There's still, you know, there's still an issue of wasting their time regardless. Just because they want to stick it out and do their duty doesn't mean it's okay to keep them there just because, right? So I agree. Free the jury, but, and again, this hashtag does not mean somebody broke up with somebody. Some celebrity didn't just dump the jury. This means free them. Get them out of custody. Get them out of their duty they're holding. Oh man, thank you so much, STS. I do say free them from wasted time, but I think they want to be there. And then Peter Ortiz, going to be the stream sponsor. So if you guys like that squeak counter, make sure you say thank you to Peter Ortiz because he's sponsoring it. Oh man, just imagine the little explode emojis. The Peter Ortiz explodes, the booms, every time that chair squeaks when someone sits down. It'll make it 10 times better. It'll bring it to a new level. Peter says, and thank you so much, I'm an expert in sliming and breaking my finger. How's your finger doing? Are you able to make your signs again? Is this safe for you to do? Can we start doing the finger crosses and more complicated signs to communicate our affiliation? Oh boy. Yeah, I hope your finger's doing well because we need you to have, we need you to be able to signify your affiliation with us. Oh my goodness. So thank you for the huge, generous support of this channel. Again, you guys, especially since Hurricane Milton, Spectrum Internet's been crazy. And Peter Ortiz and STS, you know, they put some fire under my butt to get me a backup internet plan. And it paid off because yesterday Spectrum was being funky. So not only is it super generous and kind support, but it also helped keep some of the streams going yesterday and when Milton first happened. So super appreciation to Peter Ortiz here, you guys. Integral part of the community here. And over here in the regular chat, Jim R says, the plea is tantamount to an admission of unethical behavior on part of prosecutors. That's the vibe I get. Like, you don't even want testimony. You pled it all the way down to, in my opinion, avoid a mistrial. If your case is so weak that you'd plea out a murder and RICO and guns and drugs to a year or two with no guaranteed testimony, factual acknowledgments, then dismiss. Right. If you are here, then dismiss. And I really think if I became aware, like, say I was a defense attorney relaying to my client, like the two of us, right, our team, we're considering everything on the table. We've got a plea in front of us. If we get wind that this is what was offered to our co-defendant, and remember, Doug Weinstein made sure we want our clients to be in the room while this is read out. And everyone's like, oh, everybody looks pissed. And I think that switched when you hear what goes on. No special conditions, no factual acknowledgments, no guaranteed, I'm going to testify to XYZ being true or having personal knowledge of it. When you see all of that, if I was a defendant, and I can't really speak from their shoes, but from what I know, if I try my best to imagine being in their shoes, if I see that the state gave someone a deal where they don't even have to snitch on me 153 days into the trial, and they were facing a murder charge, if I was unsure, I want to keep going to fight for my innocence, right? If I think I'm innocent, but I'm scared of the risks of a guilty verdict anyway. If I saw what the state did, I'd be like, wow, we've already gotten the worst of the worst against me in front of the jury. And this is how the state feels. So maybe I think I'm more confident now holding on because they're probably going to get another mistrial triggered in the next 2, 3, 4 days. So just crazy. And it's like more and more I feel like this is true. And if they want Thug because they feel like he's truly responsible for all this rising crime, that would be one thing. But like, I feel like it just doesn't math to me that getting Jeffrey Williams as the target, right? Part the seas. We just want to get straight to Jeffrey Williams. You go that way, get out of our way. That's all we want. The stated goal of this being to help reduce crime in Fulton County, in Atlanta, it just doesn't match. It doesn't line up to me. So, and so OB and I think they won't know the outcome of the plea if they don't call him to testify. I don't know if that's something they'll argue for in jury instructions. Like, so much of this is kind of up in the air. But remember, if he's called to the stand, the state, it would be another mistrial motion if the state tries to use his plea. And I'm going to use Shannon Stillwell as, the example here, because he's tied in with one of the more serious things that now is a null pros for Nichols. If the state somehow tries to imply that his plea to count 1 is in any way substantive evidence of guilt of Shannon Stillwell or anyone named in the Shamel Drinks murder, I think you'll get a motion for a mistrial. You're not supposed to do that. And they have no stipulation that he has to testify a certain way about a different act. And I don't think he would get on the stand. If they call him and they say, you participated in gang activity, Bruce Harvey was yelling into that microphone a bit yesterday saying we unequivocally, categorically deny that he participated in anything violent. So I think they can't call him. They might because they're dumb. They've made dumb moves before. But I think they'd be so dumb to call him. So dumb. That's just me. Right, if defense calls him, I mean, that could be a thing. Remember, that would give the state opportunity to cross. So that's a strategy decision. And remember, one defense attorney might think it's a good idea and another might say, nah, I don't think we should. And you could see some divergence there. But And then Robin, it's my understanding that this live is no longer up, but there are some TikTok clips of Shamel Drink's family member on, and I kind of butchered trying to summarize it yesterday because I think the stream is no longer there on Sylvia's channel. Go listen to how they feel about this trial. They were saying something to the effect of they don't think that this Shamel Drink's murder was investigated properly and that the state doesn't care about finding out who really did it. That's coming from the family member of the victim. Right? And usually I feel like family members, and they have the right to feel that way, I feel like they're usually inclined to believe when the bad guy's caught, oh my God, that's the person, lock them away. And they have the right to feel that way even if that's not true. It's the state's job to prosecute fairly, right? But when you have a family member saying, oh my God, they have the guy, but that's not the guy. That's not right. We're advocating for the accused in this. The person accused of, contributing in some way to the death of our loved one. We don't think the state got that right. I think that's extremely powerful. So, and let's see. Just, just crazy. And again, I'm never going to shame a victim. I mean, every once in a while there is like a little bit of something small where a victim could come out and use a tragedy. Maybe they don't seem to care that much about the justice, but maybe they take it on the civil realm and maybe it seems like a money grab. Maybe there's instances where I'll have a little bit of criticism there, but usually I don't look to see if the victim thinks somebody's guilty. I don't blame them for thinking they're guilty off emotion. I think the victims get that pass. They're not the prosecutor. They're not the one that has the job to decipher the actual evidence. Oh, man. Yeah, imagine she testifies for Shannon. Oh, boy. Oh, okay, so another thing today. So Sherry Aguilar says, it's on the end of Sylvia's drive-in video today. So this morning, you guys. Okay, cool. So I guess, okay, so she must have come on again. So there we go, you guys. If you want to hear from Shamel Drink's family member, I think it's an aunt or aunt, right? If you want to hear her thoughts on how the state is investigating and pursuing prosecutions in the Shamel Drink's murder. There's that. And keep in mind that name, DeMarco Boyer, you guys. That whole, the state never told us who's D. Boyer. Oh, we didn't disclose that, or it was in a file without actually being named. It was like his initials or D. Boyer. There was the anything else that you need to disclose to the defense that day. That was because the defense raised an issue of when they were talking about Bernie's phone tolling records. There was a DeMarco Boyer that was never identified to the defense. And the state ended up coming back and saying, well, his phone number was in Cordarius Dorsey's file. Cordarius Dorsey, he's an indictee, I think. They took him off this case. He's got a conviction for something else anyway. But that was in relation, that DeMarco Boyer phone number is in relation somewhere to some investigation relating to the Shamel Drink's murder. And he's clearly not charged with it, but at some point it seems like he was a suspect. All right, that's it. It was just Boyer. There we go. And DeMarco Boyer, if you Google him, he's currently in custody. I don't know if he's had trial for it, but him and somebody else, another individual, gunned down 3 people at a gas station, and one ended up dying. So I don't know if he's been convicted of that, but apparently he's on like video surveillance doing it. But if there hasn't been a trial yet, there hasn't been a trial. But it's just one of those things where it's like, somehow there's something in the tolling records that makes this DeMarco Boyer person relevant in some way to the Shamel Drink's investigation. And it's just missing. It's not identified to the defense. The defense finds it in somebody else's file because they recognize that this phone number is mentioned in Bernie's work, Agent Bernie's work. So where does that come into play? Where does that come into play? So I don't know. A lot of open questions about the Shamel Drink's murder. So it's really, I think it's very surprising when a family member, I think it's unusual, I think it's a bit rare for a family member to doubt, because there's got to be such the start of closure and relief to hear that somebody was arrested for the crime that hurt your loved one, right? So you might be inclined to be emotionally attached to that start of an outcome. So to see on the flip side someone say, this isn't right, I think is really significant. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, something like this, right? So, and guys, Cordarius Dorsey, if you paid attention in, like, before the trial kicked off, there was a meme about him because he was like, it looked like he was headbanging while, like, listening to music, but there was something going on, like, physically or mentally that was making him do that, and he ends up being severed from the case. It's null pros because he already has, it's something like this, like 3 life sentences. So I think they just said, all right, we're gonna get this done. But Cordarius Dorsey might be kind of familiar from the pre-trial days, but he's no longer awaiting trial here. Let's see. Here's a picture. Let me pull up a picture. If you guys remember. So. Oh, okay. So we've got jury back today. And shout out here to Jonathan Bearden for the ping. Let's see. Kathy. Down to 5 defendants in the YSL Young Thug trial. Allegedly, the jury is back today, and testimony will be resuming with YSL back on the stand. I still can't believe he read a free Quay and Quay got freed. Or one of the Quas. Quay. Oh, man. However, Judge Whitaker is usually pretty prompt, so I'm not sure if there are more talks happening this morning. Yeah, I think that's actually a good update. Kind of sucks for the jury if they are back. I wonder if they were told, you know, jury come in at like 1 o'clock, right? Because I did hear some rumors, some rumblings, noon, 1. And that could be jury come here after lunch. We'll figure out stuff in the morning and have a half day for you guys. So I think that's probably a likely scenario. Kathy works with Law and Crime, you guys. She's really great to follow with updates on the different cases that Law and Crime follows. So there's Kathy Roussan, there's her link in the chat. Definitely good with updates on YSL, but also I think she's been doing the burned spouse trial. She was covering that. She was covering Sarah Boone. Really quick updates. Great if you're trying to keep track of cases while you're like, your head's in the sand with the YSL trial. You can still get little updates here and there from Kathy. So, and let's see here. We have a ton of gifted memberships. You guys are so nice. So one happy white girl's been a member for a month. It feels like we've known you forever. Good slime morning, my fellow slimers. Good morning to one happy white girl. STS says we don't pay you to multitask. Well, that's good because I wouldn't be worth the money. I am not a good multitasker. At least not on a stream. I like to think I'm good at multitasking, you know, making sure I time my laundry in between when I'm prepping dinner, right? I get all the prep work done, switch the laundry over, get everything cooking, fold the laundry. I'm good about stuff like that. But guys, as soon as the stream is on, I'm like, don't break anything. A whole mental capacity changes a little bit. Heck yeah, so Factual Lie says Thugger Daily. So this is why you have a great name, Factual. Thugger Daily will know what time before the media. I still think that was so funny. And it's weird because it happened to be the second I tuned into Dennis Byron's stream yesterday to try to get an update. And you hear in the background, everybody in the room with Dennis and Dennis himself are like, oh, they're starting at 1, they're starting at 1. Yeah, Thugger Daily said, oh, it's from Thugger Daily, it's 1. So you saw that yesterday, that Thugger Daily had the plug before people in the court. Oh man, shout out to Thugger Daily. And then Squirrel Brain Gang. We got to make sure we remember that it's multiple Squirrel Brains now. Let's get you in the banner. Squirrel Brain Gang is growing the gang. And I love this. We have like the animals here. We have Iron Rabbit and Squirrel Brain Gang helping with the recruits today. So we are up to 41. That is huge. 41 new slimes. So big shout out to Squirrel Brain, and you guys already know when someone gifts a membership, if we've got an emoji associated with them, you can spam it. You can do a little spamming with permission. So, oh man. You can do the squirrel, or I think there's a chipmunk, right? Is it? I don't think there's a squirrel emoji. It's technically a chipmunk, according to what you got to search to pull it up. And the brain. So big thank you here to Squirrel Brain Gang. And, we have more Squirrel Brain in this trial. We have more on the way. Marissa Viverito might be the leader of the Squirrel Brain Gang. Because yesterday we found out. Who did she confer with? Who was her team? For the most part. She said, I came up kind of under the guidance of Kimberly Underwood. We just saw Underwood on the stand a week or two ago. Mark Belknap, who's supposed to be called again, he's already testified, and Tyrone Dennis, who are all well-versed in the YSL and YFN world. So, Marissa Viverito was raised by the Squirrel Brain Gang. So there we go. Oh man. Corey says, I think this time off has given the state more time to fix their stuff. I mean, I don't know. They never seem to use their time wisely. So, in practice, yes, they have more time on the table to fix things, but what will the output be? I don't know. We will have to see. We'll have to see. Gerald L., thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Brooklyn out here also becoming green. Brooklyn, I think you've been green, so thank you for becoming green again. Hold on, let's get one happy white girl in the banner. We've got Iron Rabbit, Squirrel Brain Gang, and one happy white girl out here on the recruiting today. Thank you so much there for gifting 5. Now, I don't know if we have an emoji here for one happy white girl. We can give her the one hand, the number 1. And I see a ton of squirrels and chipmunks and brains. And a random heavy-breathing cat. I'm glad you guys like that one. Oh, man. Daryl Johnson says, hi, Kat. Will there be jury instructions regarding any violent inferences regarding Nichols? Now, so I think the state is pretty lucky because they didn't get too far into the weeds on this. So I don't think they've heard that much. I think where we'd run into a problem is if this was another defendant where we've heard more testimony about. So let's say like Shannon Stillwell. And then we have someone plea out, but there was a ton of evidence that things that are now null prossed or adjudicated in some way besides a plea of guilt. I think that could be messy, but I really don't think we've heard that much. Not that much has been introduced in front of the jury relating to the Shamel Drinks murder. So, I don't know. I would say, yes, this would be an issue as they're discussing jury instructions, and it could be a lot worse if they had gotten into the weeds of what they were about to get into with Wani Lee and Marissa Viverito and whoever else they're calling. I don't know. I think they're calling Belknap back to the stand to talk about Shamel Drinks. So if they'd already gotten that far and then this mistrial thing kicked off and we end up with the same plea deal for Nichols, I think that would be a much bigger mess. Because you'd have to address some of the things the jury already heard. But now, moving forward, certain things just won't be admissible as an evidentiary issue. So, and some things might become admissible, right? We might, if we plan to call Mr. Nichols, now that might remove some of the confrontation clause barriers. So there's a lot here even though they didn't get into the weeds of the Shamel Drinks incident, I still think there's a lot here that spirals out of this whole plea. So, and I don't know how they'll navigate it. I mean, this is going to be a little bit of wiggle back and forth, I think. Arguments on both sides. But yeah, this is good food for thought. And I'm excited. You guys know I love watching motion arguments. I feel like it's where I get to learn more nuanced things, more detailed things about the law. Sometimes things happen so fast during direct examination or cross-examination that maybe you get the general direction of where someone's going, but sometimes you don't actually, like, I don't, speaking for myself, fully 100% see all the pieces, right? But in motions arguments back and forth, I mean, a lot of the time they have to lay it all out and you get to learn more. I think it's a great learning opportunity. So Daryl, I'm very excited to see how they maneuver this, right? It could change a bunch of things. And I think both sides have to argue for or against the changes in a way that's strategic for them. So this is going to be good, Daryl. Thank you so much for your support here. Nana Banana says, the K&W mods and gang are awesome. Thank you so much. Ike! Good to see Ike. Hold on, let's get Ike in the banner. And Ike, since he uses the hilarious Chuck Norris, the elongated Chuck Norris, we can do some cowboy hats. There's an emoji for that. Get some love going for the Honourable Ike. Love to see it. Thank you so much, Ike. That is 10 gifted memberships, so make sure you're saying thank you if you got one from Ike or from anyone else that's generously gifted today. Where are these cowboy hats? Oh wait, it's like the one with the face. I thought there was just one with a hat, but I guess it comes attached to a face. So there we go. Oh my goodness. Love to see it. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Ike. Hey, Sea Dog says, good morning, cat, mods, and all. Yesterday on TLA, and TLA is the lead attorney, you guys. He had on the guy who is, oh, he had Dennis Byron on, and he said allegedly Thug is very close to a plea. And again, I don't really have much to speculate on there. If we see it, we see it. And honestly, if somebody is very close to a plea at one given point in time, that might be true, but the next second, it might be rejected, right? So we won't know. If Jeffrey Williams doesn't take a plea, it still could be possible he was thinking about taking one. I think that's the point of making considerations. So we'll just have to see. And again, if court hasn't started yet, you know, we're still sitting here. My guess would be that something that isn't a court proceeding is still happening, most likely a plea negotiation. So I still think something's ongoing. Does that mean it's Jeffrey Williams? I don't know. Does it mean it's just one defendant? I don't know. So I think the general nature, though, of plea negotiations is, you know, maybe the first offer you're like, no, I'm not considering that at all. But they're going to keep sending you offers if they want to try to plea you out. So if you get more, you might at some point start considering. So I have nothing but speculation, except we haven't started. We haven't started. So, let's see here. Aw, Renee Stevenson says, love this community. We love it too. I love it too. I know you guys in the chat love the chat. You guys will be like, oh, I had to sit in the law and crime chat yesterday. It was crazy over there. Oh, man. So, always glad that people have a good time over here. I wouldn't want it to be any other way. STS with the kind reminder here. 3,000 watching, 683 likes. Hit that like button, please, you guys. That'd be awesome while we're waiting. Thank you so much, STS. I mean, here's the thing. Any hints on Thug's plea offer? I mean, there might be somebody that's using what they know about Nichols' deal as additional leverage. You know? So, but at the same time, if you were willing to let someone plea out of there because you had to fix your mistrial misstep, and you're hoping that nobody makes a motion for a mistrial, or continues arguing for one, I don't know. Just as much as Nichols could be leverage for someone else to try to counter-negotiate on a plea deal that they might be willing to accept, Nichols' plea deal could be like, this whole trial's a mess, of course I'm going to keep moving forward. So, I can't put myself in anybody's shoes. According to China Nichols, it seems like China was saying to Marquavius, come home, your wife and kids. And Bruce reiterated that, which isn't unusual, right? An attorney, when it comes to negotiated pleas and the sentencing, they are going to want to reiterate why somebody is likely to go be a productive member of society. They have reasons to change and be on a better path, such as family, loved ones, children. But, you know, I don't know. Maybe Jeffrey Williams wants to get out to Mariah, Mariah the scientist, and he's got kids. So, you know, I don't know. I'm not in their shoes. However, if there's been hints that this case is supposed to speed up, maybe it doesn't seem like if we've already done 2 years that we're going to miss out on that much more time for a possible acquittal. So it's all just weighing risks, right? There is weighing risks. There is no 100% answer, clear cut, that's guaranteed that this would have been the better choice. There could always be some type of remorse for taking one deal or another. Am I going to regret this if I do this? It's always, you got to weigh what's in front of you. So, and that's the thing, right? Imagine, like, take a plea and then there's a mistrial. And I would say, yes, I guess that Nichols technically has this guilty plea, and he's got 9 months till he's eligible for parole. So he's got that over his head, but I mean, weighing that risk versus what he may have been facing, it would suck if there's like a mistrial with prejudice today and he can't get out literally today and still has this count 1 stuck. But still, like, he had to weigh that. He probably made that consideration, right? There could be a mistrial, but we've gone through 50,000 mistrial motions that have all been denied. So what do I really think the chances of one actually being granted with prejudice would be? Versus what I'm being offered where I don't need to testify and I could be eligible for parole in 9 months. You know what I mean? So, all just weighing costs and benefits. And then K Grammar, see, we're getting more animals. We're getting the eagle. You guys want to spam some eagles in the chat? K Grammar, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Get you in the banner there. Yeah, a lot of, I think, you know, there's really this conversation I feel like can go on forever because there's so many things that someone might consider, and we can only guess what somebody might be considering. So. Well, and this is true. Let me correct. He doesn't need to testify to certain acknowledgments, so he can still be called. We did go into that a little bit earlier this morning. But at the same time, it seems like something that was a big deal to him, and it could be, you know, China saying this to make it look like he really didn't want to be a snitch, and that was his deciding factor, was that he didn't have to snitch. According to China, from the very beginning, the terms were that he had to testify to certain factual acknowledgments against his co-defendants, and Nichols kept saying, no, 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 no. So to him, I'm saying that I think for Nichols, an important part was, all right, if I'm eligible for parole in 9 months, you take this murder charge off. I'm really just pleading guilty to one count 1. And I don't have to be a snitch. I think that checked the boxes there for what Nichols may have been looking for, to say that the risk of giving up, moving on, and getting an acquittal was worth taking the gamble of taking this plea deal as it was offered. And this is true too. Maybe it's to avoid perjuring himself for the state, because you know there are sharks in the water for that when it happens in a direction they don't like. Because they get to determine what counts as perjury, where the truth lies, and where the perjury actually occurs. Oh boy. And then we've got a very generous 10 gifted memberships from STS. If you guys spam some STS in the chat. Would love to see some spam for STS. Not only supporting this channel, really bringing a lot of good insights, especially when I don't do a good job at explaining. You know, I use a word and I don't really stop to explain what I mean. STS pumps those brakes and says, hold on, this is what this means, guys. Or if we're yelling 403, if we're yelling 403 and we don't get a specification that it's 403 waste of time, STS will be like, hey guys, just so you know, 403 could be, you know, an argument used to say evidence should or should not be admissible. Maybe it shouldn't be admissible, and there's a couple different bases in 403, right? It could be cumulative. It could be a waste of the jury's time, or it could confuse the jury. We've heard that waste of time a lot because of that one day with Doug Weinstein, where he kept objecting to 403 waste of time. It could also be, look, there's a balance at issue here where this evidence more likely to be more prejudicial than it is probative for the jury to come to a conclusion about a necessary element in this case. And STS is great about dropping those nuggets in the chat to make sure we're all on the same page. So thank you so much, STS, for all your support and for helping 10 people become a member. Get you up in here. Peter Ortiz says, when will the state do their job and hold someone responsible for unaliving multiple people? It's worse than selling weed. Well, and technically, guys, I think with Marquavius, I think it was MDMA. And it keeps making me think back. Do you guys remember one of the evidentiary days? I think it was like really Shannon Stillwell and, Max Shart and Atkins, one of those evidentiary days where it was those two arguing. There was a call, and it was, I don't even remember the parties. The woman was unnamed. I think the other party was just an associate, not indicted. And then I'm assuming maybe the defendant was like somebody in the room. But somebody was making a call to somebody else, looking for like a pill, like a cheap, quick pill. Maybe MDMA. For some girl. Some girl just wanted to pop a pill. And there was this whole call. And the defense is like, who are these people on the other side? They're unnamed. They're not even identified. But the state really badly wanted to get in this one call where somebody was looking for like their fix for the night. And they were talking, I swear they mentioned something like $10, like they didn't have a lot of money. Because the chat was like, how is any of this supporting the enterprise? Because it sounds like they're about to maybe give someone something for free or for like under the cost of the product. And I don't know. I don't remember. I think that might have been excluded because that was a long time ago and we haven't heard it played out loud. If not, they might have done evidentiary arguments on it a while ago and just haven't gotten to it. But do you remember that? Oh my gosh. Yeah, okay, so they were at the studio and they said no one had any. And like the whole chat's like, wow, this this sucks as an enterprise it's supposed to be selling to make money. Oh my gosh. Just a whole time. Crazy. And it is like, oh my gosh. Like this is back to what Peter was saying here. We have all of that. And even with, I swear it was Atkins and Sharp, which means it's a quicker argument, right? They're still spending the time to argue on trying to get this call in. And thank goodness it was them, the two that argue more concisely. Sometimes, because sometimes Sharp gets long-winded, and honestly, sometimes Atkins starts ready to take off, talks a little too much too. But it's not as bad. It's not as bad as when it's Love making the argument. But still, just all of those pieces where you're arguing for this little dumb piece of evidence because you're hoping it'll go to substantiate your claims of count 1 against these defendants. If all of this, Nuts murder, the Shamel Drinks murder, Jamari Holmes, if this stuff can't actually, if the jury isn't convinced that these people actually committed those murders, maybe this having weed and baggies in a car and selling a pill to somebody will convince the jury. Right? So it's like, where is the justice for the victims? And Peter, I think you were in here earlier enough, but to reiterate that you have a family member of Shamel Drinks saying they don't think that these are the right guys that did this. Right? I really think that that's telling. Where is the pursuit of justice to actually solve the crime, to get justice for the person who lost their life and their family members who lost their loved one? Mocha says that incident was Garlington, which is why it would be on a call. And maybe Percocet. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever it was like a, like A. Like it was like they just wanted a little hit for the night, couldn't find it anywhere. Nobody at the studio had anything. And, somehow we're spending a dedicated amount of time on this versus the bigger thing. And I don't want to act like, Shamel Drinks, that was at least a little bit more recent, but I know there's no statute of limitations on murder, which I think is also I think the statute of limitations has been weaponized a little bit in this indictment. But like, going back to the Donovan Thomas murder, and then that hot mic where Love says he was loved when she wanted the Operation Planters PowerPoint slide to stay in, that showed all the funeral pictures and the rest in peace and the flowers, the memorials for people showing love when Donovan Thomas was killed. It's kind of like, all right, you're mumbling into the mic, he was loved, and you're so set that it was these guys. But I don't know. Do you guys think that the 5 co-defendants sitting in this courtroom, if they're convicted, do you really think that's the right resolution for the Donovan Thomas murder? And that's a serious question. Like, do you think that that's a yes or a no? Like, as a consensus, as a group. It's like 3,000 of us in here. Just a lot. So, Cash Money Cass on a positive note here says, chat, it's our 3-month anniversary. Let's get those slime pain glasses dropped in the chat there. And again, Cash Money Cass is one of the reasons, well, really the reason, when she announced her engagement, we created this slime pain, and it's gotten a lot of use. Here's another time. And I also, I gotta open TikTok to do this. You know what? I don't think I'm logged in, and I don't want to try to log in on TikTok over here. But, guys, I joke that I started using TikTok for Doug Weinstein, and now I'm using it for Cash Money Cass. So let me get her X handle. Well, you'll be able to catch some of, and I think your TikTok name is Cassidy's Audacity or Cassidy Audacity. Let me see if I can just pull the link without having to actually sign into TikTok. But guys, if you want to see, well, and I might snipe you. Where is your Whittaker impression? So you've got to go follow her to see all her other stuff, because I'm not going to play it here. But where is your Judge Whittaker impression? I think the chat needs to see that. So they know that I'm serious Well, let me find it. Okay, wait, we're gonna do this one. I think this is one with a clip in it. Let me switch to the screen.
My favorite quotes or moments from the YSL trial so far. So you said there were people hanging out the window. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Were they screaming YSL, YSL in the name of? No? Okay. They're crazy theory, in my opinion. Your Honor, I would ask that the defense not be allowed to make such disparaging remarks. I don't want to malign the prosecutor standing in front of me, so I won't say all the things I believe it to be. But it is baffling to me how somebody with as much experience as you have be so unorganized and attempt to hide the ball at any point. Do you have a phone? There are no phones in my courtroom. And is that a banana, sir? Put the banana in your briefcase. Back in your briefcase. Buzzwords go both ways, baby. Mr. Copeland, how old are you?
Oh, shout out to Bruce Harvey.
Grown. Mr. Copeland, are you 35 years old? I plead the fifth. No, because I got an idea of how you got it. Now, who'd you get the information from? These are my...
You kind of got both judges down. So again, that is the Honourable Cash Money Cass. Let me get your link again. Switch back over here. Just so you guys know, we're not missing court. It hasn't started yet. And then, I don't know, can I just like Google this on TikTok? The thing about TikTok is when I open it, it just like immediately starts playing a bunch of stuff. It's just like, oh gosh, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole. Let me just find Cass. Okay, it's not making me sign in. So here is Cash on TikTok. And then Cassidy's Audacity, if you guys want to search for it instead of clicking a link. And there's a ton of them. Oh my gosh. Go, Cass, go. A ton of content for you guys there. Had me rolling. And honestly, it was great. When we had no court, between you, Doug, there was like a ton of stuff keeping people busy. All right, so thank you again and again. Some slime champagne glasses in the chat to celebrate Cash's 3-month anniversary of being with us. KC Dog is out here gifting memberships. It's like I feel like a potluck party. Everybody's bringing something to the table. If you got a membership from KC Dog, make sure you're saying thank you. We'll get KC Dog in the banner. What's today? Today's Wednesday, right? All right, yeah. My brain was trying to think to like, football. And I was about to say football tonight thinking it was Thursday. It is absolutely not Thursday. When we don't have court days, guys, my brain doesn't know what day it is anymore. It just makes up timelines. Okay, and AK says, I sympathize with the family. The state got no conviction when my cousin, and we have the gun, so shot. No real investigation, and you corrected. We have a typo here, which I think I would have figured out. So thank you for correcting it. I would have had your back, though, AK, I promise. No real investigation, no answers to questions, horrible detectives. And I don't know where it's from. I think it was like a Saturday Night Live skit where somebody kept saying, hoppable. And it was like a meme that took off. So that's kind of how I read your typo there. But this is the reality for a lot of people. Victim's family, you're looking for closure. So this really, I can't imagine AK. Like, I can imagine being upset and then pissed off and then upset and then pissed off. Like, personally, I would go through like the cycle of rage and just feeling defeated. You don't feel like there's an investigation. You don't feel like they're trying. You don't get answers to questions. And to tie this in with, the point that Peter made, when you go through all these motions and then have to cave down and suddenly it's like somebody's conceding that they sold drugs and may have conspired to violate RICO with the predicate acts of selling drugs. You're just giving up on the millions you poured into solving, like 3-4 murders? Several murders? And that's not what I'm saying. There isn't to devalue the lives of any of those murders. But if it starts to seem like you're just trying to get the conviction against certain persons, certain people, and those murders are just one of the tools to get there that you'll disregard, you'll throw to the wayside and let someone take a plea that they get out. What about everybody else that you're not pouring money into the investigations? So what about the people like AK? I think it's really rough. And I'm always on the side, that the defendant should have a fair trial. But I think a fair trial for the defendant necessarily should mean a fair outcome for the victims and the victim's family. Because if you lead your prosecution with integrity, you shouldn't be letting defendants get off on a technicality, right? So my goal, my ask, I feel like ends up being what can actually help bring justice to victims. So thank you for sharing, AK. And really, this is a reality. All right, and I got some laugh faces. I think we have on the flip side something more maybe humorous. We got to look at Kokomo's latest tweet. Oh, there we go. There we go. You ain't nothing but a 403. So that is another use case there, you guys. There is another use case. And yes, this is the Kokomo that's in the courtroom. So there's a link there if you want to follow. He was asking for a fan base like Woody at one point, so make it happen, guys. So, and I have a question here. Did the state call the victim's family to come in? Or did the victim's family go for the state, or did they go because, they wanted to see the foolery themselves in person, stare at the back of their heads? Because I'd want to, right? I want to, burn lasers through the back of the state's head. So... Yeah, Ike is right. Ike has a pretty huge fan base in this chat already, believe me. Yeah, okay, so Hilton called them. That's the thing, they're dumb. The state to me doesn't have the ability to even consider, hey, you know what? Maybe the victim's family being here won't actually end up being positive optics for our case, positive optics for us. Maybe, I don't know, did they think it would sway sentencing? And I mean, honestly, it didn't seem like the state was fighting to be stricter. They were coming down on what they wanted Nichols to serve as a sentence. Right? So calling them doesn't seem like it was make an impression on the judge. So the judge says, you know what? I think this is too lenient. I'm not going to agree to the terms of the sentencing terms. I want it to be harsher. I would imagine they called the family for optics of some sort. So I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. Why, what? Why would you even run that through your mind to... Is Georgia required? Some states, this varies by state, but I think some states you confer with the victim, maybe the victim's family, like their estate, if the victim is deceased, when it comes to plea deals. Is Georgia, does anybody know if Georgia, you got to do that? I wouldn't know for sure, state by state. We'll get this back up over here. Okay, it only requires the victims be notified. Thank you for that, Sam. Also, big shout out here to Heart of Inspiration, friend of the channel and just incredibly great person, incredibly generous person. And again, one thing that I really like about Heart of Inspiration is not only did she organize a fundraiser, but she did the footwork. She was boots on the ground for helping with the flood victims with Hurricane Helene. So also an awesome creator, covers different types of content. So empowerment really is one of them for me. A lot of work for people looking to start small businesses. You guys in the chat, seriously, when there's downtime, we don't have court, you could go check out Heart of Inspiration, some of her webinars, some of her courses, and figure out how to do some passive income, promote your online business. Really, really good stuff. But in addition to that, she also talks about, you know, content. YSL Trial. I like to talk about the stuff that's happening. Sometimes we get these discussions, but Heart of Inspiration really takes it to another level with her wisdom and experience in life. Why people interact the way they act. Why there might be chaos brewing somewhere. And how different personalities will reconcile with that. One of my favorite videos that she did broke down the dynamic between Prosecutor Love and Judge Whitaker. So this is the link to that here. I already linked to her channel in general. But Heart of Inspiration, your wisdom, your read on why Whitaker, and particularly with Adrian Love. Adrian Love messes up, and Whitaker might get angry in the moment, upset in the moment. But why it's like almost endearing after those fights, why she keeps trying to give Love the benefit of the doubt. I think you just had an incredible breakdown of all of that. So guys, make sure you are supporting Heart of Inspiration. I think you'll really enjoy her breakdowns there. In addition, she does other content outside of the trial space, so you can get away from it for a little bit. But Heart of Inspiration also says, I think Nichols getting out of there without having to testify is a good indicator that the defense attorneys aren't giving in easily, and the state thinks too highly of themselves with this case. I mean, I don't think they could have been backed further into the corner. I mean, the next concession would have been nothing on the table. I mean, I guess they could have said, we'll give you time served now, and you could just go on probation. But, like, how much more could they have whittled down? The state was all the way in the corner. Oh, my gosh. So, and I don't doubt that there's another plea underway, you guys, but, you know, we'll see the terms of it when we see it, if we see it. So I see you guys saying it, but, you know. And honestly, we got right to it when the court feed picked up yesterday, because it was just the plea hearing. The proceeding was just for the plea. So if court starts for a new plea, we'll get all the information pretty quickly. So I've got no guesses in the meantime. We'll see what happens when we see it. Yeah, and that part too. I mean, I really do think the state was visibly mad in their body language yesterday, right? Body language isn't anything. Like, somebody might look like they're sighing with an attitude, but maybe they're just taking a deep breath to sit back in their seat in that moment, right? Not everything is as it seems, how it looks. But Love was pretty repeatedly giving looks like, uh-oh. And I really do think that this is it. The state was mad Nichols was only agreeing that the crimes that Nichols already pled to previously could be predicate acts, were predicate acts that the state had enough evidence for them to make a justifiable plea of guilt to count 1. Just those predicate acts. Categorically denying everything else. Oops. Yeah, Isabella, kind of their own fault for putting them on there. I mean, hello. I think, I saw somebody refer to that as, or characterize, like Bruce Harvey at the lectern yesterday, what he was speaking to was a bit of poetic justice on how the state is applying this RICO statute. So exactly this. Kevin says, the state words questions to make everyone liars. And that's the thing, guys. I think if they want to call Nichols and put him on the stand, I just see them walking down this inevitable, slippery, Your Honor, I have a motion I have to make slope. I can imagine it. Nichols is on the stand. Let's say they call him. The state's going to make an implication of guilt by trying to mention this guilty plea to count 1. They're going to try to bridge that should be carried over as guilt for the defendant sitting in the room. They're going to walk into it. And you're going to hear someone on the other side, if not a whole chorus of the remaining defense attorneys for the 5 defendants. Your Honor, I have a motion. Oh my gosh. It is a whole rinse and repeat with the state in this case. But yeah, Kevin, I would imagine they're going to do this. The way they word the questions is we're going to get another mistrial because of the way they word the questions. And they never adjust. They never stop doing it. They never stop. I see. What time does court start? Let's see. I don't really see an update on time. Although, again, heard the rumors floating around about 12 and 1 p.m. So it's been mentioned that the jurors are supposed to be coming in allegedly, and hearing that rumor of 12 to 1, I imagine that they expected some type of, I don't know. At this point, I hope they told the jury to stay home, honestly. Court is never starting. This is purgatory. So, yeah, and great reminder. Think about this difference here, you guys. And, I would argue in some respects, sometimes plea deals aren't really about fighting for your client's innocence or whatever. You're making a concession, whether your client's innocent or not, unless it's an Alford plea. But here we have Nichols is going to do less time than Munktung. Right? How did Munktung get caught up? Well, he had special conditions. He had to testify to certain things as he had personal knowledge of those things. And state says, hey, you didn't testify according to your special conditions. We're moving to revoke your probation. Judge, you can pick the sentence. Judge says, well, I found it akin to purgatory, to perjury. Purgatory is kind of what some of these plea deals seem to feel like. And the judge says, all right, 5 years. I'm going to revoke 5 years. Right? Think of that. Well, so there was no special condition at all on the document. So he can be called, but there's no special condition that he has to acknowledge certain things. And because of that, it would be really stupid for the state to call him, in my opinion. And that, again, that doesn't mean that they won't. Yeah, what we're in is in regurgitory. Oh boy. Oh, and I agree. When it comes to Munktunk, because of the hot mess shenanigans of how that was all written, Jim R., we looked at the analysis from Jim R., also his ex-name, Happily Angry Lawyer. Munktunk, this is in relation to Munktunk here. He did not have special conditions, I will die on this hill, based on the issues there with how those plea deals were written. And what was not part of the plea colloquy or the disposition for Nichols? There was no, you shall not commit no crimes. You shall not possess no firearms. A whole time. Oh, GV with the suggestion here for Cass. I love this. GV says, I hope Cass makes a best of Bruce Harvey now. That'd be a good time. You gotta get like the ponytail on the right side. Well, the correct side is how I should word it. Because I mean the left. Oh, man. Andrew Allen, thanks for the 10. No commentary, just pure support. Thank you so much. Hold on, 403 is ready. Says, good morning, Kat and kattnotwilliams gang. Has anyone found out how long a McDonald's video is? How long do they keep their recordings? I'm just asking for a friend. Oh my gosh, that is one of my favorite things from the trial. There's a McDonald's near the grocery store here, and when I drive by it, it just like pops into my head. Like it's ingrained. It is ingrained in my head. Oh boy. Love it. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? If we get like, trial continues, right? If we still have Steele in this courtroom, how many more witnesses are going to tell us? Yeah, like common sense is not how video surveillance, it's not how storage works. It's not how deletion works. Oh my gosh, I love it every single time. I didn't get any notifications of new filings. So I can double check in case something popped up between, let's see. Like early this morning, because sometimes when I check, it's not enough time for the clerk to put anything through. And no, court isn't in session. Yeah, the only new updates I see are the modification orders for the Rule 22 are the only new stuff besides the disposition for Nichols. So, yeah, hurry up and wait. My gosh. And then I think it's Broby, but maybe it's Brob. Or BROB says, when they denied the quote gang label, Love almost lost it. I mean, oops, that's what you get for fighting so hard for a count one. And there's been a lot of confusion about this, you guys, but the predicate acts, the two predicate acts, Quamarvius Nichols is the only person named in those acts as they're listed and written in the indictment. So, great. You get him to plead guilty to count one, which is conspiring to violate RICO. On predicate acts where no defendants are named as the co-conspirator. Nobody else that's indicted is named as a co-conspirator. So, does that really carry any weight? And it's really not a big deal if you ask me anyway, because other defendants or other indictees that have pled out already pled to count one with special conditions in their plea. And they've came and testified, and I think their testimony was a mess for the state. So, what's one more pleading just to RICO with no special conditions to get on the stand and say, yes, I'm guilty of this thing and I did this with this other co-defendant that's sitting over there. So, Miss Love's disappointed father, Matt Rose, says, my friend tried asking his boss. They work the McDonald's in town. The boss just laughed. Like, what are you, dumb? Like, why would you even ask that? Oh, yeah. Right? So, Jim R., and I think that's because of the specific lyrics in the song, right? So, Jim R. says, I just realized Thug could plead to take it to trial as one of the two overt acts. As predicate acts for count one, if you were to take a count one plea, you mean? Yeah, imagine Take It to Trial, a song called Take It to Trial, and the words you use in Take It to Trial being enough to substantiate a negotiated plea to get out of a trial. Yeah, the yes, I did say F the judge, I admit it. Oh my gosh. A mess of a trial, nevertheless entertaining. STS, you don't need to send a super, but thanks for letting us know you'll be back. You'll be missed, and hashtag free the jury. 403 is ready, says Steele and Max will argue about reports and the tape. Yeah, where are any of those? Where are any of those? And we got a little bit of that with Viverito as well. She has a good memory. She swore all through the direct, and we can look at that, you guys. All through direct. She was like, I have a good memory, so if anything's significant, I'll remember it. Cross-examination for her Daubert hearing starts. Well, do you remember this? Well, no, I don't really recall. You didn't write it down? You didn't memorialize that? Well, you just barreled through your own self-touting my memory is infallible argument you made while Love was questioning you. So I think we're going to see the same thing with Viverito. Where are the reports? Where is the surveillance? Well, I didn't need surveillance. I was sitting in the bushes with binoculars. Like, I had my own eyes. All right. All right, lady. Shout out to 403 is ready. Love all your comments. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I think Hilton can't wait for the end so she can drop her Hillary Banks act and listen to some rap and get turned at the club again. I mean, look, if I worked in this office, what was her name? Erlinda Johnson. It always takes me a second to get. Erlinda Johnson with the Rush trial. She was, helping prosecute Alec Baldwin, working alongside Carrie Morrissey. And she said, I'm out in the middle of a day. It was like lunchtime. She said, I'm out. I don't agree with this. This is against my ethics. I gotta go. She just said, I'm out. And if someone were to do that in this trial, from the prosecution side, not only would I think it'd be understandable, I think it'd be admirable. Nobody's really done that. They're all sticking with it. So I don't know. I get the idea here that maybe ordinarily you'd expect someone to want this mess to be done with. But part of me wonders if they're okay with just letting it drag because they don't have to start doing different work. They can continue showing up to court. Court starts, court ends. They're not very good at doing work outside of court hours anyway. And they just know if this trial continues, They don't have to start something new. They can just sit and kind of go with the flow. And I think that's kind of a lazy, impassionate way to pursue your job. And your job happens to be prosecuting people and potentially taking away their civil liberties, their rights. So, like, on one hand, this kind of would be like the normal thing, right? I can't wait till my shift is over. I'm so excited to go to Club Classy tonight. It is Wednesday, you guys. But on the other, I think they're like, what's the term? Quiet quitting. You do the minimum and just let the days go by. So you can just keep technically being salaried without having to do extra work. So, could be a little bit of both here, Chloe. Thank you for the 5. I do have Law and Crime open. Let me get to this Vivarito thing. And sorry, yesterday I got requests from... I never made it shareable. I shared the link, but didn't tell Google that anybody with the link could actually see the transcript. So I have fixed that. I'm dropping the link to the second part of the transcript for Marissa Vivarito here. You should be able to look at it now. And let's get that up. And we can look at that until we see action from the court. Double check one more time. I don't really see any updates on X as far as a specific estimated start time. But again, I did hear 1 o'clock floating around. So we'll see. I do want to, guys, I am having a echo for whatever reason. I've had my sound muted. And let me just see. You're going to see me disappear for 1 second because I'm just going to refresh my StreamYard because I don't want to hear myself, because I want to be able to hear the court start because I'm going to have this transcript on the screen. So I don't want to miss that. I don't want to hear myself reading a transcript. So I'm going to disappear for 2 seconds. Okay, now let's see. Okay, the echo's gone. I don't know why StreamYard was doing that. It was relaying whatever sound it was capturing from me, and only me, back to myself, and now it's fixed. So we can read the transcript without me going crazy for hearing myself the whole time. Oh boy. We were somewhere over here talking about how she talked to a bunch of people, but nobody gave her information about YSL, and she could tell that that meant that there was some truth behind what they weren't saying because they would tell her the truth if it wasn't anything criminal, right? So she's using the silence as an implication of guilt. Let's go up a little bit. We'll start back a little bit. Brian Steele gets done asking about the extent of her training and then starts getting into her conversations with, again, she largely tried to look at YFN and also YSL. Here we go. We'll start with the end of this here. Make this bigger. And if you want to check out part 1, it was 2 lives ago. Okay, so Steele is asking here, this is Cross by Steele. Did you say that you were basing your learning that you think is higher, I'm not trying to insult you, mostly on personal experiences? Because, right, she's trying to be qualified. She's going to be one of these hybrid, sometimes she's a fact expert because she investigated some aspects relating to this case. But other times she's going to be a gang expert, or she's going to be speaking generally. And there's been an issue in this trial over and over again where usually it's Love doing the questioning, lets this fact/gang expert witness blur the type of testimony they're giving. And then we have to ask for a curative instruction, right? I think we saw that with Dennis when he was recently on the stand. So Steele's trying to get at what is actually your expert testimony versus coming from personal experience. So the court, your Love objects. The court says, hold on, this is Glanville, you guys. I'm going to overrule that objection. She can answer that. The witness, I wouldn't say personal. It's my work experience. It's my work experience with YSL that I think affords me the knowledge base and the ability to understand the gang. Of course, I take training and I keep taking training. I can listen to somebody teach on YSL if I were to. Mr. Steele, I couldn't hear that. I'm sorry. I could keep taking training. I could take courses on YSL. What courses? But I think my experience, compounded with the training that I've had, is what makes me such an expert on this gang, even as to where if you listen to the wiretap, I think the members of the gang consider me an expert on the gang. All right, so I'm going to ask you all about that. Sure, but I think that you answered directly, yes, it's mostly your personal experience. Then I want to get into other things that you said you did. Miss Love, objection as to mischaracterization. Mr. Steele, I think that is what she just said, and if she didn't, she can correct it. The witness, I would say it's both. It's a combination of both. Both are equally as important. But I think that what I have that is different, that somebody just attends training, is my experience with the defendants, the Cleveland Avenue community, the rival gang, things of that nature. Not everybody has that. Not everybody has talked to Mr. Bennett, that's Lucci. Not everybody has interacted with members of YFN. So a lot of people don't have that, and I think that is something that gives me an edge on top of my training. By Mr. Steele. Let's start right there. Mr. Bennett. Correct. You were talking about a performer known as YFN Lucci. Is correct. Is that fair to say? Okay. When you spoke with Mr. Bennett, as you just said, did he give you any meaningful information about YSL? No. The court. Can we pause just 1 second, Mr. Steele? Sure. Okay, go ahead, sir. Thank you. So when you say that you have, a certain benefit because you spoke with Mr. Bennett, but then you said you didn't discuss anything about YSL, how's it a benefit? How do you characterize it as a benefit? I mean, I've met Mr. Bennett. I've had a chance to look at his tattoos. I've had things like, what I'm saying is, I've had experiences that the average officer or investigator may not have had. I've interviewed members of YFN. I've listened to jail calls. I've reviewed phone extractions of YFN. So I see it from both sides. It's kind of a rare thing. You might find it with Tyrone Dennis, Kim Underwood, and Mark Belknap. But outside of that, I don't know if you're going to have many people that have that. So she's saying the only other people that are having the same expertise as her are the same people that she shouted out previously for being who she came up under, her mentors. She said, I came up under the guidance of Kimberly Underwood, Mark Belknap, and Tyrone Dennis, who are all well-versed in the YSL and YFN world. So Steele, who did you interview other than Mr. Bennett, who you say is affiliated with YFN, dealing with YSL? Sure, I sat in on the interview with Mr. Glass on the YFN indictment, and I want to say Mr. Boyd, and I would have to think about the others. Well, with Mr. Glass and or Mr. Boyd, and separate them if you need to when you answer the question, did they give you anything that you are using about YSL? I don't want to misspeak. That was in 2020. I can't remember. That's fine. And remember, this is October of 2023. Now, you did say that you met with 6 co-indictees on this case, YSL case. In my course of a 10-year career, I have met, whether it be briefly or during an arrest by another unit or something like that, I've encountered them, yes. We're going to go one at a time, and I'm assuming just so we can move on. Mr. Stillwell is one of them, or Mr. Jackson, correct? And you already answered that that was nothing of substance about YSL. And then Viverito says, I guess if you want to phrase it that way, but my interactions with him and him being evasive and things of that nature, it's hard to describe. When you've worked in this field for so long and around these people, it's hard to describe. I can pick up on certain things that it's hard to explain. Okay, well, now is your opportunity, and that's kind of the whole point of an expert witness, is to explain things to the jury so the jury can understand, but she's saying she can't explain the things that make her have an expertise that nobody else can testify to. So, So Steele says, okay, well, now is your opportunity, but I'm going to move on to Mr. Garlington and Mr. Mender, only because I think that we addressed them. I'm assuming they are 3 of the 6. So this is where we're picking up where we broke off yesterday to watch court. Correct. And it's going to be the same answers you gave before. Correct. None of them were, my word would be forthcoming. You said truthful or something. Correct? Correct. Who were the other 3 members who were indicted according to you? I met with Mr. Sumlin after his arrest. And that was a recorded interview that we have, if you are familiar. It is. Are you familiar with the discovery in this case? Some of it. Okay, Mr. Sumlin. Anything outside of the recording? No, not outside the recording. Okay, did he give you any insight into YSL that you were using today before the Honourable Judge Glanville? He did give a good bit of information during that interview. Like what? He explained his role in the gang, that he was out there kind of on Cleveland, I believe, and I don't want to misspeak because I haven't listened to that interview in quite a while. He explained, I guess, they were having some issues on Cleveland Avenue, and he said that Mr. Williams had rented them a house, I think on Brown's Mill, that they referred to as the Web, so that they would not be shot at, and they would have some shelter from some sort of violence out there. Steele. Did he actually say that Mr. Williams, according to him, bought a home so that if people didn't have a place to stay, they could stay there? Viverito, it wasn't bought. I believe my research into that property was that it was rented, and the inside had been marked with all types of YSL graffiti from body cam that I viewed from the place when it got shot up. I don't know if he said Mr. Williams, but I know that I would have to listen to the interview again. I don't want to misspeak or say the wrong thing, but I know it was that Mr. Williams had either provided them a home, I think it was the one on Brown's Mill that had previously been shot up that, I'm sorry, go ahead. It's okay. No. They were having issues on Cleveland Avenue, and he provided a home for them. Steele, do you have any evidence besides Mr. Sumlin's recordation of that interview that Mr. Williams actually rented, I guess, that home? Other than the fact that it was frequented by YSL members and the inside was covered in YSL graffiti and appeared to be a hub for drug sales consistent with the gang's activities, no. As far as seeing a lease or anything, no. Did anyone else corroborate Mr. Sumlin's statement about that web house, as you called it? I think the corroboration would be, Steele, that Mr. Williams rented it, owned it. I think you said owned, but regardless. Viverito, no, I mean, there were other houses in the neighborhood that the gang would frequent, that it was my understanding that Mr. Williams provided for them. Steele, and how did you get that information, that understanding? Miss Love, Your Honor, I object to the line of questioning that goes beyond the purpose for this hearing itself. The court, yeah, I'll sustain. Steele, can I ask you to consider something? Glanville, what is it? Steele, Investigator Viverito I'm asking her based upon, she said she's interviewed and met with 6 co-indictees. I'm asking her what she learned so you can make a foundation. There has to be 2 things. Is it reliable? It has to be reliable information. And is it information that rises to the level of expertise, where you would have to know what it relies upon? Nobody said anything of the specifics. It was just, I met with Mr. Jackson, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Mender. We find out afterwards there was nothing of substance. The court, Miss Love, anything before I rule? Miss Love, Your Honor, questioning the witness regarding the information she obtained that led her to draw various conclusions is a different matter than fishing for information regarding Mr. Williams' client, Mr. Steele's client in particular specifically. One is an inquiry into the basis for opinions that she may share. Another is, from our perspective, just an effort to do deeper discovery dives. Mr. Steele, I'm not fishing for anything. I'm asking specifically her basis of knowledge. The court, but that may be later, Mr. Steele, but in terms of the basis for whether or not she's going to qualify under Daubert, I'm going to sustain the state's objection at this point. Steele, okay. So Steele continues his questioning here. And let me make sure I have my... All right, I do still have law and crime open. No action over there. Nothing happening just yet there. And then Steele says, with regards to... So that's 4 people. Who are the other 2 co-indictees? I think I met Mr. Stevens, so that's Tick, Slug, Trontavious Stevens. He probably does not remember. It was a very long time ago during an arrest somewhere in Zone 3. There was no dialogue with him. It's just encountering him actually out there in Zone 3. So you didn't really meet with Tick. So you really met with 5. Okay, so then Viverito also says, and I want to say Mr. Sledge is the last one. I would have to look at the list of indictees because not everybody is here today. And again, Mr. Sledge would have been the same thing. Just during an arrest, seeing him out there. Steele. All right. Now, have you ever gone to or performed or taught any training specifically about YSL outside of the potential wiretap information, which we'll get into? No, I have not taught any training on YSL. Steele. And have you ever been to any training specifically focused on YSL that you did not, that I would like you to tell us about? Viverito. I believe, and I don't remember it well because it was well before this investigation, that during one of the Georgia Gang Investigators Association conferences, I believe it was a summer conference, there was a block on, an instructive block on YSL. Steele. You don't recall it to this day as you sit here today? Unintelligible court reporter says, could you say those names slower, please? The witness. I'm sorry. Mark Belknap and J.P. Miller were the instructors. As much of the content I can't, it was a while ago. By Mr. Steele. A while is 5 years, 2 years? Viverito. A couple years. I can't remember which conference it was. Steele. Well, you are clearly not using that today then, are you? Steele Viverito says no. With regards to, you talked about, based upon the questioning by the Honourable prosecutor, gangs and the music industry. Do you remember those type of questions? I do. Can you explain what you were trying to, or you did maybe say? What does it mean when you say gangs and the music industry? What were you referring to? That's all it was, gangs in the music industry? Viverito. I think Miss Love said, had I ever been familiar with that? Steele. Tell us about that. Viverito. Often, and we went through, I spoke with some of my coworkers the other night. Out of all the gang cases we have right now, it's very hard to find one where a rapper or music isn't tied into it. It's very common nowadays. But, according to Dennis, we don't chase the music. It could be set up as a front. I've had cases in the past where a gentleman was fronting as a CEO of a record label that didn't have any artists or trying to get a record label off the ground and was indeed trafficking heroin, and I was able to get him almost 10 keys of heroin, so it's a common practice. You'll see, it goes all the way back to BMS. They were a drug trafficking organization. I think maybe the court transcriptionist got this wrong. Maybe Weaver heard S instead of F. They were a drug trafficking organization and a gang that masqueraded as a music label to launder their money, something similar to the mob in New York with Waste Management if you watch The Sopranos. Waste Management, things of that nature. Are you telling the court based on your experience that YSL is similar to the Waste Management in New York mafia example? Miss Love. Objection, Your Honor. The court. I'll overrule that. The witness. It's similar in the fact that it's used as a means to further the gang. By Steele. And talking specifics, not the general. I mean the money, the power, the reputation. It's all for the gang. There are two ways the gangs get respect. There's money and there's violence. And the music and the record label, I think, helps with both. Steele. The record label of YSL is what you're saying? Viverito. Correct. Okay. What is it helping with? You are saying it's helping with both. What is YSL helping with? The record label. Providing money and also the gang's hyper-violent reputation. And have you studied money, following money like you're referring to now? YSL giving money from the record label to a criminal activity? Well, I think it's, I don't know correct me if I'm wrong. It's your assertion that Mr. Williams gets his money from the record label. And then Mr. Williams pays members of I've seen phone dumps where the members of the gang are requesting money from Mr. Williams, often for lawyers, for all types of things. If you look through phone dumps, they are asking him for cash apps for money, things of that nature. So if Mr. Williams is getting his money from the record label and providing it to the members of the gang, it provides the gang money. Steele. And that's what you're referring to? How about for the money? Ms. Viverito. I mean, I wouldn't lock myself into this. The only thing, I haven't taken a forensic, I'm not an accountant. I haven't taken a forensic dive into the money. But you see, and it's my experience from jail calls I've listened to, that when individuals, including Mr. Jackson and Mr. Nichols, get locked up for a murder, they are looking for a lawyer to be sent down to the jail immediately, and they are looking for Mr. Williams to do it. So, and then Viverito says, so you are not cheap? I'm sure Mr. Harvey's not cheap. There has to be funds to get that done. Mr. Harvey, oh, how wrong you can be. The witness, supposed funds, Mr. Harvey. The court, is that an objection? Viverito, but I know you two are some of the best lawyers here, but the demands are made. When people go to jail, the demands are made for Mr. Williams to send lawyers down. I mean, and that means Mr. Williams isn't in charge if you're using the word demand, right? This is someone that's got experience testifying on the stand, both as a cop and probably a gang expert in another case, maybe, who knows. You're used to testifying as an expert witness. So when you choose to use a word like, but the demands were made for Mr. Williams to send lawyers down, you're trying to make it sound nefarious, but at the same time, you're crossing your signals here because you're trying to say that Mr. Williams is the one with calling all the shots, running everything, running the waste management cover-up. So why would someone be making demands of him? Why would his own people be making demands of him if he's calling the shots? All because you just want to use the word demand here to make it spicy. So, when you say you've never done an audit, a deep dive audit, has anyone tried to follow the money that you are relying upon here when you testify to that before the Honorable Judge Glanville? That, I don't know. You said power. The other part is power and reputation. I think are 3, but then you said 2. What is the power that you're talking about? The power, the reputation, the violence. I mean, we have spoken to victims' families, and I want to be clear, it sounds like this is 2023, so she could be watching the show Power, and like that main theme song for one of the series, the money, the power, respect, like what are the things that they say in that song? So I'm just thinking of the song. We have Dennis learning things from magazines and movies. Viverito could have been watching Power. You know, it seemed like she tried to mention BMF earlier, and I don't know if she said BMS or if the court reporter transcribed it incorrectly. But, you know, here, yeah, money, power, respect. Like, maybe she's just learning from the song, the theme song. The power, the reputation, the violence. I mean, we have spoken to victims' family where they say, how can you harm somebody and put it in a song and re-victimize us? So when you get the music, he's tied to the music and the lyrics, and you play these songs where the crimes are described in particularity. It furthers the violent reputation of the gang. Not only can I commit this crime, not only can I do it, but I can rap about it, and I can make money off of it. And people can sing along all over the world about this crime I committed, whether they know what they are singing along to or not. And that you're saying in your experience is something that you take into consideration? It is. I've had cases where children will shoot another child dead in Atlanta. We heard this speech from Underwood. Same speech from Underwood. Underwood learned from Viverito. It is. I've had cases where children will shoot another child in Atlanta and then go make a rap song about it, in particularity within hours, and release that with the post of the kid's dead body on there. So it's autobiographical, and the response has to be even, once you put that out there, like, Mr. Steele, if you and I are in a room and I slap you, me and you know about it and maybe a few other people. You put a song out, everybody knows it, and it gets played, it goes viral. And then the response to that disrespect has to be just as public and just as powerful. Otherwise, someone's ego is bruised. This sounds like she listened to like a Quando Rondo interview where he's like, you know, people will say like, you let someone slap you and disrespect you, why don't you go get your get back? And he's like, but what would I look like 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line if I get locked up for trying to get some get back? People are then 30 years later are going to say I'm stupid for trying to shoot somebody because they slapped me. Right? So this is like, I feel like I can just picture Viverito watching these interviews and thinking that that's her gang research. Because this is very similar to me to a Quando Rondo example. And then the response to that disrespect has to be just as public and just as powerful. Otherwise, someone's ego's bruised. So the music, I could sit here all day and talk to you about the music aspect of it, but the music equals power and lets the gang's violent reputation activities carry on. Have you ever been to any training or taught any training about what you are saying now about music? I don't believe so. Do you know of any peer-reviewed or scholarly journals or articles or books about this? I think there were a few articles that I found that I really couldn't find access to, but I didn't see the titles of the articles showing that rap music or drill music correlates to, and this is all Underwood. This is like, we just had Underwood on the stand, you guys. And this is just me paraphrasing what I've seen. Correlates to an increase in violence, or sometimes one article I saw or headline that I saw that was interesting. Granted, I didn't get to read the whole article, was that on days when rap music records are released, there's a spike in violent crime. So there are articles. I just have not had the opportunity to read them. This is a Daubert hearing. Oh my gosh. This is a Daubert hearing. And this is from Amira. This is from Marissa Viverito's Daubert hearing in October of 2023. So right before trial started. Yeah, right. Are there not like releases every day? Are they trying to say that there's like an October jump in crimes because, you know, there's a bunch of October drops? Like, oh my gosh. Crazy. And not for nothing, but like summer spikes in violence because people go outside. A lot of people try to drop summer hits too. So like correlation is not causation, first of all. Second of all, read the damn articles. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. We didn't even read the information. At least Dennis read the magazines. So there are articles. I just have not had the opportunity to read them. My time, I think, as little time as I do have, is better spent reviewing phone dumps and jail calls and things. So this is investigative and not gang expert work then. And they're going to try to blend her fact testimony as expert testimony. And things of that nature are real time and involve the people I'm actually dealing with. Steele, an understanding you didn't read them, and you are correct, just going off a headline. Did any of those reports deal with YSL? I don't believe so. Okay, now you stated that you had daily, approximately, I think you said daily exposure to gang members, alliances, colors, territories, things like that. Do you remember giving that type of testimony? Correct. Is that similar to what you're saying now? You're listening to jail calls, and I don't want to limit you. No, it's jail calls, it's phone dumps, it's surveillance video. Like I said, there's a camera out on Cleveland Avenue. It was part of Mr. Greer's probation revocation. So Greer, is it Quantavious Greer, Unfunk? That's Jeffrey Williams' brother. He was indicted. He ended up messing up. His probation was revoked. So he's in custody currently. I kind of utilize everything that's available to us. We might go out actually and sit on Cleveland Avenue and observe what's going on unbeknownst to the people operating out there. So in some form or fashion, I'm interacting with somebody almost daily. That's not really interacting if they're unbeknownst to the other person. This paragraph is contradictory. Let's read this again. We might go out actually and sit on Cleveland Avenue and observe what's going on unbeknownst to the people operating out there. So in some form or fashion, I'm interacting with somebody almost daily. What? Stop. Okay, Steele says, or observing somebody. Is that what you were saying? Observing, yeah. Interacting would be like what we're doing now. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is why you can't try to beef up yourself like with your words. If you beef up your words, you're going to make yourself sound stupid. Just speak plainly. She says, interacting would be something like we're doing now. Okay. Like, oops. Observing or encountering gang members in some form or fashion, whether it be jail calls, reviewing phone extractions, observing them in their natural habitat out there on Cleveland Avenue. Oh my God, why would you word it that way? Observing them in their natural habitat out there on Cleveland Avenue. Somebody play Love's opening statement with the Jungle Book. What the heck is this? Observing them in their natural habitat out there on Cleveland Avenue. Like Thorpe on the playground. Looking at their graffiti that is now out there on the park. Oh my gosh. Yeah, at this point, we can call her Marissa Dorito. That's what the closed captions are going to call her. You know how the closed captions be. This is crazy. You're observing them unbeknownst to the people, observing them in their natural habitat. You are asked to clear up your misspeak for trying to blend observe as being an interaction. So you can pick up experience interacting with these people, because that's the basis of your unique experience. Observing them unbeknownst, observing them in their natural habitat. This sounds like praying. Like, oh my gosh. Right, is this a zoo? Sounds stupid, sounds dumb. Oh my gosh. Let's see what else we get. When you said that the 6 criteria of the Atlanta Police Department currently, I believe that is what you're talking about. Correct. How long has that been the criteria, approximately, if you can tell us? That I don't know. I've been there since February, so I know at least since February, but probably longer. I just don't want to misspeak on that. I understand. In February of this year? Correct. And who came up with that criteria, if you know? I believe, according to investigator Belknap, it was criteria developed out in California, and it's used with departments throughout the country. Do you know how many departments use that versus something else? I do not. You said the first criteria I wrote down is a self-admission. Correct. That means if you hear me say, I'm a member of the gang, the Steele Law Firm. Correct. That would be my self-admission. Okay. And that is during the course of some sort of interview, interrogation, arrest, something job-related, I assume. Could be. It could be a published video of someone proclaiming themselves the founder or leader of a gang. It could be a cell phone dump where they are proclaiming their membership in a gang. What if it's false? How do you determine something that is a false statement versus a true confession? How is that done? Sure. I weigh that against, I never take anything. Remember this, guys. Remember this line. Remember this line. Sure. I weigh that against, I never take anything at face value from anybody, so I kind of go and conduct my own investigation. I will look at when people have been arrested, who they've been arrested with, where they've been arrested, their jail calls, their phone extractions, their clothing, the way they dress, their alliances, things of that nature. So I never just use that as, okay, so they said it, so it's true. I would like to do that, but I'm more comfortable if I can make sure and do the extra work to make sure that it's true. So hold on to this, guys. Steele. And then reliable informant. What deems it reliable? Somebody of past tested reliability. So somebody that we may have used before that we know is truthful and reliable. Has given us reliable information in the past. There's some custom emojis that would make a lot of sense for you guys to be dropping in the chat right now. Certain reliable person. Is that somebody who is actually ranked, recorded as a confidential source? Doesn't have to be, no. So it's just law enforcement's determination? Correct. No criteria that you know about? Not that I know of. I know it's past reliability, somebody that we deem reliable. And then an unknown informant is number 3, I wrote down. But then there's corroboration. Correct. So somebody that I don't know in Cleveland might, for example, might say something, and I don't know this person well, and we have never gotten information from them before, but they may have given some information that I can go back and validate on my own. So they say Brian Steele is part of some criminal street gang, right, and then you would go investigate Brian Steele. No, I wouldn't go and launch an investigation. I would kind of just vet that information first before investigating, but it's important to corroborate the information, like the standard operating procedure says. SOP. How much corroboration? What are we talking about? Who determines, yep, this is corroborated unknown informant? I guess it would be up to the investigator. I like to err on the side of caution and be extra sure. And extra sure is, in the eyes of the officer making the determination? I believe so. So there's really not, I understand the 6 points, but to your understanding, since February, there is really not a set requirement where you have to reach this bar. You have to corroborate it with 3 different criteria. It's just whatever corroboration that investigator, you or someone else might not be as thorough as you, deems to be appropriate. I guess. I don't have the whole standard operating procedure in front of me, but I know that's the third criteria, how the third criteria reads, the independent corroboration. Where is the standard operating procedure? I would guess it's in the Policy and Procedures Manual of the Atlanta Police Department. Is that something, if the judge orders it, you can also provide? I don't know if that can come from me. That might have to come from the law department or wherever they do that, however they do that. That might be out of my... Okay, the next one is 4. Lives in, this is my wording, my writing, lives in a gang-infested area. You may not have said that, but something like that. No, frequents a known, and I'm not speaking verbatim from the, but frequents known gang areas or territories, the natural habitat, and adopts a style of dress and other identifiers, the affect, the hand signals, things of that nature. What is a gang? You just said it. Gang-infested is what I say. But what is that area? How do you deem something gang-infested versus not gang-infested? Miss Love, Your Honor, I object to the use of infested since the witness has not testified in that manner. The court, yeah, I'll sustain the objection. The witness, I don't think that we deem it. I objected, so... Mr. Steele, whatever word you put to it, on the area. Your Honor, I object, and I ask the question be clarified before Glanville. Clarify the question, Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele, sure. It's the same question, except remove the word infested and put an area. Oh, we don't determine those areas. The members of the gang determine those areas. So the members of the gang will post out there. They'll take over stores out there. For instance, if you go to either, is this the Moongtung Baggy Shop, 151? If you go to either 151 or 221 Cleveland, you'll see they've essentially taken over those gas stations. You'll see where the crimes commit, where the gang regularly can be found. I know for those poor kids out there on Cleveland Avenue Park, it's littered with graffiti all over the place about Quentin Porter and YSL and things of that nature. So I use all of those factors. When they hold Cleveland Avenue Day and things of that nature out there where all the gang members congregate, there's an area where they feel safe. So that's kind of how we make the determination about an area. And then again, you go through police reports and see where these crimes occur. Are they victims out there? Are they frequently out there? Are they frequently getting arrested at these locations? When search warrants are being done at houses and things of that nature? Are YSL members being found in these locations? It's a bunch of factors you look at. Steele, couldn't a person, though, associate, They have friends there in that area. They have the tattoo. What type of tattoos are you talking about? Could be different ones. YSL, slime, slat, the snake, blood tattoos. There's several different ones. Any or all of those? Uh-huh. What is wrong with somebody having those tattoos, associating in that area with other people that have been self-admitted gang members? Why does that make that person, though? I mean, I didn't write the criteria. That's the criteria. Okay, number 5 is arrest. I wrote down arrest while committing a criminal street gang, some criminal street gang activity with other gang members. Is that correct? It's self-explanatory? Correct. And then the last one is I wrote a strong association with a gang. What is that? Is that number 6? Yep. So remember, when she was on direct, she said, prongs, criteria 1 through 5. If you meet any one of these, we can say that, you're probably a gang member. That's our criteria. Any one of those 5. Number 6 is a little different. Number 6 is basically, if there's something there, you don't really meet the other criteria. Number 6 gives us the route to call you an associate. So Steele's going to probe on that a little bit here. What is that? What is number 6? Yeah. If they have a strong relationship and ties to the gang, but they don't meet any of the 5 criteria, they don't rise to the level of the 5 previous criteria. They are an associate of the gang. Steele. Investigator Viverito, in your understanding and experience, is a lot of the APD criteria left up to the judgment of the individual investigator, or is there some sort of peer review? These are my words. Peer review to determine the conclusion. No, this person doesn't fit 1 through 6, or this person does. I mean, I think the investigator can make that call, but there are supervisors that review reports and cases and sign off on search warrants, things of that nature. Is there anything that Judge Glanville, he's going to be asked, I assume, for certain demarcations of your potential expertise? Is there anything, if let's say I challenge it, that you can tell me, here is the definitive mark. You have to get above these many points on 1 through 6, or is it just really the discretion of the person looking at it? Miss Love. Objection as to the form of the question. I mean, I understood it. The court all sustained the question. Let me ask it again. 1 through 6, you need one of them, I think you told me. 1 through 5, you need one to be considered a member of the gang. And if you don't meet any of those, but you do show a close relationship to the gang, like oftentimes females are deemed, males too, but females are often deemed associates. And that would be the associate 6? Yes. And the statute allows either a member or associate. Correct. So my question is, you need one of those 6. Correct. And this is a judgment call for the investigator. Correct. I'm not saying you will be, but if you were allowed to testify as to tattoos, graffiti, words, dress, clothing, jewelry, things that you mentioned earlier, correct. If a jury was armed with that information, then what happens? A jury then makes a determination whether the person is in the Miss Love objection. Court, don't answer that. That is not a proper question, Mr. Steele, for her. Mr. Steele, I think it goes to Daubert on whether it assists the jurors. The court, I'm going to make that determination. Steele, one more time. Glanville, I'm going to make that determination, right? Correct. You're the gatekeeper. The court, so she doesn't need to answer that question. Steele, this sharing of information weekly or bi-weekly with others and learning from others in law enforcement, do you remember something like that? Correct. Who were you? I'm assuming if you were there, who are you meeting with or learning from or teaching? We meet weekly at the Atlanta Police Department, and it's several units. There's usually a representative from each unit, and we discuss crimes that take place throughout the past week that may or may not have a gang-related element to them. And we also discuss high-level, conflicts throughout the city. So when you say separate divisions, are you talking about larceny? Typically burglary, aggravated assault, robbery, auto theft, homicide. There will be pretty much a representative from each person in the room. So this is not just gang-related, but it could go into gangs. That is what I hear you saying. It's to go over the incidents that occurred over the past week that may have a tie to gang activity. So we evaluate them to see if there's a gang element or there's a possible gang element that needs to be evaluated. Things of that nature, to be able to stay on top of rising conflicts throughout the city. And who is in your division, if anyone? I know they created a new position for you, and congratulations. Thank you. Who else is with you at these meetings on your side, or are you solo? The supervisors from the gang unit attend. Our major attends, sometimes the deputy chief will attend. I'm asking you who they are. So, Major Woolfolk, Deputy Chief Hampton, Lieutenant Jones, Sergeant Henderson, Sergeant Kleinhens, and then depending on what gang has had an incident that week, the investigator that's knowledgeable on that particular gang will attend the meeting to provide some insight and help with the other units. How many total times have you been qualified and accepted as an expert in YSL gang? None. I couldn't hear you. None. I feel like Steele heard her. Steele just had her say it twice. How many times total have you been accepted as an expert in, I'll just say gangs? None. She is teaching the courses. When you said you investigated approximately, you said around give or take, so I'm not wetting this number, but 25 cases. Is that just the Fulton County DA's office, or does that go back to when you were with the community supervision? If we go back to community supervision, it's going to be a lot more, because I would get reached out to constantly for help on investigations. But as far as cases that I helped work up for trial while at the Fulton County DA's office, and RICO indictments that I worked up or was part of at the GBI Gang Task Force, as well as the Fulton County District Attorney, that's cumulative of that. Steele, I'm gaining your experience. It sounds like most of it, I'm using your words, is work experience that you use then to prosecute cases or understand how to prosecute cases or understand how to investigate cases. Is that fair to say? No, like I told Mr. Harvey, I have the training basis of it. What my experience and the experiences that I have been afforded are just kind of like a bonus that gives me more of an edge. And those are the experiences that we talked about already? Correct. The wiretap, listening to, Mr. Harvey calculated at like 8,000 calls for us, and thousands of jail calls, phone extractions. I mean, some of these phone extractions have information that you would never gather just speaking to somebody or learn in a training. So watching video visits from the jail have proven very interesting. Jail text messages, like I said, watching hours and hours of YouTube videos and documentations and listening to music and lyrics and things of that nature. And again, I worked on the YFN case, so kind of getting a full understanding of the conflict from both sides. So guys, you heard it here. You can watch YouTube videos and become an expert. Now, in this case, the Honorable Court probably knows, based upon the previous wiretap motion and your testimony today, you were deemed, or at least yourself, a lead investigator on part of this indictment that we have here that is going to trial. Correct. And you were not involved, I believe, in like, let's say 2015, 2016, 2017, but you got more involved more recently with Mr. Drinks, Mr. Bennett, and the like. And if I'm wrong, correct me. Now, like I said, in 2020, we had a flare-up between YFN and some of the Crips that are associated with YSL. It was an extremely violent summer. I worked that investigation. And then I know I worked some armed robberies related to this group with the armed robbery investigator and helped out with that. So there are several cases that I've had my hands on that aren't necessarily, and I'm not necessarily the lead investigator, but I've helped. The Georgia Gang Investigator Association? Yes, I think I said that right. Is that, if you know, is that something that's in most states? All states, do you know? I think most states have some form of gang invests. I think New Jersey does. I'm not sure of all the states that do. I know several states do, though, and they put on conferences and trainings. Do you know if it's any type of accreditation? Are you familiar with anything like that? That I'm not sure of. And can anybody go learn, or is it closed to law enforcement? I believe it's closed to law enforcement and prosecutors' offices. So it's completely chambered off. Is there any type of peer-reviewed articles that come out of this, or any type of resource that comes out of this that is then verified by other? I'm not sure. I know they provide certifications, the basic and intermediate certifications at these conferences and trainings, but other than that, I'm not sure. And you have a certificate, I believe you said, for the basic and intermediate, correct? And how do you get a basic? Well, let's take them separately if you don't mind, if they're different. Sure. But if they're the same, you can just say they're the same. No, they're different. Okay, basic and then do intermediate second. Basic is what it sounds like, basic introduction to gangs, identifiers, things of that nature. But how do you get it? Like what makes you, hey, Viverito. You sit for the course with the instructions, and at the end you take a practical. It's not a participation. You have to pass the test, the exam at the end. And is that exam something that the Honourable Mr. Harvey asked you about? Is that what you said you gave to the prosecutor? No, I think he was asking about my course that I teach. Mr. Steele, well, I would like to see it all, Your Honor. I don't know if there's any, Miss Love. Your Honor, the court, all being what? Mr. Steele, anything taught at these seminars that Investigator Viverito said that she has, testified she was certified. I don't know what goes on there. I would like to see the documents. The court, you may like to see it, but you may not be able to get it. It may be law enforcement sensitive, and it may fall into some other issues as to why it can't be disclosed. Has the state received any of this in discovery? Miss Love, no, Your Honor, we don't receive those materials. The court, Mr. Steele, they might. I'll tell you like I told Mr. Harvey, and I think you know this with experts. With experts, it's a different. If you then qualify them as an expert, then some of these materials under 704 would, in fact, be required to be turned over or made available. So it's not that I won't give them to you. It's just not now. And also, some of these materials may be, they may have some other issues with disclosure. So we'll kind of take that up as needed on that, okay? Mr. Steele, well, I'd like to see them, but I hear what you say. The court, and also the witness did not testify from those documents or refer to them before she came to testify or in court. So there's not a basis for me to require the state to at this point in time, turn them over to you. Mr. Steele, okay, I would like to see them because it was mentioned and certified. So you may not, you may strike it, but you may use that in your decision as to, in terms of what, sir, I'm sorry, in your decision as the gatekeeper. In terms of what specifically, I apologize. That's fine. To say Investigator Viverito does pass Daubert and therefore can testify. I don't really know. I hear what she says. I just would like to see the items. She's passed the test. She took a test and passed it and became basic. She's about to talk about intermediate. My question to the court is, that may be something that is very in-depth. That may be something that is not in-depth. And I would like to have the court educated on what we're talking about. The court, I think I'm okay, Mr. Steele, at this point in time. I don't think I need that in order for me to make a decision at this point. Mr. Steele, I understand. Okay. I understand what you said. It's over objection. So, Mr. Steele, intermediate, Viverito. Intermediate is the follow-up course after the basic course, and it gets a little bit more advanced. It gets into, it's been a minute since I've taken it, I guess, some case law. It gets into the gang statute, how to apply it, and at the end, again, you do a practical, and it's tougher than the basic one. And again, you have to pass the test at the end, and it will be on your post transcript as having passed the exam if you pass. The court. Can you hold on 1 second, Mr. Steele, before you posit the next question? All right, Mr. Steele, you can continue. May I have just 1 second, Your Honor? 1? Okay. Well, figurative. Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. Then Mr. Steele comes back. You talked about Detective Dennis, Detective Belknap, and Detective Underwood. Correct. Do you remember bringing their names up? And guys, just so you know, I don't see court. I still have it open in another tab. I don't see it live. Maybe I should refresh it just to, you know, sometimes things don't auto-start. Do you remember bringing their names up? Correct. And they have been at APD before you. Is that fair to say? Correct. And did you look at it like, this is the way I understand your testimony? You look at them almost like, these are my words, mentors. Correct, that is true. Mr. Steele, Your Honor, I don't have any other questions. Thank you, sir. Thank you, investigator. The witness, thank you, Mr. Steele. The court, before we take up any inquiry counsels, let's go ahead and take a comfort. Let's come back at 4:20. Don't discuss your testimony. They go into recess. They resummon Viverito. And then Mr. Bots. You guys, shout out to Mr. Bots. We don't get to see too much from Mr. Bots. I see. Can we get the Rule 22? I mean, it's 1 page. It's just revoking. They can't record video. They can't record within the courtroom. They can still sit in the courtroom, but if they want to be able to stream, they've got to go to the media pool. So I can pull that if you want, if you really want to see that page. But give me a second to, like, when court starts, I'll go do that as a multitask while you guys have the court on the screen. Shout out here to Mark Nicholas. Do you think anything will be mentioned about the judge, suggesting they mislead the jury? Free Quay. We don't know which Quay. I'm looking forward to any and all arguments. And I think I would be cautious on trying to poke the bear. I wouldn't want to piss Whitaker off, but I would say, you know, it's such a big mess that even you were kind of like losing sight of the big picture here. So that's a great example of how sometimes things can't be cured. You tried to say maybe there's a way. We might not be talking about anybody here. And then in that moment, you should have had the realization, Whitaker, that you can't cure that. You can't undo the harm. Because not for nothing, you know, I think it's a little bit problematic, if you ask me. They're going to come back and see that 1 Quay is gone. So, you know, the jury's now going to make an inference that, well, this stuff can't be related to any of the others. That was clearly the Quay that they were talking about, if the jury caught the hashtag that was read before they were sent out of the room. You know, maybe they don't know. Maybe they didn't even piece together why they were sent out. But, like, I don't know. I think there's a way to circle around this and point out how it demonstrates that there's an issue with being able to fix all of the mistakes. You just can't do it, especially when it keeps happening over and over and over. Eventually, you know that infomercial where the tank of water is leaking and they slap some Flex Seal on it or whatever it's called and it stops the water leak. There's only so many times you can do that before the tank's going to find a way to run out of water. Yeah, you might stop a leak, but by the time you've stopped enough, all the water's spurted out. So I think there's a way to tactfully do this in a way where you're not just firing shots angrily, but actually making it part of a cumulative error, cumulative harm type of argument. So that's where I predict. I think Doug Weinstein's going to take that route, and maybe some of the other attorneys, if we get any court motions arguments today. So we'll have to see, but I'm looking forward to this for sure. And thank you for the 5. Ike says, Miss Viverito, what is a YSL gang member's natural diet, and do they grow a winter coat during the cold season? Guys, the natural habitat is like the opening statement. It's like, you have Viverito, who's worked with the district attorney's office, who's now policing, right? 2 arms of the state. 2 arms of the state here. You've got your prosecutors, your police, right? And yeah, we know they work together enough, but now you've got them like circularly educating themselves. Oh, we're learning the case law so we know how they prosecute and how they can prosecute, and we can do our police work within those constraints. Oh, and then I was also working in the district attorney's office. It's just so circular. And then you have them both using language that treats Cleveland Avenue and the area surrounding it as a jungle, as a natural habitat. Like, think about how close-knit all the people that are supposed to be testifying independently. Because that's the argument. These gang experts, it's not cumulative. They all have their independent expertise. It's not cumulative to call 5 of them, 6 of them. But yet they're so aligned. They confer with each other weekly. It's not very independent at all how they come to any of their conclusions or perform any of their work. I think it's a huge problem. So yeah, Ike, this is honestly a great way to paint this picture. What's the natural diet? Your language, you're calling it a habitat. I would love to see a snarky question like this. I really would. You know, sometimes attorneys make the bold choice to say something slick. And like a moment like this, asking a question like this in response to a detective / expert witness on gangs calling, oh, I'm in the bushes with binoculars, because that's words she used earlier in the direct testimony of this Daubert hearing. She'd be in the bushes with binoculars. Now she's saying observing their natural habitat. Like, I would love to see an attorney just ask this question. Oh my gosh. My goodness. Let's see. All right, so thank you to Leo. Leo says, damn, I'm the GOAT. That's the username. Yeah, well, I agree. Thank you for the ping here. Kathy, update here. Lil Rod has left because of a toothache. I'm assuming they'll not be holding trial without one of the defendants. So there you go. But obviously they're still negotiating pleas, as we kind of discussed. So guys, I think this might be one of those days. Lil Rod does not have to be present for a plea colloquy, for a plea hearing. So that might still, court might start if somebody takes a plea and they want to talk about it. But there won't be all that. And then, there we go. I see, it looks like there might be some other rumors. I don't know about anything else. We'll come across that when we get there. But big, incredible shout out. And I hope you guys were showing some love while we were doing this reading. I'd be kind of locked in. Muckduck Inc. dropped 50 gifted subs. So hold on, I didn't realize I didn't have a banner. We've got to get Muckduck Inc. up in here. So not only growing the gang, incredibly generous, but also a Squeak sponsor. And I think an emoji combo here from Muckduck Inc. I think the best one would be like the Slimer and a duck. So thank you so much, Muckduck Inc. And I'm also seeing we have a birthday in the chat. We have Mr. Meme celebrating a birthday. Maybe that's why Muckduck Inc. is dropping gifts in here. Thank you so much. Happy birthday out here to Mr. Meme. Get some ducks in the chat. Yeah, and mallard ducks, you know, they've got the green on their head already. They've already got the slime feature. So, love that the YouTube duck happens to be a mallard with a little bit of green in the mix. Big, big shout out here to Muckduck Inc. Just incredibly generous. Oh, my bad. Muckduck Inc. says, ew, my duck got slimed. Well, I mean, you know, it's just like Nickelodeon, you know? The fun days of cartoons and game shows. Oh, we got a lot of birthdays. Okay. So Essence Stocks with Belle Louise also says, so happy birthday to Essence Stocks with Belle Louise. Happy birthday, Belle Louise. But also saying hi to Kat, the chat, the mods, and Slat. So lots of birthday balloons here. Yeah, my bad on day. Yeah, Nickelodeon is, you know, like the classic slime days. That is a way to date somebody now. That's you know. That was in a different millennium. Oh, man. Oh, boy. I mean, the silver lining, you guys, of court not starting. I was like, you know, I really want to continue this cross-examination, the rest of this Daubert hearing, this transcript with Marissa Viverito. I think it's just really telling, and she's supposed to be called to come tell us about this Shamel Drinks murder, which we were getting into. We were starting to approach those topics in the upcoming days, weeks, until we had a big break in the trial, you know. What else is new? But she's going to be coming up soon. I thought it was just really, really insightful. I think this was like Wednesday or something last week. I went and grabbed the transcript. I really ignored the first. She testified at first in December. It was real short, just her CV letter. And this is really the big hearing where she was qualified as a gang expert. But I dropped this transcript on X, and like everybody was like, oh, this is crazy. So I'm like, all right, we're going to read these 137 pages. So the silver lining of us not starting right here at noon is we might be able to get through this without just an abrupt break. Hopefully that's like a consolation prize for you guys waiting for court to start. Oh my goodness. So if a defendant isn't present, they cannot resume trial. They're not going to resume trial proceedings. However, if there was a plea colloquy, they could start court. So if you guys remember yesterday, they started up as soon as they were done with the plea, they shut it down. They said, we're adjourned. This proceeding's over. And the other defendants don't need to be there for somebody's plea colloquy. They can sit in if they want to as a member of the public, but, you know, so... Let's see. And Paw Eyes also love the dog picture. Very cute. Gifted 5 kattnotwilliams membership. So let's get you in the banner. That's very nice of you. And I don't know, is there an all-white dog emoji? I think they get like the puppy with the spot. And there's one that looks like a shepherd. So I think we could get some dog emojis. It just won't look like... it won't look like the right breed of dog. But it'll still be a dog emoji if we could show some love here. Thank you so much for gifting 5. Very cute. I love to see the pet pictures. And then right in line here, we have Angie Lay, another adorable dog, gifting a membership out here sprinkling. Thank you so much always, Angie, for your continued support. Right? Yeah, it was super cute. Oh, there is kind of one that's like gray here. At least it's showing that way on StreamYard. It looks close enough. Close enough. Very, very cute. Look at the pets here. Also, give a shout out here to Chloe Albert. All right, double checking. Oh, okay, and Coco, if you're in the chat, thank you so much. So there was an interview yesterday. I think it was yesterday. And it was like public, and then it wasn't public, and people were having trouble watching it because on YouTube it said this video is private. It was In the Know with Miss LJ Hall. She did an interview, and I'm not going to play it, you guys. You guys can hop out of the stream and watch it. Go support the creator that's doing it. But a 16-minute interview here with Harvey and Westmoreland. So I will be watching that on my own time. Excited to see that. But a lot of people, I think, I tried to watch it yesterday. I saw a lot of people on X saying, I can't watch it, it's down. It looks like it's public now. You guys can check it out. So shout out to In the Know with Miss LJ Hall for taking the time and getting to speak with Harvey and Miss Westmoreland and bringing it to us. So that link is in the chat there. Go over there and support the creator that's actually uploading the content. Not going to snipe it here. And thank you to Coco for tagging me in that. Because I was looking for that yesterday and it was down. And we will put this clip here. Thank you, Factual Lie. I think it's from this interview, maybe. This is where you guys are referencing the nose wipe with the... while wearing, like, the green tie. Look at him. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, is my... Hold on, wait. Did I mess up my banner? Yeah, I've got to get my count up. You know. Okay, so where are we? Holy moly, 100. We have more than 100 new slimes. So let me update this count, because clearly I don't count in real time with these banners. So we have 118 new slimes. Thanks in huge part to MuckDuck Inc. for dropping that 50. Yeah, and yeah, he's wiping his nose in that emoji. Yeah, Peter Ortiz, exactly this. Natural habitat, right? Like, sounds like Crocodile Hunter or Animal Planet. Like, is this like a Jane Goodall documentary? Like, what are we doing here? Like, just weird. And this is all following... It's a bit subtle, and of course it's a transcript, so I'm reading it without tone of voice, but there's been a few moments that to me seem very patting self on back. So, hee hoo-ha, I'm such a good expert. And then I'm the expert referring to things as somebody's natural habitat, Cleveland Avenue being like an exhibit for me to sit in the bushes with my binoculars. And I wish I haven't, what is it called? ODF or whatever, when you make a document searchable. This isn't searchable. I should have done that. I won't do it midstream because I don't feel like pulling up Adobe to do it. I wish I could jump to the part, if you guys didn't see it yesterday, where she says she hides in the bushes and watches with binoculars. Man. Like, just crazy. Yeah, seems to be profiling people, racially profiling people with the utmost confidence in her expertise, right? It's like, there's a part A here and a part B. Like, you're self-bolstering. like, I'm basically the Crocodile Hunter of Cleveland Avenue. Just a hot mess. If you're joining late, guys, on the screen, what we're talking about here is Marissa Viverito. So, one happy white girl says, hopefully none of the jurors grew up, live there now, or have family that are from that area. Right, like, get her on the stand and have her badger. Like, the whole neighborhood is so horrible. Everybody's so bad. Graffiti. Like, what if you just live there? And what if Steele asks her that question? So prong 6, criteria 6, if you're in the same area, but you're not really, like, if you were to decide, Miss Viverito, someone, a female, might be around one of these guys over there. They're now an associate just because they're over there, and we're seen with this person. You saw them on your binoculars in the bushes, stopping and saying hi to them when they walked by. They're friends, they know each other. And you're just going to decide now that that female, maybe a male, but that female is now an associate. It's just your discretion. There's no way to actually review this or establish that it's met enough of a criteria. You don't do on a scale of 1 to 10 type of measurement. Just wild all around. Thank you again for the support here, one happy white girl. But yeah, let yet another thing be tone deaf in this trial. Yet another thing. Miss Phil for Life says, thank you to whoever gifted me my first ever YouTube gift. Well, welcome to Being Green. And sometimes it's hard to tell if you didn't catch the message at the top of the screen when you got gifted. But thank you so much for saying thank you anyway, and for sending a 2 to the channel. Talia Glaze says, where was Little Rod yesterday? Do we know what happened to him? Possibly he was still having a toothache yesterday, you know? I don't know if you guys have ever, toothache sometimes You guys ever had a tooth that like hurt and then you thought maybe you were imagining it and then it goes away and you're like, oh, I was imagining it. And then like 2 weeks later or whatever, it comes back and you're like, oh, hopefully it's just an imagination again. And then a day goes by and another day goes by and you're like, oh gosh, oh no, I should have listened sooner. This is beyond repair. This is the worst. So sometimes it's just how toothaches can happen. So it might be possible if he's got a toothache today, he was already dealing with that yesterday. So, but he doesn't need to be there for a plea colloquy for somebody else. And Tess, Rockhound, I think we can see you if that's... Just want to make sure you're either talking about Tess, what Tess did Viverito take, because we were talking about that, but I see your comment if that's what you mean by test, just so you know. So. Oh my gosh, fingers crossed for you, Nana Banana. Everybody send good vibes. Went to bed with a toothache last night, and it felt fine this morning, but I'm sure it'll be back. Right, so if it's that point for Little Rod, that sucks. Oh my gosh, I can't imagine being in custody with a toothache. Oh my gosh. It was a wisdom tooth, and it came in fine. It was there forever, and then one day it hurt, and it just wouldn't go away. It kept getting worse. I had a whole headache. I just went to... This was in Rochester near Strong Memorial Hospital, so I think they have a dental program. I went to the hospital for it just to have them yank it. But they have a dental program. It was like $95 they yanked my tooth out. Oh my god, it felt so good. It felt so good. Never in my life would I wish tooth pain on anybody. Anybody. Especially when you are not in... You know, I had the freedom to get in my car and drive. It was like 5 minutes away. To just be like, please get it out of my mouth. So, oh my gosh, not having the ability to do that. Oh, yes, the face swelling. Okay. No more teeth topics. But yeah, to Lee, I think it was notable that he wasn't there. He didn't have to be there, but I'd imagine, probably a toothache lingering for multiple days. So, and you never know if they don't resolve that. It could be an issue if they want to have court tomorrow with the jury present. They can't just do that without him being able to attend. So hopefully for his sake and for court, they let him work something out. That sucks. That definitely sucks. Oh man. Oh wait, hold on. So Rambling Rose, I will have to research this. I feel really stupid. Okay, so on St. Patrick's Day in Rochester, there would be like, they'd call it the Paddy Wagon, and they would make it a joke like with the D for St. Patrick's Day. So I need to actually look at the reference here, because the point out, people would be like, oh, they got the Paddy Wagon ready to go. Because with St. Patrick's Day, you know, day drinking, stuff gets rowdy. And Paddy joking on it being St. Patrick's Day. They'd be arresting people later in the night when people were drunk and rowdy and call it the Paddy Wagon. So I don't actually know the history, but I can only imagine. So gotta put this on the radar here. And, you know, that language, when you see multiple officers / gang experts use it, and then the opening statement of the prosecutor in this place, I kind of get a visceral reaction. It's just like woven through the whole process. So let's see. Oh, okay. So it is actually the Irish here calling, oh my gosh. Okay. Because it would be pointed out, like, they're out here watching, like, you walk by, people would point out that they've got the extra space to round people up in, because they're expecting they're going to be looking for people that are going to be drunk at the end of an all-day St. Patrick's Day parade / going out. Because in Rochester, guys, Rochester does it really big for St. Patrick's Day. A lot of people come over from the Canadian border to go to Rochester for the holidays, for St. Patrick's Day, the parade. And it's like, you know, middle of the day, noon, daylight is shining through the clubs, but the clubs are open. Everybody's dressed in green. So I can totally picture that. All right. And then rumor The execs of YSL record label are in the courtroom. Interesting. That, to me, sounds like, if that's true, that sounds like a sentencing. You know? Some type of plea of support for sentencing. So, let's see. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Is the transcript blurry for you guys? Can you guys see the transcript? And yeah, corned beef. So yeah, but I don't know. And guys, my only speculation is because, and now we have Lil Rod not there either. But for them to not have canceled court, knowing that Lil Rod wouldn't be in attendance today and they're still having the media wait, to me it sounds like plea negotiations, whoever it may involve, are underway. So there you go. As far as other updates, I'm not going to say there isn't credible updates out there, but I have no way to verify or confirm them. So, with that being said, rumor is Cat doesn't sigh. Yeah, okay. They're going to call you out in 2 seconds real quick. We're all just old and squinting. I don't know. I can make it probably a little bigger. If we don't need the lines on the side, I can zoom in one more time. So we can continue with this. Let me take a sip. We're going to get some Mr. Bots. We're going to get some Mr. Bots. So shout out to Mr. Bots. So cross-examination, Daubert hearing, Marissa Viverito from October 2023. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Bots. You didn't hear anything on that tape about me supposed to be getting any money, did you? Wait, I gotta zoom out. Mr. Weinstein. Mr. Bots, could you speak into the microphone, please? Mr. Bots, you didn't hear anything on that tape about me supposed to be getting any money, did you? No, I just heard your client spends it elsewhere. Uh-oh, let me ask you something. You did supervise, either under the auspices of community service representative or probation officer, correct, Mr. Jackson? That's Mr. Stillwell, remember, Shannon Stillwell Jackson. Correct. And that was for an extended period of time, was it not? Pretty decent. I remember being familiar with him in 2013, and then when I came back, I think I supervised him again. For several years? Correct. And during that period of time, he would either report to you or you would go for a home visit, correct? Correct. And you would take a notepad or something with you, would you not, to memorialize whatever went on? No, not a notepad. The interactions, I have a pretty decent memory, and I would kind of just remember what we talked about. If it was something that was like extraordinary, I would kind of remember that. Also, my interactions with him were on body camera, I believe, most of them. So I would have to dock my body camera and label them so they were associated with him. So basically all you were doing was memorializing whether he reported or not. Well, no. The contents of the conversation will be noted in his case file. Well, that is memorializing. Yeah, but not just whether he reported or not. They were contents of what he was doing, his job status, whether he had been in contact with law enforcement, things of that nature. And you said that you also questioned him about gang affiliation or anything like that, and he was evasive? Not so much his gang affiliation, but things that were... It's been a long time since I have seen Mr. Jackson in that setting. I just know that any time I brought up or broached that subject, I didn't get anything out of him regarding the gang. He didn't want to. I knew what was going on because I would listen to jail calls and see that he was involved in what he was involved in from police reports, things of that nature, but he did not want to discuss those things with me. Okay, and was that memorialized, if he denied this or denied that? It would say, a typical case note would say, I met with the defendant or supervisee at this location. I would talk about employment status, any special conditions, and whether he advised he had contact with law enforcement or not. Okay, but basically, evasive means that he did not cooperate. He didn't admit anything that you asked him. Is that what that means? No, I would have to supplement my supervision of him with jail calls and police reports and things of that nature, and social media, to kind of just get a full picture of what Mr. Jackson had going on. And you would put all of that in the file, correct? If it rose to the level of a revocation, yes. Well, you would have to put it in the file in order for it to rise to the level of right. If it was something where he had a new criminal offense or was involved in an incident report, I would notate that in the file or upload it to the file. Okay, and as a matter of fact, you did take out a warrant on him 1 or more times, correct? More than once, yes. And let me ask you, are those files still available? Do you have those? I haven't worked for that agency since 2021, so I have, no. I don't know what their retention policy is. I don't have access to any of that. So this is October 2023, and she doesn't know what happened since 2021. But you haven't asked for it then, correct? I have not, no. Let me just ask you one other thing as a want-to-be expert on gangs. Bots! How do you get out of one? You know, everything about how to get into one. But how do you know when somebody gets out of a gang? As an expert on gangs, you can get out of it. You can walk away from the gang. You can get, I mean, it's been done before. I've seen it happen. So it's rare? Is that what you're saying? It's rare. So once you're in there for life? Not necessarily. I mean, I spoke with Mr. Steele at length on Friday, or for a little bit on Friday, and he explained about, so you're getting your research from the defense attorneys. Go ahead. Mr. Steele explained how Mr. Crittenden has turned his life around and gotten out of a gang and goes on tour with him and educates the youth about the dangers of gang violence and how to get out of a gang and the pitfalls of gang violence. So I wouldn't say it's impossible. I've afforded Mr. Jackson several opportunities to do the right thing, and he just jobs, things of that nature. And he just didn't want to do it, was not interested. Do you guys see that the one time she learns about something good-natured about somebody, where she's not observing someone in a habitat expecting the worst behavior possible? Who is the one mentoring her and teaching her? Everything else she learns from somebody that's part of the DA's office or part of the prosecution team or part of the police. APD. The one time she learns something that seems starkly different from everything else she's learned and is an expert in, where is she learning it? She's learning it from these things that aren't taught in the trainings, aren't included in the courses, aren't part of her daily, weekly check-ins, aren't part of her mentorship. She goes outside her bubble for 2 seconds and learns something riveting. That, hey, people can get out of gangs and turn their life around. Like, this is a small little thing here, but this is pretty, there's like layers here. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. But you couldn't advise somebody how to get out, though. You can't remove tattoos. You could remove tattoos. Where you can't see them at all? Pretty much, yes. You can go get laser. At one point in time, I think we may have had a partner that was volunteering to do it for free. One thing about me, can you imagine sitting there at the table getting a free tattoo removal and they're like, so what did your gang used to do? Tell me about it. Start snitching. Like, one thing about me, when I supervise people, I would ask friends of mine to hire these people. I would buy people clothes out of my own pocket to go to job interviews. I would get cards from people saying, thank you for talking to me like a civilian and not a criminal. All right, so maybe she was out here trying to not treat everybody as an exhibit. Maybe this is self-touting, because this is the first time she's mentioned it, right where she probably sees where Bots is trying to get at. This is the only time she's mentioned it, and there's been several times throughout this direct and cross where she's been asked something to the effect of, anything else that we haven't already let Judge Glanville hear about that you'd like to share, that goes to what you do in your work. She never volunteers this until Bots asks. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Does this make you feel positively? On face value, this sounds like great. I would like for investigators to be able to see some humanity and not just lock on target and try to strike and pray, right? It could be good to have some balance like this at face value. But do I really believe that this is Marissa Viverito's actual way that she does her work? She hasn't mentioned it yet? I don't know. So I've even gotten people gang members placed in apprenticeships where they learn a trade and can get an LLC. So if you're motivated enough, you can Yeah, you can start a record label and then the state can use that record label against you as, I know, because we've seen in movies or other instances where someone used it as a front. But that's up to you. I can't help you if you want to stand on Cleveland Avenue all day. I can't. There's nothing I can do. The person has to want to change. And I agree, right? There's some truth here. There is some truth here that somebody has to want to change. But I also feel like this is very self-touting. Self-touting here. All right, so basically there is no set of rules that you look at that determines or can determine whether somebody is no longer affiliated with what you call a gang. No, there is. I would use the criteria I spoke about, the 6-point criteria. And at this point in time, even from the Fulton County Jail, Mr. Jackson is still a willing participant in the gang. Well, I'm not just talking about him, I'm talking about any of them. Yeah, I would use the criteria that I spoke about. And are you saying, and this is a good example of what we just saw, where she would flip-flop between gang expert testimony and fact witness testimony. So if Love is doing her questioning when she's on the stand in front of a jury, this is a situation where you see that she kind of just went rogue when someone asked her a broad question about her expertise and jumped and made a conclusion of fact about Shannon Stillwell. Mr. Jackson is still a willing participant in the gang. She's concluding that he's part of the gang and that he's willing. This goes to like the element. This is mens rea right here. And this is the issue. You get these experts on the stand that have also investigated on the case, and the state has no problem. This is not in front of the jury for a Daubert hearing, this particular Daubert hearing. They've done Daubert in front of the jury as an oopsie before. But the state seems to be fine when their expert/fact witness blurs the line because they want someone to blurt out in front of the jury, yes, the conclusion. We've corroborated, we've verified that Shannon Stillwell, Mr. Jackson, is still a willing participant in the gang. Knowingly. Kenzo, we are reading the Daubert hearing transcript of Marissa Viverito, who's supposed to be called soon. So it's interesting. It's an interesting read. So, well, I'm not just talking about him, I'm talking about any of them. Viverito, yeah, I would use the criteria that I spoke about. And are you saying that you only know one, Mr. Crittenton, that fulfilled that criteria? Miss Love, Your Honor, I'll object to that as mischaracterization. And I bet she'll pick up, right? If Viverito wasn't catching how she should answer that, this is a hint. The court, I'll sustain the objection. The witness, no, I'm saying that's an example of one. I'm not going to air out people's personal business on the stand that have nothing to do with this case that have gotten away from this. Mr. Botts, I have no further questions, Your Honor. The court, okay. Mr. Weinstein, no questions, Your Honor. Mr. Matthews, no questions. Mr. Williams, no questions. Mr. Partridge, I don't have anything to add. Anybody else I missed? All right. Redirect. Just briefly, Judge. Thank you. Investigator Viverito, you were asked by Mr. Steele whether any of the interviews that you conducted with defendants in this case gave you direct information related to YSL. Do you recall that? I do. Are you trained to look at other sources to determine the veracity of statements given to you by purported gang members? I am. What are the other sources that you were trained to look for? I'll speak to other investigators that may have experience with the person. Like I said, I'll go to jail calls. Like, for example, on the wiretap when I met with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Jackson on the scene when they were victims and asked them what happened and who would want to hurt them or something of that nature. They immediately got on the wiretap and laughed about lying to me. That will add to the claims. I'll look at phone extractions to see if that validates, confirms, or denies things depending on what I have available to me, but I try and exhaust any available methods I have. And is it unusual that purported gang members decline to be fully forthcoming or truthful during your interviews with them? Absolutely not. Okay, are you in any way, where is it that you received the training to look for other ways to corroborate statements made by purported gang members? It's a combination of the training I received over years of all the resources available to you because gang cases, traditionally, you don't really have a cooperating witness because of the fear of cooperation or the fear of being exposed or harmed. Yeah, unless they have a plea. So I kind of operate every case that I have as if I don't have a cooperating witness. It's a luxury. So it's a combination of the training I received and my personal experience or my work experience in this case. And hold on to this. Hold on to this. how difficult it is for someone to cooperate and actually tell you the truth. So it's a combination of the training I received and my personal experience, or my work experience in this case. Is it ever the case that social media allows you to corroborate or dispel statements made to you by purported gang members? It does, that is correct. And what are some of the platforms you've been able to utilize to enhance or increase your knowledge on YSL in this case? Facebook is very, I don't want to say outdated, but not used as much. Instagram is probably the most popular one currently, and Twitter. And are you trained, or does your training and experience give you insight into how gang members or purported gang members use social media to reach out to others or advertise what they do? Yeah, they will use it. No longer are you seeing standing on the block. They'll use it to claim territory. They'll use it to brag about affiliations, to threaten and incite rival gang members. They will use it to show how violent they are, the power that they wield, the money that they have. They will use it to post their music that may be used to antagonize people. It can be used for a variety of things when it comes to the gang world. You were asked by Mr. Steele specifically as it relates to YSL and your insight that you have gained into the goings-on and the business conducted by YSL in this case. Have you been able to use social media to enhance your knowledge regarding the activities of YSL and its rivals in this case? I have. Would you explain some of the ways that has been the case? Mr. Harvey, Judge, I think this was gone into on direct examination, the use of social media. The court, yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. I think that you're replowing ground that we've covered already. Yes, Your Honor. Miss Love, you were asked by Mr. Steele how it was that the interviews you conducted gave you insight into YSL when, as you've testified, the participants in the interview were not fully forthcoming, and your response was that you pick up on things other people can't. Do you recall that? I do. Would you explain what you meant by that? Just being evasive and being not forthcoming when I know the answer. Just being evasive and being not forthcoming when I know the answer shows me that there is something to hide. So usually when I ask the question, I'm going to know the answer ahead of time. And showing that you are not forthcoming leads me to believe there is something more there, or you have a reason to not be truthful. And you were asked with respect to Mr. Steele about the sources of the information that you were using to gain insight into YSL. Did any of those sources, including video interviews online, perhaps on YouTube, or particular defendants in this case? Yes, several. And were you able to hear from the defendants' own mouths information on those interviews that perhaps they didn't or wouldn't have given to you in person? Mr. Harvey, again, the same thing. We went into the court. What is the basis for the objection, sir? Already asked and answered. I'll sustain the question. Ms. Love, are you able to tell the court whether there is any one place that you were able to gain more information than any other as it pertains to the insight and the knowledge that you have on YSL and its activities? I would say it would have to be between recorded phone calls and phone extractions. And since you have already talked about the amount, I'll say that is all. Ms. Love, thank you, Judge. The court, anything further, Mr. Steele or Mr. Harvey? No. All right. May we permanently or temporarily excuse Mr. Investigator Viverito for purposes of the motion? Yes, Your Honor. Permanently or temporarily? I believe permanently. Your Honor, I thought that you said there was possibly more information coming. I don't want to do permanent. The court, just for the motion. Mr. Steele, yeah, that's the court. Whether or not I decide to use that information or that's relevant may come later, but I think I can make a threshold ruling. Miss Love, so I would like it temporarily because, she'll be subject to being recalled again. Madam, I'm going to temporarily excuse you for purposes of these proceedings, and we may call you again. Thank you, Your Honor. So don't discuss your testimony. Then they have a argument that's not transcribed, and then they call Investigator Viverito back in. So, all right, sworn back in just to make sure. We need to recall you briefly. We've got like 20 more pages, though. Miss Love, go right ahead, madam. Miss Love, thank you, Judge. Investigator Viverito, you spoke earlier today about the methods that you use to obtain information and the sources from which you gained insight into various criminal street gangs. Do you recall that? So this gives us insight. What happened at the sidebar? We suddenly need more before we can finish up this motion to qualify her as an expert witness. So what does Love have to come in here and establish? So, I do. And did those methods and sources include, Mr. Harvey? I thought that we were going to limit it to the opinions, not whether the court. I'm going to overrule the objection, sir. Thank you. Miss Love, thank you. Did those methods and sources include listening to Mr. Steele leading Court, sustained. Just rephrase it. Yes, Your Honor. What were those methods and sources that you used to gain information regarding criminal street gangs? Physical surveillance in the actual environment where the gangs operate, listening to recorded jail calls as well, thousands of wiretap jail calls, conducting interviews, dialoguing with other investigators who are well-versed in whatever gang I'm investigating, reading police reports, looking at social media, looking at tattoos, reviewing phone extractions. There were several different methods. And did those methods include talking to friends and family members of purported street gang members? Correct. Friends and family members, as well as residents of the community where these gang members operate. Do they include looking at the words of the defendants themselves in conjunction with those other sources? Objection. Basis. What words? It's vague. Harvey. And what defendants? The Court. I'm going to sustain as to form. You can rephrase, madam. Yes, Your Honor. Love. You described during your cross-examination by Mr. Steele and others that you have interviewed defendants in this case personally. Correct. And based on the content of those interviews and the content of the interviews that you've observed, conducted by other investigators and online vloggers, when taken in conjunction with the sources that you described, were you able to form an opinion in this case regarding whether or not YSL is properly classified as a criminal street gang? Yes. And based on the sources that you've identified and the methodology, were you able to identify common gang identifiers, language, hand signs, dress codes, and others that are utilized by YSL? Yes. And in your opinion, based on your education, training, experience, and the sources that you've cited for the Court, is YSL properly classified as a criminal street gang? It is. Mr. Steele, I don't believe that would assist the jury. The Court, I'm going to make that decision, okay? Miss Love, were you able to, through these various sources, form opinions regarding terminology used by YSL members? Yes. Mr. Steele, vague. What terminology are we talking about? Court, I'll sustain as to form. Yes, Your Honor. Why don't you rephrase that? Yes, Your Honor. Were you able to, based on these methods and based on these sources, form an opinion about whether the defendants charged in this case and that remain on trial here today are members of the criminal street gang called YSL or Young Slime Life? Steele, same objection, Your Honor. This is not hard. The evidence comes out, whatever, tattoos, logos, hand signs. Jurors don't need that extra step. None of this is beyond the ken of the jury, so I object. Miss Love, Your Honor, the jury has, if the Court will allow me just one moment. Yes, ma'am. So I take a moment, and then Love asks, Investigator Viverito, in your experience, is YSL used only and known only to the public as a criminal street gang, or are there other things that YSL would be used for? It could be known as the Young Stoner Life record label, but there's a differentiation between the gang and the record label. And there's a cologne that goes by the moniker. There's a cologne, there's purses, there's a brand, a whole luxury brand as well. And is the general public, based on your experience and knowledge and background. So this is why. Why do we need an expert to testify to this? Well, because the general public might only know about the record label or the luxury clothing brand. Is the general public versed in what it is that goes into making or qualifying YSL in this particular case and distinguishing it from Young Stoner Life? For instance, Yves Saint Laurent, for instance. Mr. Steele, that is beyond the scope of this witness's capability. The Court may be able to answer that question. Miss Love, Your Honor, I believe that the inquiry for the witness, the Court, it's whether or not it'll be helpful to the jury, so I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Steele. Miss Love, thank you. You may answer it. No. For example, my parents would not be able to tell you what the difference is between them. It might take more explaining by someone that's knowledgeable on the topic. And is the information you've been able to obtain through the sources that you described for the Court and the methods you described for the Court, are all of those sources and methods available to the general public in order to aid and help them make that distinction? So they teach this course. No, not at all. They teach this course that only the cops can attend. And then they say, well, because we attended and we teach ourselves and the general public isn't allowed to hear it, nobody else could understand these things that we talk about behind these closed doors. So, based on your training, experience, and background, in YSL and gang investigations, is there terminology that is used that you have observed used by members of YSL that when taken literally don't accurately convey what the intended? Mr. Harvey, let me object to the form of the question, please. The Court, I'll sustain the question as to form. You can rephrase it. Miss Love, thank you. During your time in training with gangs and specifically YSL, Have you learned of phrases that may be used by YSL or other gangs? For instance, get an autograph for the gang. This is going to the YFN Lucci thing. Mr. Harvey, let me object to the for instance, and let me object to the other gangs. We're here to hear her opinion about this case. The court. But she's got to get into that, Mr. Harvey. Okay, so I'm going to overrule your objection, sir. Mr. Steele, I also object to the form of the question on training in YSL. I asked that specific question, and the answer was there was none on YSL specifically, so I object to the form. Glanville, I'll sustain as to the form of the question. Go ahead and rephrase that, madam. Does your training and your experience through these particular sources give you any particular knowledge regarding the language used by gang members, and YSL in particular, that the jury, generally, the general public, does not have? Yes. One good example of that would be cell phone extractions, where you can see how these members communicate with each other on a daily basis and the ways that they communicate, the terms that they use to communicate with each other. And based on these sources, were you able to form an opinion about whether or not the crimes alleged in this indictment would have been committed in furtherance of the criminal street gang YSL? Yes. Mr. Harvey, I'm going to object to that. That is beyond the purview of, that is precisely what the jury gets to determine. This witness can't determine that and cannot testify to that. Mr. Steele, I would object to that. That is not beyond the ken of the jury. Mr. Harvey, that's what this trial is all about. The court. Well, her opinion, actually, she can testify about the ultimate issue. It's only when you're dealing with other subject areas that would be impermissible. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Now, this is where I would love some of the legally inclined in the chat. Dealing with ultimate issue, guys, when we did a top-level summary when we read the first part of this. We're going to rely on Wikipedia. This relates to when expert witnesses are testifying in a trial. So an ultimate issue in criminal law is a legal issue at stake in the prosecution of a crime for which an expert witness is providing testimony. They gave this example. If the issue is the defendant's mental state at the time of the offense, the ultimate issue would be the defendant's sanity or insanity during the commission of the crime. In the past, expert witnesses were allowed to give testimony. Oh, I'm not on the screen, sorry. In the past, experts, sorry about the screen, they used to be allowed to give testimony on ultimate issues, such as the applicability of the insanity defense to a particular defendant. However, after the 1982 trial of John Hinckley Jr., the federal rules of evidence were changed. Now in the United States, federal courts and some states have rules of evidence that specifically rule out legal conclusions drawn by expert witnesses in their testimony. However, a large amount of judicial discretion is allowed in how this rule is applied, resulting in an uneven application of rules across jurisdictions. Now, they give a little bit here that I think is important, and then we'll get back to the transcript and we'll see the back and forth on, Rule 704 between Harvey, Steele, and Glanville. The federal rules do not say what falls within the definition of an ultimate issue. However, a long history of case law on the subject suggests that an expert witness runs afoul if he uses the same words with legal meaning, that will ultimately be presented to the jury. One court excluded a psychologist's evidence on the credibility of a prosecution's witness on the grounds that it amounted to an ultimate opinion, meaning that it was an opinion that could only be properly reached by a jury. The expert witness testimony is confined to giving an opinion on whether, and the wording is going to be important here, on whether the defendant had a serious mental disorder at the time of the offense. So with this example of a psychologist, the psychologist can, give an opinion they had a serious disorder, right? Individually, the facts of this case, I think this person on trial had this disorder at the time of the offense. But then when it comes terms to applying it to everything going on, they can only explain the symptoms and characteristics of the diagnosis that they're saying the person has, right? So follow me here, including other testimony regarding the defendant's mental status, mens rea, and motivation. But the expert witness cannot make a statement addressing the issue of whether the legal test for insanity has been met. So they might be able to say like, hey, there are certain things or behaviors or symptoms that would be characteristic with this diagnosis, and I'm giving you my opinion that this person was suffering from this mental disorder at the time. What I can't do is conclude to the jury that unequivocally I've made the determination what their motivation, their intent, their mens rea, their mental status was during the time of this crime that they allegedly committed. You cannot do that. That is left to the judge and the jury. So bench trial versus jury trial. The restriction of expert opinion on ultimate issues includes any testimony on the criminal elements, including testimony that would bear on the mental state of the defendant, relevant to ultimate legal decisions to be decided by the triers of fact. So we kind of tried to give that context before we did the reading yesterday. I think it's important to do that now because we're going to see the judge and the defense attorneys go back and forth saying, well, you're saying the judge is trying to say the ultimate issue is this one thing. The defendants are going to say, well, an expert cannot get into certain things as the ultimate issue. They can't testify to that. So, court is live. Hold on, let me refresh it. Are you guys on like 11 Alive or something? Okay, 11 Alive is just on their thing. Where are you guys watching? Okay, I mean, I'll switch to this because it's already, like, technically up, but they're not on anything, so there you go. And we will, as soon as there's noise, we'll flip over to there. So, looks like they are going for a 1 p.m. start time. So we'll do a little bit here, and as soon as I hear noise, we'll toggle over. So Glanville's saying, well, her opinion, well, actually, she can testify about the ultimate issue. It's only when you're dealing with other subject areas that would be impermissible. So I'm going to overrule the objection. So he's saying here that the only time she couldn't testify is if it's other subject matter that she's not an expert in. He's not even addressing mental state, mens rea, intent, motivation. Mr. Matthews Sr., Your Honor, under 704, I think they can testify as it relates to what that mental state is. The court, no, you can't testify about mental state. Mr. Matthews, correct. Glanville, but you can testify about other things that reach the ultimate issue. So this is Glanville really pushing his judicial discretion, in my opinion, from my layperson understanding. Mr. Steele, but that's what, I agree with Mr. Matthews. The court, but 704 allows you to do that, so I'm going to overrule the objection. Mr. Steele, this is a willful and knowing mental state. The court, no, it's not. Mr. Steele, oh, yes, it is. The court, that's different, Mr. Steele. No, this is a conspiracy. The court, no, this is an issue of proof. Mental health is specifically, or mental status is specifically mentioned in 704, that experts cannot testify to. Mr. Steele, it's not. The court, so I disagree with you about that. We're just going to have to disagree for the purposes of the record. Mr. Steele, you can't. Respectfully, this honorable court can't allow anybody to say what is inside Mr. Williams' head. The court, no, she's not testifying to that. Mr. Steele, that was the question. The court, no, she's testifying about whether or not it's in the ken of the average person. And ultimately, whether or not a gang has been sufficiently proven under statute is the jury's determination. I'm going to charge them on that, and they are going to make a finding on that. But whether or not they accept her testimony on that is a totally separate thing. They may decide, no, we're not going to, and decide there's a failure of proof. But they may also decide, based upon what's testified to in this case, that the states met that particular definition. Mr. Steele, right, but by nature, by animal, by statute, criminal street gang is 3 or more people. It's a conspiracy. You can't join a conspiracy except with willful and knowledge of what the conspiracy is about. What Mr. Matthews said is exactly right. This gets into the mindset, the mental state. The court, no, I disagree about that. Those are all exigencies of whether or not you have proof that a criminal street gang exists and whether or not it's met by statute. So we're going to disagree about that, okay? I'll allow her to testify about that for the purpose of this hearing. By Miss Love. And so were you able to form an opinion about whether the crimes alleged in this indictment were done in furtherance of the criminal street gang, Young Slime Life? Yes. And what is that opinion? That the crimes alleged in the indictment were used to further the criminal street gang, Young Slime Life. When the answer that you want's in the question, she just repeated it. Miss Love. One moment, Judge. Yes, ma'am. Miss Love, I think that is all I have for now. The court. Mr. Harvey, anything else, sir? I have nothing else. Mr. Steele, anything else? Yes, so here's some recross. Good evening. The time has passed. Good evening. Thank you for returning. I would like to know exactly how you conclude, and I'm speaking first of Mr. Williams, how Mr. Williams furthered a supposed YSL gang activity. Miss Love, Your Honor. Now look at this. Look at this. Look at what Steele is blocked from actually crossing on. The state got to elicit the direct testimony over objection. So Steele's trying to probe. I would like to know exactly how you conclude, and I'm speaking first of Mr. Williams, how Mr. Williams furthered a supposed YSL gang activity. Miss Love, Your Honor, I'm going to object because that was not court basis. As to the form, it presupposes something that has not been inquired about specifically. We spoke about the crimes alleged in this indictment. Mr. Steele, well, that is what I'm asking. Then I'll ask about the indictment offenses. The court, I'm going to sustain it as to your client as of yet, Mr. Steele. You can ask general questions if you would like in regard to what she's testified to. By Mr. Steele, I'd like you to explain that answer you gave at the very end of your redirect with Miss Love. Okay, explain how you get. I'm going to start with Mr. Williams. We're going to go through everybody. How his conduct furthered what you said is a criminal street gang, YSL. The court, we can't go into that right now. I mean, that is the whole purpose of Mr. Steele. I want to get into the methodology. The court is the predicate. We qualify her. Then you get into all of that in front of the jury. Mr. Steele, I'm supposed to know that already. The court, say again? Mr. Steele, I'm supposed to have that information already. And then the witness Investigator Viverito just testified to that. I have every right to know what is her opinion, what are the specifics, and how did you get there? That is the whole point of this exercise. Otherwise, we have the same thing that we had before. The court, remember, I'm supposed to do the gatekeeping function right now. We're not here to try whether or not what was specifically the basis for opinion in the sense of whether or not the jury accepts it or not. This is just a gatekeeping function. Mr. Steele, yeah, but it's the reliability factor and qualifications, and then you merge them together with the opinion. Now, I'm asking the court, there is nothing in any of these cases, Mr. Steele, that you have proffered to me and the state proffered to me that I have to know the opinion at this point in time. Mr. Steele, if you don't know the opinion, how do you know the methodology was applied correctly? Miss Love, Your Honor. The court, hold on. Investigator Viverito, can you step out just where Deputy Ingram is for a second? Yes, Your Honor. So Viverito exits. The court, Mr. Steele, I can tell you that the case law that I looked at already, to include the Golden Peanut case that you all mentioned to me, Justice McMillian, indicates in her opinion that the burden is on the proponent, the state. They don't have to prove that it's scientifically correct, but by a preponderance of the evidence, it's reliable. So, based upon what I heard so far, I make a reliability determination based on those factors. I don't need an opinion at this point. Mr. Steele, but the whole point is we need to know her opinion, so we heard her opinion, Mr. Steele, and I'm entitled to ask questions. That is the whole point of the adversarial system. The court, I get it, Mr. Steele. I know you get it. The court, I get it. I really do get that. But I'm telling you at this point in time, I think we have gone through enough for me to make that threshold. What you are doing at this point in time is making further inquiry into issues that I believe are going to be testified to at trial. I mean, I know I have to make a reliability determination at this point in time, and Mr. Steele, I want to challenge now what is the basis for that statement that YSL is a criminal street gang, and this indictment furthers the gang activities. I don't have any idea how you get there except yes. And for the reason for her becoming an expert, allegedly, is how do gangs work and how does YSL work? What does she mean? She's almighty now on earth? She's going to be able to testify as to Mr. Williams' mental state? Because that's what this is. The court. No, I really wish you would, look, There's zealous advocacy, and then there's contortion, okay? You're contorting at this point in time. That is not what the law says about conspiracy. Mr. Steele, it's so what the law says. What are you? Conspiracy is a willful and knowing mental state. The court, that's for a jury to determine whether or not the statutory definition of a conspiracy is met. 704 experts can testify about the ultimate issue, except for mental health defenses and the ultimate. And it's like he's reciting this, but he doesn't get it. Mr. Steele, it doesn't say mental health, it says mental state. The court, yes, as to other things. So whether or not they're involved in a gang, it has a statutory definition. It's not a mental state. A gang is a conspiracy by law. You can't enter a gang without the mental state. The court, we're not asking her opinion about the mental status of Mr. Williams or any other accused. Mr. Steele, that was the last question to her. Did these people in the gang do this conduct in the indictment that furthered the criminal street gang's activity? Those are all mental states. I'm asking her how could you ever make that statement? This is outrageous, her testimony. Mr. Williams Sr., unintelligible. Court reporter, I can't hear you. The court, we can't hear you, Mr. Matthews. Mr. Matthews Sr., the fact, Your Honor, that the witness is testifying that the person furthered, in other words, I did this to further, to enhance my place in the gang, to enhance my power, to enhance my reputation. Furtherance. My mindset was that I'm going to do this because. So that is furtherance. That is the mental state that 704 says you can't do. The court. Mr. Matthews, we're going to disagree about that, okay? So thank you very much. Anything further state on this issue before I decide whether or not I'm going to sustain this objection? Ms. Love. No, Your Honor. I think that not unless it's necessary. I can ask further. Mr. Weinstein. Ms. Love, please use the microphone. Please. Ms. Love, Your Honor, of course the court has the authority to make further inquiries of the witness itself, and I can further make further inquiries with more specifications. But as to the question posed by Mr. Steele, how do you know this person did this? That is not the inquiry that the state made of the witness, and that is not, I don't believe it's proper inquiry to be made at this point. But I can further examine the witness as it relates to her observations on colors, signs, monikers. But I think that she already testified about that. The court. I'm going to sustain the objection, Mr. Steele. I believe she's testified about the methodologies and how she's come to that that she's followed that. But whether or not, and I have to make some certain findings, but whether or not the basis for her opinion, Mr. Steele, Your Honor, the court, hold up. The court, Mr. Steele, I'm going to let you ask your questions, okay? I'll let you ask your questions. So let's recall Mr. Viverito, please. Miss Viverito, please. Investigator Viverito. Mr. Steele, Your Honor, I'm also going to have a 403 argument, too, about the need, because there's so many. The court, about the what? I'm sorry. Mr. Steele, the need. How many gang experts do we need? The court, I think you mentioned that already. That is a separate issue that I'll take up independently. Let me get through this first. So, Viverito gets back in there. Good evening. Good evening again, Mr. Steele. Please, with specificity, explain how, and I'm going to use everybody, but Mr. Williams furthered supposed YSL gang activity. What are you relying on? What information and methodology? I mean, looking through phone extractions, you see him dialoguing with Mr. Huey at some point, telling him, if you don't do something, somebody is going to die. Mr. Williams is the leader of the gang, so it's his responsibility that everybody in the gang works for him. Well, okay, I mean, that wasn't very Viverito. I mean, there are several incidents in this indictment, so I'm not sure which one you're referring to. I mean, you can see when Mr. Eppinger is trying to stab Mr. Bennett in the jail, he's seeking the approval of Mr. Williams. He's seeking money from Mr. Williams. If that money is not being given, there is no expectation of that money being given. That crime doesn't happen. If you see when Mr. Myrick is trying to stab Mr. Bennett, it's he's under the impression, whether Mr. Williams is contacted or not, that Mr. Williams was given, that he was going to get paid. You can see that in the evidence. I mean, I don't know. Every time an incident happens with YFN, we break for impact from YSL. It's back and forth, back and forth. It's a ping pong game. You sit there and you wait for it to happen. It happened in 2015, it happened in 2020, and now it's happening again with the stabbing of Mr. Bennett. It's just an instant ping pong back and forth between the two gangs to further the violent reputation of the gang. You said Mr. Williams is the leader of the YSL gang or something to that effect? Correct. What are you basing that on? Mr. Williams has proclaimed himself the founder of this gang. There's YouTube videos of him on a private jet saying, I'm the founder of, pardon my French, I'm the founder of this shit, or something like that. Again, this is off the cuff because I didn't expect this. But he's bragged about being the founder. He's bragged about being the leader. I mean, he's directing traffic in the Instagram DM when he says, "Why haven't you all beat him up or shot him yet?" Or he says, "Do this or somebody's going to die." And Mr. Huey responds to him at one point and says, "Are you trying to have something done to me? Tell me now. Like, let me know if you're trying to have something done to me." And now, this "do this or something is going to die" is apparently when Huey, like, robbed somebody and needed to give someone the stuff back. What's his name? The producer. So, an associate of Jeffrey Williams and YSL. Huey allegedly robs this person. Jeffrey Williams says, give him his stuff back. But this "why haven't you all beat him up or shot him yet?" This quote is not a correct quote. This is from a group text, and it's talking about a Floyd Mayweather fight. I forget what witness we had on the stand. I think it was Mooktunk, where they read that as well as the little Uzi, the 24 million on his head group texts that they swore, and they brought it up at the bond hearings, that this is Jeffrey Williams being the gang leader. That's what we've got. That's what we've got. So, and Mr. Huey responds to him at one point and says, "Are you trying to have something done to me? Tell me now. Like, let me know if you're trying to have something done to me." So somebody that wields that kind of power is in a leadership role. They call him King Slime. I mean, I don't know how else to break that down. And this is all in your opinion, based upon reading the discovery in this case, or what I call discovery in this case, Viverito. I mean, it's several factors. I watched countless hours of interviews and YouTube videos, and I have spoken with people who on Cleveland Avenue will say, yes, that is the people who have lived out there for years. People who've lived near the 2830 Waters Road trap house will explain how Mr. Williams comes out there, and he's out there at the trap house all the time checking on the house. I mean, I don't know what else to do. That comes from law enforcement, and I know Mr. Williams is laughing and thinks this is funny, but that comes from law enforcement officers, and that comes from the neighbors at the location that Mr. Williams is there. I have pictures of Mr. Williams at a YSL trap house days before it gets shot up at Waters Road, so I don't know how we're not saying how he's the leader. So, I guess, what training did you need to do any of that? Well, you just told this Honorable Judge Glanville. The court, she already testified to her training. I have her CV and have a lot of testimony about what she's undergone. Mr. Steele, this is all just your personal work on this case? No, you keep saying that, Mr. Steele. I have great respect for you, but you keep saying that, and I keep saying to you, it is my training coupled with my experience. Tell me about the training on this case. My training on gangs in general, and how leadership in the gangs can run things and demand respect from the members of the gang, and will pay members of the gang to do things and things of that nature. That's what's occurring here. Am I on mute? Hold on. Can you guys hear me? Okay. All right. I think we need to, well, thank you for telling Crystal to refresh, because I don't think she'd hear me saying it. So thank you guys in the chat. My training on gangs in general and how leadership in the gangs can run things and demand respect from the members of the gang, and will pay members of the gang to do things and things of that nature. That's what's occurring here. Anything else about Mr. Williams to add to your answer before that he does things, and I know you said YSL, to further the gang's activities other than what you said? Here we go. Answer from Viverito. I mean, you have seen the interview with KC, Kenneth Copeland, where he said, and I know it was harped upon in the wiretap motion, like, I could have forced him to wear a wire. So for asserting that he was truthful, and that he would have worn a wire to trip up or get Mr. Williams in trouble, then we need to take what he says at face value, that he's the leader of the gang and that he could have done that. He could have gotten Mr. Williams on the phone, or he could have done things like that. This is it, guys. This is the full circle. The interview with KC, where Viverito's sitting there, I forget who else, I think it was Dennis in the room at the same time. He says, I would have worn a wire. So Viverito goes, oh, he's our informant now. He's telling the truth. This is how we've determined that he's credible. He said he would wear a wire. We didn't actually try to put a wire on him. Take him up on that offer. Just had Kenneth Copeland say he would wear a wire. So that's how we determined it was true that Jeffrey Williams was the leader of the gang. Because Kenneth Copeland, we could have asked him to wear a wire, even though we didn't. So Steele, what information do you have to render this opinion that is outside of getting it, obtaining it for the prosecution of this case? Can you rephrase your question? I'm not sure. If you don't know this, just say I don't know. Do you know what testimonial means under the law? Miss Love, Your Honor, I object. The court, I'll sustain the objection. Mr. Steele, okay. So basically, testimony would be this part where she's saying, I'm saying it's true that he's the leader. We're getting testimony rather than... I don't really quite know how to explain it. This is where my layperson blends into everything I've tried to learn. But Steele is like, all right, you've had some practice. Do you understand what it means when something's testimonial? But Steele switches his question. The interviews of people who've been arrested. You are relying on that. Answer. I'm relying on several things. My training, and I'm also relying on several things. Whether it be phone extractions, jail calls, a wiretap, things that have proven true. When Kenneth Copeland tells me he won't get on the phone, it has to be FaceTime only because you can't intercept it. So KC tells Viverito, Jeffrey Williams won't get on the phone. It has to be FaceTime only because you can't intercept it. And somebody that's close to him gets called on the wiretap on a regular phone. And they say, don't you dare call me on a regular phone. Are you crazy? Call me back on FaceTime. That is something that corroborates something. So when KC tells me a little bit of truth. So when I talk about corroborating information, it's not just one piece of information. When I look in a phone dump and somebody is saying, Mr. Williams is saying, do this or somebody's going to die. She keeps saying this quote, and this is not the quote. And when the person is fearful in the days after, are you trying to have something done to me? Tell me now. Or when they are doing bad things and they need a lawyer paid for, and they come to Mr. Williams and say, cash out my lawyer right now, I need him paid. And then Steele says, besides your work as an investigator on this case and looking at this evidence that you're talking about, what methodology is there that separates that from just the regular case where the investigator says, here's what I did, here's the wiretap, here's the interview with Kenneth Copeland, or Kenneth Copeland testifies and gets impeached? What do you bring in that is expertise as an expert witness, not a fact witness? She says, knowing how to pinpoint the players in the organization to the point. Like I said earlier, even the defendants on the case, if you listen to the wiretap, talk about how much I know. But that's evidence in the case. Viverito, you're asking me for evidence? Steele, I'm asking you, and I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead. No, if I did, I apologize. Well, no, Mr. Steele, go ahead, because I'm clearly trying to avoid your question. Because what's happening here is Steele says, yeah, they might be talking about how much you know, but they're not saying how much you know that's truthful. They might be referring to how much has been turned over to you in discovery that you've looked at. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're saying that the accusations are true. And she's either dancing around the question or doesn't get that Brian Steele they're saying that you know about evidence in the case. So, but she says, I'm just trying to understand what information, this is Steele, sorry. I'm just trying to understand what information, you said you're training. What did you get besides, I'm heavily invested in this case, as am I. So we can disagree, but my question is, the court, she didn't testify about that, Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele, you're investigating the case. If you just give that information to a jury, why do they need your expertise? I'm asking you if you can answer that question for me. Viverito, because they might see him as a music artist and not understand the gang component to this. They need somebody to break down how it all comes together. Like earlier when you asked me about the music and the gang, and I explained to you, the money from the music is used to give money to the members of the gang. But they didn't look at the financials. Steele, okay, maybe this is for the court. I may stop, but why is this different than a closing argument? Miss Love, Your Honor, I object to that. The court, I'll sustain the objection. Mr. Steele, okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Your Honor. The court, you're welcome, sir. Anything else, Miss Love? Miss Love, no, Your Honor. The court, so Viverito, thank you very much. And then she ends up getting, I think in January, is when we have the order. Glanville approves her as an expert witness on this subject matter. So there is that, you guys. A whole time. So let's pull this up so it's here. Move myself back down here. Like, another gang expert. And really, like, if you've heard somebody say that these gang experts are qualified as gang experts just to bolster their own investigation, I mean, I really think that that's spelled out when you look at the Daubert. So Big Pork Chop says the judge has an 8-ball at the bench. She checks for each objection. Try again later. All right. Email. I'm going, Jason. Okay, so hearing that Thug's record label's talking to DA's office. Huey turned down plea offer and Lil Rod. Judge encouraged them to continue to work something out, is the rumors. And they offered Thug 3 years, but had to plead to Rico. He has declined so far, so he does not want that charge. And as much as I don't know if this is corroborated, I mean, negotiations must be ongoing because we haven't had the court tell the media to go home. So if it was just, hey, we didn't start court because there's a toothache, I mean, I think we would say there's not going to be court for the rest of the day, no media for the rest of the day because we don't have one of the defendants. So I do think we're waiting on a resolution, and I don't think it means we're getting a plea accepted. I just think negotiations might still be kicking back and forth. So remember, if you guys have any, if you want to speculate, just make sure you say, I think, or I can imagine, or if I were this person. Just make sure you're making it clear that it's a speculation commentary. Shout out to Mocha is me. I'm gonna get qualified as a gang expert. Do it up. Oh my gosh. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, as of yesterday's plea deal, Fulton County has discovered that you can conspire alone. Yeah, right? So all this previous testimony is now valid, right? Just imagine like somebody in a straitjacket and a prosecutor saying, like, charging them with conspiracy. Like, just such a hyperbolic weaponization of these statutes in this case. Oh my goodness. But yeah, what are you guys thinking about Viverito? Because remember, Viverito is the one that, like, Underwood's taking classes with. I mean, and I get that that's reading a transcript that could be a little bit different than seeing the hearing live on screen. I couldn't find a video stream for that day, and there's been a few that stuff was videoed, and I wasn't able to find the stream, and you guys were better at finding some of the stuff. But I looked, I couldn't find one for that day, so... And really no updates, so... I mean, I can check the portal. I didn't get any email alerts that something new came up. And yeah, for me, the whole thing of the truthfulness coming back to Kenneth Copeland saying he would wear a wire. But we don't actually have him wear a wire to validate anything, verify anything, get further corroboration. We just take him at his word. And she didn't want to say, she was explaining, yeah, we do tons of stuff. We determine, when we determine if someone's credible or not, if they're a credible informant, we determine, we verify. Well, who does? Well, we do, the investigators. We just decide. Is there criteria? Is there a way to measure it? We just decide. We work with each other and decide. And then finally you get that squeak at the very end that it's, well, it was Kenneth Copeland who told us he'd wear a wire. Like, just a mess. So I'm actually going to close that out, but this is the doc link. And again, part 1, we did read through the direct in a separate live stream if you want to listen to a reading of it. But there's a link there if you want to reference it, look at it. And then let's see. Let's go to Kendrick. All right, so latest filing under Kendrick is just the the state's request to reconsider the Dennis thing. Okay, and if you wanted to, I'm not going to purchase these. I know someone in the chat earlier said they wanted to see the Rule 22, and maybe this is good because I keep saying people say they took away. It's not revoked. There's just different terms. So for Sylvia, I said, so the record having received information and confirmed recordings of proceedings in the above styled trial in violation of 22, which prohibits the use of recording devices while the judge is outside the courtroom, in addition to other prior issues with infamous Sylvia Parks connected to recording in the courtroom. So it is hereby ordered from the date of this order and continuing for the duration of the trial in the above styled case. She's no longer permitted to bring electronic devices into the courtroom and is prohibited from recording in any manner in the courtroom. She can be present in the courtroom, but only without electronic devices. And she's also permitted to access the media room. And is permitted electronic/recording devices and may record from the media room. So, and I would imagine Dennis's isn't all that different. Okay, so it is hereby ordered that from the date of this order and continuing for the duration of the trial in the above styled case, no longer permitted to bring in the electronic devices. I mean, this is exactly what was spelled out orally yesterday. You can't come in with the electronic devices, but you can come in without electronic devices in the courtroom, and you're still able to use your devices in the media room, right? So this isn't really different than what we heard orally yesterday. I don't know what the resolution might be. As far as Detective Dennis said, it was a deputy that said, take this picture of Jeffrey Williams. And the deputy apparently said that they went and told Ms. Persifield that it was them that instructed it. So I don't really know if there's a resolution there. Maybe Dennis has posted something. Yeah, I don't think I see an update beyond that. So maybe there's some movement there. But however, if you want an update, this is Dennis's ex. I'm sure he'll give one if you want to look more on, the deputies apparently telling Miss Persifield, look, that was my bad. So, but yeah, so it wasn't revoked. It was modified. So they got to record in the media room. And then, Chrissy for the 199 says, appreciate you. Appreciate you right back. Thanks so much, Chrissy. That girl Mia, yeah, and this is like a recurring theme here. That girl Mia says she's speaking a lot about money with no records. And we saw it's like she did a preemptive. Ooh, do we have something going on YouTube or? Let me close this law and crime stream because it doesn't like when two are open. But yeah, speaking a lot about money, and earlier in this transcript, we saw her, it was like a preemptive. Oh, I'm not a forensic accountant or anything. It's like she was getting ahead of, she knew she was speaking about money, but didn't really look into the money. She just saw someone asking for help paying for a lawyer, which, not for nothing, that's not weird. Lawyers are expensive. Lawyers are expensive. And asking for help being able to afford a lawyer doesn't mean that the person you're asking is your gang leader. Like, so, and I understand that there is this idea that, don't worry about it, I'll take care of you if you catch any heat. Like, that's the impression that she's giving, but she shouldn't be making that conclusion, and she's trying to make that conclusion. That should be a conclusion that the jury should be making. So, yeah, and who said, where is it going? The deputies. Yeah, what the F says, those deputies are always causing drama. I mean, maybe it's because his trial is 150 something days long, but it sure seems like there's a lot of examples of this. And then in other cases, I mean, remember, Judge Shakira Ingram, had to recuse herself from hearing the recusal motions with Judge Glanville because, was it Christian Eppinger, and I forget the bailiff in her court, they had a whole shenanigan going on. So, what a time. What a time. Yeah, and this is the other part. Thank you, that guy, Nick. Someone asked Thug to pay, and another complained Thug wouldn't pay. So is he paying for them or not? Because if the theory is he's paying, and then he's not actually paying, but your argument is he's paying, he's taking care of everything, he's running the show. Like, just a mess. Oh, Bodhi, I hope we're keeping you company here. Hope you're doing well. And thank you again, that girl Mia. I mean, great point. Again, once again, speaking about the money, but where are the financials? Where are the financials? It's like, if you swear that this is a front, if you're arguing that this is a front, shouldn't you do more than just say, well, somebody asked for money for an attorney. Somebody was asking for money for something. You know, maybe somebody's asking their friend for money because they're a recording artist and they're going on tour and they're making a lot of money. So the expert witness should not be drawing the line straight to the conclusion from A to Z that this is something showing someone acting as a gang leader. And then let's see. I am refreshing in a different window, you guys. Just looking for quick updates on X. Sometimes, you know, especially with the Honourable Thugger Daily, happens faster than the streams. But yeah. And so SteffJK, that could be maybe on the table, but I would imagine, I feel like with Bond, we might have heard a little bit more concrete on that. But again, this has been a short window of time. Yeah, so I really do think this is a clear sign that negotiation is continuing. I don't know, what are we saying came from Thugger Daily? I mean, don't be trolling in the chat. Especially, please don't use Thugger Daily's name to troll. Like, don't muddy the name of more than one person. Thugger Daily's more than one person doing reporting with integrity and really their own personalities, right? I think they're not just being dry and stoic and boring about it, but they're being fair, precise, and fun in bringing information forward. Don't use Thugger Daily's name to start a rumor. Please don't do it. Yeah, 2 persons to be exact. Well, and then I also, like, I didn't really realize it until I saw it in And I gotta like figure out how spaces work, because I see that there's like comments in spaces, but then the comments aren't really a chat or anything. I'm like, I feel like a Luddite when I try to pay attention to his spaces. But he had done it. He said he was doing a spaces with both Thugger dailies, and the one has the picture with the Jeffrey Williams facing up, and then the other Thugger daily too just has the picture flipped the other way. So that was a time. No, I saw somebody asking somebody in the chat for receipts. So, and when I looked up, they said that like whatever was coming from Thugger Daily was that Jeffrey Williams they're letting him free. And maybe there's a plea deal in the works where he gets out, but Thugger Daily hasn't said anything, and I certainly have no confirmation otherwise of anything of the sort. So again, we have the screen here, we don't have court, we don't have a plea hearing. The plea hearing is where we'll actually know. So yeah, and I think so too. I think this is stalling tactics on both parties, gamesmanship, poker. So but yeah, so I don't see any updates over there on X. And you got to remember, especially guys, if you guys are stream hopping, which I know you try to catch everything, I'm sure people are probably watching more than one stream. If you jump into a stream and catch someone, like maybe someone saying, what would happen if, and then you come in right after they say that. So you only hear what they say after the, what would happen if, so it sounds like they're making a statement rather than positing a hypothetical scenario, right? Especially if you guys are stream hopping, remember that you might be catching missing context there when you jump in. So shout out to Abundance and Clarity listening from the bushes. Do you have binoculars? Are you watching our chat in its natural habitat? Oh my gosh. Oh, a whole time with everything in this trial. Oh, good point. And this goes back to every time Love has hurt feelings, she doesn't seem to be able to let it go. William Fagan says, Kat, I hope Love doesn't insert herself as she seemed mad about Nichols' deal. That's kind of, the cookie could crumble that way, right? Someone gets a sweet deal, the state has a little bit of remorse, but now the defendants are like, I mean, that's kind of nice. Maybe we would talk about that if you put it on the table, right? So they get these negotiations, they put a little more fire to it. But at the same time, Love is like, oh, I wasn't kind of happy yesterday when I heard how Harvey was spelling it out. So, oh, and this is a good point. So Andre, I love this. So Andre shared this over here. Chris Timmons and Doug Weinstein had a similar sentiment. Love Bruce Harvey, Westmoreland, and Garland. They've been powerful in the courtroom. So if the state got any sliver of a win, it was that Bruce Harvey no longer needs to be in this courtroom. His client gone, out. But Chris Timmons, thanks for the ping here, Andre. When I was a prosecutor, I had cases against Bruce Harvey. Don't let his rebel biker image, complete with tats and a ponytail, fool you. He's one of the smartest defense lawyers out there and a legal scholar. Getting him out of the case helps the state tremendously. Yep. I mean, we could look at Doug's tweet again. It was the same sentiment. I don't remember the words. But if you missed it this morning, Doug had said, we are a lesser team in the YSL case without the contributions from Bruce Harvey, Nicole Westmoreland, and Lamar Gardner. Their skills, contributions, advice, and daily friendship will be missed. In that sense, and that sense only. Oh, Doug, I love his little spice. It's so subtle and I think it's fair. I don't think Doug ever tries to be mean or anything. So when he points something out in that sense and that sense only, it has a little sting to it. The plea from Mr. Nichols yesterday was a win for the state. Just in that one little sense that we're going to miss this team. In totality, Nichols' legal team was able to negotiate a fantastic deal for him that he clearly believed was in his best interest, and all can walk away with their heads held high. And I don't know why I didn't retweet this, so let me retweet that. It's up there if you guys want to find it. But yeah. And there's still, we'll flip back to the court, so that way if it starts, it starts. And holy moly, if there was a gifted sub for every time someone said, plea was in. Shout out to STS dropping 20 gifted memberships. Very generous of you. Hope your trip was nice. Welcome back. Big welcome back to STS. All right, you can get a bunch of stuff done, and court still hasn't started. These proceedings are still in limbo. So let's do some love here for STS, some party balloons. And STS, not out of the ordinary here, is a squeak sponsor. So that's the thing, guys. Are we going to get court today, and are we going to get a chair squeak? Are we going to get one? And personally, with the record label, if the record label's in attendance, I don't know, I think that could be... You want family members to be there when a sentence is being considered. Maybe your record label's there because they want to show your community ties, the motivation for you to be on a path to being a productive member of society. Things that will make Whitaker go, I really wish you the best. I know that you have your family and your kids and your job, your employment, and the stuff that you do. That could be one reason. Just a possible reason there. We need a plea deal for the chair. Get the squeaky chair out of there. Save the chair. Let's see. Let me get STS up in here. And Danielle Judge, I mean, has anyone actually... I honestly love... I don't think... is it Atlanta News for... I think it's 11 Alive. Yeah, so I'll do it in another window, but 11 Alive has been pinning updates when they get updates. So let's see. All right, so their last update was just from 10/15, so no clear sign of regular court proceedings still. That's an older update, so nothing new since. So, I don't know. And not for nothing, guys, for what it's worth, they might not, if negotiations are heated, if they're going to continue, it could be a day where it was like Monday where they're like, oh, nope, we've got nothing. Got nothing. So... And then Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I think Viverito is like someone saying, I got my driver's license, so I can fly this plane. I'm an expert on vehicles. How different could it be? This just reminds me, if you guys ever seen Snakes on a Plane, where Kenan Thompson's character is like, he likes video games and he does the flight sims, which I think a lot of work goes into flight sims to make them really realistic. But he ends up like saving everybody on the plane by using his flight sim training to land the plane successfully. So... And I see you guys saying, what's going on today? Don't think we really know, but there is a possibility that there could be a plea, and if there is a plea, we might get to see that proceeding. But I highly doubt there will be any court, like trial court, productive trial court today, because one of the defendants is dealing with a toothache. They're not in the court. So and everything kind of like moves together, right? There could be someone that's like, I'm not going to take a plea deal. But maybe, like, what if someone's sitting there like, all right, these other defendants are pleading out. I don't want to be the only one left because now they're going to pin everything on me, right? So one little change can change somebody, what they were, where they were leaning, where they were sitting. One little detail could butterfly effect. So so Peter, I'm assuming that this is still plea conversations taking up the time, but if they were doing arguments on jury instructions, I mean, that would be a trial proceeding. Lil Rod would have to be in attendance, and we would have a court feed. We would have a court feed for that. So I don't think they're not doing jury instructions because this isn't actually, court isn't in session. And I don't know, if I looked at a different chat, well, I have Law and Crime and 11 Alive. And if you were to go into those chats and just believe what's in there, you would have conflicting information because people are saying so-and-so took a plea, so-and-so didn't take a plea. You won't see it until it actually happens. And that's the thing. I see rumors that Lil Rod took the plea. I mean, if he was going to have his plea colloquy, he's not at the court. So it's reported that he's not at the court. So, oh my goodness. I think for me, you guys, honestly, like all seriousness, I don't have anything but speculation. I don't know if you guys, I mean, there's a good chance that I could end this stream and then the court would go live and I would start a live stream back up to cover the court proceedings. But because I think it's indefinite, I mean, honestly, we could have nothing happen today at all. So I might. Do you guys want to be redirected somewhere that's actively talking about something? Because unless they pop up while I'm figuring this out, I just don't like to be on the screen just speculating and theorizing when people are looking, people are really holding on to the things that they're hearing and thinking that that's what's going to happen. So, yeah, I don't believe anything till I hear it. We can do in all caps. We can do in all caps. Oh, and Peaches. Hold on, is Peaches who's on the screen? Is Peaches the dog? Asking because of the like orange color. I feel like Peaches would be a very great name here. So shout out to Peaches. What will the consequences of DA's corruption be? And the Innocent Bystander channel did a good, you know, they walked into considering the politics of this trial. like kind of everything surrounding it from the beginning and then how we got here and what it means now. And really laying out at the end what are also some of the solutions, which is why I really liked, I try to stay away from pure emotional politics. I get that politics are ingrained in a lot of issues. But I think Innocent Bystander did a good job of asking the questions from all points of view, and then at the end offering 3 solutions of what can we do. And, one is obviously for the DA, this is in Fulton County, but this is a general thing that I think a lot of people aren't aware of. Depending on where you live, there might be elections for district attorneys, for judges. Sometimes there's elections on whether or not to keep the judge on the bench, right? So we're going to vote, should we keep this judge, right? So we hear about elections majorly every 4 years. But one of the ways you can make a smaller change is by trying to learn a little bit, right? We may have gotten a big peek into Glanville and Whitaker because we're watching this. But maybe if we can learn a little bit more about our local elections. One solution he gave was to do that, to vote. So for a DA specifically, and I know that there's a whole office here, but the position of DA, wherever you live, if that can be determined by a vote, voting is one way to change it, or at least put the pressure on, maybe use a different strategy. A vote might not change who's actually filling a seat, but it could put the pressure on for a platform. So that was one solution there. So I'm going to link to this from the Innocent Bystander channel. It was only 16 minutes, so I really liked the way it was produced. There you go. And it's tough. Original American voting local is very important. It's tough because then, sometimes with local stuff, there is nobody else on the ballot for a certain thing, a small local issue. Sometimes it's just the incumbent and that's it. It's the only one. So. And then Marlena Mack, I think this was with, and let me just go in my history. I can just grab the link real quick. I'll link that again. In the Know with Miss LJ Hall. So there is the link to that one. Check that out. Go support Miss LJ Hall. Watch it in full over there. All right, there we go. Okay, we're not ending the stream, you guys. Thank you, Miss Kim. So Thugger Daily says, hearing Defendant Marquavius Huey, aka the other Quay. So free all the Quays. Everybody put a Quay in the chat. This takes me back to the day that everybody was using the Quay, and the Quays. This is Quazy, making puns with the phrase Quay. Oh man. Hearing Defendant Marquavius Huey, aka Quay, is set to accept a plea shortly. No time being given for the plea hearing yet. As always, anything can change. Nothing is set in stone until the papers are signed. So there we go. Thank you for the ping, Miss Kims. And also I saw a few people mentioning it in the chat. Yeah, but the Quay, the Qua. The Quads, the Quays. And I also wonder, the redaction. He said free Quay when Lee said Quay. So I feel like the redaction on the hashtag probably had the Y. So we're going to have the Quay and the Qua freed from this hashtag that could have just been about a celebrity breakup. All right, so we'll hang tight and see if this plays out. We'll keep this back up on the screen. Where was the... There we go. There we go. See, so let me just threaten to end the stream again and then maybe we'll get some updates. It seems to be like the trigger, the coincidental trigger. All the Quays. Yeah, don't forget about Little Mike and Quez. Yeah, and Shannon Stillwell, I mean, he has Max Sharp dropping the hashtags. Free Shannon. Trying to bring it to fruition. Quit playing games with my heart. Yeah, big thanks, Miss Kims, for the ping there. Mr. 305 himself says, "Hey, Kat, nice to meet you. What's up? Do you think that Ashley Versani will have an effect on this case?" So you mean Ashley Merchant? I don't really know. I mean, I feel like some of the hostility, if there's some hostility or resentment, or I really don't like the way this person works, I feel like if that didn't exist for one dynamic, it would exist somewhere else. So I think we have several defense attorneys for these co-defendants sitting in the courtroom that are frustrated with the prosecution team, including DA Fonnie Willis. So even if Ashley Merchant, if there was no Martinez Arnold, no Little Duke, there was no need for her to write this letter of concern to the court saying, look, I've already worked with the prosecution to try to give them the dates that I'm available. Then they suddenly tried to switch when they were going to call my client to come testify, and they knew I wasn't going to be available at that time. So just wanted to let you know they're on some funny business. Even if that wasn't here, somehow it's still, this issue of kind of bad blood still pervades. And don't forget, we had Ashley Merchant come into the courtroom with Alex Souser and really lay down the distinction that Glanville was glossing over and making his own determinations on civil versus criminal contempt when he held Brian Steele in contempt. So, even if Ashley Merchant was removed, I mean, Brian Steele doesn't like to work with Prosecutor Love. And again, I do think with these plea deals on the table, you got to deal with the whole DA at this point. So I think there's an impact, but I think there's so much kind of high-level tension between different parties, from defense attorneys, maybe even the media, with the prosecution team, including DA Fonnie Willis, that if Ashley Merchant didn't live in Fulton County, had nothing to do with this, there would still be some kind of tension. Absolutely. And thanks for popping in, Mr. 305. Chance Latham says, I have 3 different judge affirmations on my ballot here in Utah, and it's every few years they are on the ballot. Okay, so like 3 different, like, yes, we want to keep, or no, we want to remove from whatever circuit, district, however it's broken up. But yeah, and it's like, if you don't follow that, that could be one opportunity. And I always wonder, right, when you see that, how many people that are voting are just saying yes, 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 or leaving it blank. So how much of a plea to, hey, actually give some attention to this question that you're being asked on the ballot? How much is actually needed to overcome the people that just fill out the ballot because they don't want to leave something blank? And so they just hit yes just because. So yeah, so for the Nichols plea papers, I mean, those are available as well. I don't know if I put them in the description of this stream. And I don't see any new filings for anything else today. But there were no special conditions. I mean, that was really the takeaway. It just confirmed, it was said in court, no special conditions. And to me, that was shocking to hear. But on paper, we end up seeing there is, in fact, no special conditions. So, I mean, if you want to look at it, we can do that. We did talk about it at the beginning of the stream. So, you've got that here. And there's a link in the chat on that. And then there you go. No special conditions if we scroll down here. Just nothing attached. Chloe Alberts Revenge says, y'all know that song by Buckcherry, Quasi Bish, and the YSL Trial remix exclusive, Brazy? Oh man. The Quay puns are so great. We don't have that many Qua puns. We need some more Quas. Well, shout out to Chloe, though, for like the ultimate trivia references. All right, and so same thing Dennis Byron is saying. There are several pleas expected, with Mr. Huey being one of them, according to my source. So, seem to have two people, at least for Huey. So if there's court, it's going to be for a plea colloquy. It's not going to be for motions because Lil Rod is apparently out sick. So. And then I wonder, I mean, if this case whittles down oh my gosh, they're gonna have to tell the jury that after they said free Quay, you might notice that there aren't 6 co-defendants in here anymore, but there's 4. Holy moly. And again, I think part of this conversation is, you know, these pleas are still going underway, but an attorney, when things resume, might make an argument for mistrial still that hasn't been ruled on. So there is that on the table. Like, is this plea deal good enough that, like, what if tomorrow the judge is like, yeah, I'll grant this mistrial? So, right, the hashtags worked. They're working. Yeah, so we've shared a interview with Harvey in Westmoreland. I think I still have the link. I'll share it again. Highly encourage everybody to watch it. Did I close it out? Well, let me pull it back up because I closed it out. Highly recommend everybody to watch it on the channel itself. I'm not just gonna stream snipe somebody's interview. So let's see. Okay, so here is the interview on Miss LJ Hall's channel with Harvey and Miss Westmoreland. And if you want to do something to kill the time, I don't mind playing like court feeds and something that's public access. We can do a rewind if you guys want to watch something in particular. There might be a lot of votes there. Yeah, so check out the Harvey interview. I'll drop that link again. And someone wants to watch Underwood with Jay Apt. Oh my gosh, what day was that? Let's see. 149. Okay, I think it was day 148. So let me pull that up. Because we just heard a little bit about people investigating, kind of retrofitting the things that they think explain the case, and then making the evidence try to fit towards it, witness statements try to fit towards it. So that could be a good one. So day 148. Let me queue it up and then I'll scroll over. Geez, they had a long break that day on 148. There's so much so much seal time on this day. So let's see where Jay comes up. I don't want to miss him because did Steele go first? Because Apps was a bit shorter. All right, so right here. Oh gosh. Right there. Here we go.
Good afternoon, Detective. My name's Jay Apt. I represent Mr. Kendrick.
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
So I listened carefully to your testimony. When you were giving an answer about, or answers about a photograph depicting Mr. Kendrick standing on the hood of a vehicle, you said you wanted to focus on, quote, the crime at hand and who committed it, correct?
I didn't say it was a crime. I said it was disrespect.
Okay. So you don't believe that my client was committing a crime?
If he didn't damage the vehicle, no.
Uh-huh. All right, great. And you didn't, you perceived that that was an act of disrespect, correct?
Did.
Okay. Did you question Mr. Kendrick or any of Mr. Kendrick's associates about him doing that?
I did not.
Did you question Mr. Rayshawn Bennett about that incident?
No, I didn't.
And to be clear for the jury, Rayshawn Bennett is the person who you believe owned that car, correct?
Correct.
He's also known as YFN Lucci, right?
Yes.
So you didn't question him about how he perceived it?
No. And
you didn't question any of Mr. Bennett's associates or friends about that incident?
I didn't, but Mr. Lucci spoke out on a pod with how he felt about that.
Okay. But you don't know for you're assuming that it was gang related, correct?
I'm not assuming. I know what was going on when that happened.
You didn't question anyone involved, but you knew.
I didn't have to question. I knew that it was a gang beef going between YFN, Lucci and his crew, and also YSL and their crew.
When is the last time before that photograph that Mr. Bennett and Mr. Kendrick spoke in person? Do you know?
I think they ran into each other at Lennox, but that was just according to social media. Or they actually talked about them running into each other or talking.
Do you know whether or not they ran into each other that day at the mall?
I think I saw something on social media saying that they did.
Is it possible that they made a bet that day and this was just someone winning a bet?
I don't know what was said.
You don't know, right? Because you didn't ask anyone, correct?
No, but the guy stood on the guy.
Let her finish her answer, and y'all are kind of talking over each other, so try not to do that. Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor.
It's all right.
I don't know it, but I don't think they even made a bet because, like I said, it was a lot of animosity and tension between the two groups.
And you wouldn't know because you didn't bother to question any of them, right?
I didn't question them, no.
Yeah. So you don't know for certain whether it was gang related or a bet or what the reason was or the intent was behind Mr. Kendrick standing on that vehicle. That's fair to say you don't know because you didn't question any of them.
I saw the reaction of Mr. Lucci when he was questioned about it.
Why not ask him? Why not go and ask him then?
I didn't have to ask him. I saw his reaction. He wasn't happy.
He didn't have to follow the evidence?
He wasn't happy.
It's possible he wasn't happy because he lost a bet and it had nothing to do with gang activity?
Objection, assuming facts, not an evidence about
Yeah, it
facts.
is assuming facts. You don't know one way or another what the reason or intent was in my client's mind. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't know what his intent was, but he got a reaction out of Lucci.
You believe in the First Amendment, right?
I do.
You believe in our people's right to free speech?
I do.
You believe in musicians' ability to create lyrics for art, right?
I do.
But you stated in your testimony that you think rap music that depicts violence is popular, but it shouldn't be.
I agree. It shouldn't be glorified.
And
I stand by that.
you also said that there are songs which have killed children in Atlanta. Which songs?
I don't know specific songs, but I know that it's music. The reason for the beef, as far as the Atlantic Station situation, they were going back and forth on social media with songs and disrespecting each other. Next thing you know is gunplay and children are dead.
You're the expert, detective. Which songs? Which songs regarding rap violence caused the death of children?
I don't know the name of the songs, but I know that those particular kids were involved in music, talking about each other in the music. Then it's violence spawned because of the music.
Do you think you should be an expert on rap lyrics?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
I never said I was an expert on rap music. You said that.
You understand that lyrics and even lyrics about violence can be used as art to depict, to be marketed and for commercial purposes without being factual, right? You agree with that?
I have heard of that and seen that, but
And that can be done in
it's
movies.
not. It's not a good thing. That's all I said.
Not a good thing?
Right.
You ever seen the movie The Untouchables with Robert De Niro?
Probably not.
No?
No.
Goodfellas?
Seen Goodfellas.
Okay. So do you think Robert De Niro should be charged with crimes because he depicts murder and violence?
No.
What
He
about
didn't
Al
do it.
Pacino?
If he was charged when he stepped off the movie set and he went and did the actual things that he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
But you said in earlier testimony that if it's depicting previous actual acts of violence, then that should be a crime.
Like I said, if Robert De Niro left the movie set and went out and shot somebody like he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
That's not what you said earlier. You said,
I would say argumentative, Your Honor.
okay. Did you say earlier that someone who is rapping about a previous act of violence should be held responsible for that?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said that they put in the music or in the wording of the songs things that have happened, meaning whether it was a shooting, whether it was a drive-by, whether it was a smash and grab, whatever.
Sorry, just dropped
I say that it's...
You can tell it's buffering because I'm dropping a link in the chat. I'm dropping the interview. We talked about it a little bit earlier. China Nichols, so the wife of Mr. Nichols, who just took the plea yesterday, spoke with the FIT lawyer ATL. So I'm dropping the link to that interview if you guys want to check that out there.
Sometimes this can be a confession. Sometimes it can be taunting just to the other gang members or the ops or whatever.
So if it's taunting, then it should be criminalized. Is that your?
I didn't say that either.
Okay. So Bob Marley singing "I Shot the Sheriff" is okay too, right?
He shoot the sheriff in real life like that man did up in Kentucky, then yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Or if it's like the sheriff shot the judge.
You don't know much about Bob Marley's life, do you?
What do I got to do with anything?
Listen, you understand that you've already testified that you have no concrete evidence that the lyrics that were played in this courtroom earlier are directly related to any actual criminal activity, right?
I didn't say it was connected to criminal activity. I never said that.
Well, okay, so they're just art. They're just free speech then. We can agree on that?
It's free speech, but like I said, when you talk about a crime that actually happened and your group is the suspect, it's
what? It's what?
It's obvious that you were involved maybe in that crime.
It's obvious that you were involved if you're singing about it?
Could have been.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object to the characterization of it's obvious that you were involved maybe. And I'm going to object to Mr.
Overruled. What else? Hang on. To Mr. App's misstatement? Is that what you said? Ask your question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what you're saying is if someone sings about an act of violence that previously occurred, then it's obvious that they were involved.
That is a misstatement. That wasn't.
Is that what you're saying?
Not exactly. I'm saying that if crimes have been committed and then you go brag about it in a song, it's hard to defend that you didn't have anything to do with what you're pretty much confessing in a song.
Okay, and I guess that's my point. If Robert De Niro plays Al Capone and he's playing Al Capone in a movie, is it then obvious that he's the one who's in the mafia? I don't understand. Why is it that singing about a previous crime that occurred somehow ties you to that crime? What evidence do you, and let me rephrase, what evidence do you have that either Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Williams actually committed the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I didn't give you any, I didn't tell you that I had evidence of that. Did I tell you that?
You testified.
I testified that they killed Donovan Thomas?
You testified that it was obvious.
Got me mixed up. I didn't tell you that.
So it's not obvious that they're involved?
Objection, Your Honor, because I'm not sure where we're going to go, and so I want to.
Well, a minute ago.
Hang on and let me listen to her objection.
Can we approach her?
Yes.
All right, so they are having a moment there. Start here so I don't miss the right when they come back. Just grinning.
All right, Detective, we just want to make sure that with regard to Mr. App's questioning, he's going to confine his questions to things that have to do with his client, Mr. Kendrick. And you should likewise confine your answers to things that have to do with his client right now while he's the one questioning, okay? And not talk about any of the other co-defendants on trial here. And things like a search warrant that got the results of which were suppressed. Don't even veer into territory like that. And I'm not going to go through all of the different possibilities, but just be mindful when you testify to be careful not to testify to anything that, as an experienced detective shouldn't be being talked about, okay?
Okay.
All right, any other kind of parameter anybody wants to mention?
Well, Your Honor, and I guess I'm speaking to the detective as well. Detective. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I am not asking this question, and he is specifically asking about Mr. Kendrick. I would not anticipate that the answer would include pronouns such as they or things of that nature. And I would ask that anything be strictly limited to Mr. Kendrick.
I understand.
All right, anybody else?
I'll absolutely limit my questions relating only to Mr. Kendrick.
All right. Okay, I think we're ready to get the jury back. They may not be ready to come back, but.
Gosh, takes them a long time to bring the jury out all of a sudden. What are they doing?
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Detective, you were saying that and I don't want to misquote you, but that if someone raps or sings about an act of violence that actually occurred, then it becomes obvious of what?
To me, it's bragging. Could be taunting or bragging.
And let me ask you this. Are you aware of whether Mr. Kendrick wrote any of those lyrics that were played in the courtroom earlier?
No, I'm not aware.
So you don't know if my client was even involved in writing those lyrics?
I never said he did.
And you're not aware of Mr. Kendrick in any way, shape, or form being tied to or involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas. Isn't that true?
I know he was arrested and charged or a suspect for it.
Were his fingerprints found anywhere?
I didn't work the homicide portion of that. You would have to refer to.
You don't know. You don't know if his fingerprints.
I didn't get into the homicide investigation.
You don't know if his fingerprints were found on the Tahoe or any evidence in the case?
No.
You don't know if his DNA was found?
No.
You don't know if any ballistics were found that were tied to Mr. Kendrick, correct?
No.
In fact, You're not aware of any eyewitnesses who saw Mr. Kendrick commit that crime, correct?
I don't know of any.
And you went to great lengths to give an expert opinion about what the state refers to as exhibit, I believe, exhibit 535 YB, which is the song called Slime. And I apologize, I may be less genteel than Mr. Steele is, but it's a piece of evidence. The song's actual name is Slime Shit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you stated earlier, you don't know the date that that song was released, right?
No, I only see the date that it was uploaded to YouTube, like I told Mr. Steele.
You don't know the date it was written?
I don't.
You don't know who wrote the lyrics?
I don't.
And so if that song, if I told you that track was released officially on September 16th of 2015, and that...
Sustained.
I'll withdraw the question. If, hypothetically, if those lyrics were released in 2014, before the murder of Donovan Thomas, then wouldn't it be fair to say that the Tahoe mentioned in the song had nothing to do with Mr. Thomas's murder, right?
That would be fair.
You're not suggesting that whoever wrote the lyrics was psychic and predicted the murder of Donovan Thomas, right?
I did not say that.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, are there other defense attorneys with questions for this witness? Come on up.
All right, so there was Jay App's cross-examination of Detective Underwood, who was both a mentor and a student of Marissa Viverito, which is whose transcript of the Daubert hearing we read earlier. So there is that great and pretty timely rewind. So I will keep this screen up. We still don't have live court action today, you guys. And when it starts, it starts. That's all I've got. Rumor is that there might be another plea coming. And obviously plea negotiations are underway if we haven't had any notice for the media not to be here today. So, and yeah, I think that was pretty brutal for her. Also, shout out here to Peaches, who said, could Love lose her license if defense complains? I mean, I think, you know, someone as an individual, they could file their complaint to the bar. The bar would make that determination. The complaint itself might not be enough. So they'd have to make a complaint with a reasonable basis. And then the bar would make that determination. So, and then as far as like her job, her position, that could be a separate question. But I don't know. I don't know if the DA's office sees an issue with some of the things that Love does. I mean, for me, I think one of the most problematic things in this trial is the June 7th ex parte transcript, where they're talking about outside agitators. People are out for us. There's a lot of projection that seems to come from, and it's not just Love. That ex parte stuff involved Hilton pretty deeply. You know, I think when you have something toxic, it eventually it can't just be one person. It runs deep. It spreads. But as far as a position in the DA's office, I don't know if the DA's office will do much. I mean, the judge ordered as punishment for the state in this case to rewatch a replay video on Brady material. So, but it is possible there are mechanisms where, you know, these prosecutors, they are attorneys. They could lose their license through the process of the bar finding an issue and deciding, oh yeah, this, you gotta go. But the likelihood of that happening, I really don't know. I'm not optimistic here, Peaches. So great food for thought here. I think it's such a high bar. A high bar. And I know people like to point out the Brady-Giglio.com. Guys, I promise you that's not some official database. And just because someone files a bar complaint doesn't mean that it's anything that's going to have any forward motion at all. So it's cool. It might feel validating to say, hey, somebody's filed a complaint against somebody. I get that that might feel validating, but whether or not that actually has actual motion with a state bar, you know. Oh, and Peaches also says, I was disgusted at how they coerce the defendants with jail and no bond, and then give them a plea when it works for them. And I think that was interesting, guys. I've also added, I was a bit distracted for the last couple minutes while we were doing the JApp stream. One of the things I was doing, amongst other things that we're not going to talk about, was putting in the description. There's 2 interviews there. One from the Fit Lawyer ATL, and I had to put them in the description because I'm starting to confuse the names of the channels. But Fit Lawyer ATL did an interview with China Nichols yesterday. We talked about it in brief. You can get the full tea from watching that interview with the Fit Lawyer ATL. So shout out to them. Go hit that subscribe button. But China Nichols spelled out, you know, this is what they were offering back in probably December of 2022 when several other co-defendants took a plea. This is what they were offering on the table. They wanted him to testify. And I would imagine Nichols at that point in time had asked for bond, and they said, no. You've got murder on here. Why would we give you a bond? But they offered him, and I think Young Thug summarized it. So let me pull up the quick summary to be a little bit more precise with what I'm saying here. Where is Mr. Honourable Thugger Daily? The Honourable Duo Thugger Daily. Okay, so before the mistrial motion, before trial started, so probably back in this December 2022 time period, Peaches is saying here, I was disgusted at how they coerced the defendants with jail and no bond. So even with Nichols, back then, December 2022-ish, original plea was Quay would get probation and had to testify, would have been able to come home, but it was rejected. So suddenly, I'm sure his bond was denied. But they were willing to give him a deal that would allow him out as long as he agreed to testify. So I'll link to this chat here if you want the quick summary. We talked about it earlier in the stream. But Peaches, this is right up in line with what you're talking about here. They don't want to let somebody out on bond. Oh, but hey, you're tired of being in jail? What about a plea where you meet our terms? A little quid pro quo. So shout out to Simply HR. New here. Hi. This might be redundant, but my prediction is that they're going to plead out the 2 Quay's quas, so the mistrial won't be relevant. Yep, and I think that's, you know, and it possibly gives more leverage to those 2 defendants in particular, right, compared to the others, because the state really might think that that could cure this issue. On the flip side, Doug says he plans to make a new argument for this mistrial. Well, really 2. One, that, hey, the harm isn't cured just because the quas are gone. But 2, especially because this is the RICO case, going back to point 1, RICO case, you can kind of hold things against each other. That's kind of the picture that's being painted here. So, all right, the one that specifically names whether it's Quay or Qua, just because we remove them doesn't mean that the jury can't consider that harm against the other co-defendants. So the harm isn't just off the table by getting rid of Quay and Qua from the courtroom. The second argument is he does want to make a cumulative harm. He wants to make an argument that this is like mistrial number 40-something, maybe 50 at this point. So I'm really excited to see. I don't think we'll get motions today. I don't think we'll have an actual court session within the trial outside of a possible plea hearing. But say tomorrow, we might have Doug Weinstein up there making these arguments. He talked about it a little bit on the Justice Served podcast yesterday, and I would love to see it. So, I'll link to that, guys. I mean, that was kind of a short clip. Oh, and I just opened YouTube. If you guys have been following the Courtney Clenny trial, I just saw that Dolly Talk is going to be doing In a recent hearing in the Courtney Clenny case, they brought in an expert knife thrower to demonstrate with the use of a pig carcass the mechanism of injury. So that's streaming at 5 p.m. today. I'm going to drop a link to that. So just saw that. It's a random drop in there, but in case you're following that case, linking it while I see it. Justice served, Doug Weinstein. So here's justice served. And Doug has been popping up on there a lot, you guys, so probably worth a follow over there at Justice Served if you want to see that. I wouldn't be surprised if they have some content today relating to anything that might happen today. So Paulette says, I want what's best for the boys, but I'll sure miss this trial every day. There will be other things that will piss you off, you guys. There are plenty of cases where when you hear about it, right, when things are out of sight, out of mind, they can just keep going uninterrupted. But as soon as something comes into your realm of awareness, I'm telling you, there are more trials up here that will give you the same headache. They might not be 150 days long and a judge is getting recused in the middle of it. But there are plenty of cases that I would love to still have conversations about some of these issues, even if it's outside of YouTube. You know, I really like X as a platform for updates within the courtroom, especially where no cameras are allowed. Seeing tweets from the courtroom is really helpful. So Paulette, hopefully we can all somehow stay in touch, stay interested in stuff like this, even if there is an outcome, a definitive outcome in this trial, right? There's still other cases where we want the best in terms of integrity of the process. Courtney Clenny trial, by the way, not until 2025. I would imagine probably not within spring of 2025. They've got a whole mess there. They're still trying to gather some expert witnesses. And around the 10th of this month, a few weeks ago, the defense filed a notice of intent to rely on battered spouse syndrome as a defense. So it seems like they're getting the creator of battered spouse syndrome. They're calling her as an expert witness. So I don't know. They mentioned at some point they still need time to get their expert witnesses together. I don't think either side is ready. The defense is motioning. They're trying to get bond for Courtney Clenny, which implies probably more time until trial starts. So I'd imagine several months until we have a trial there. And that's a long time ago already. That's an affirmative defense too. It's not like a situation, well, we've got to investigate who did it. Well, she's admitting that she did it. She's just saying it was justified, right? So for the date of incident to be so many years ago already. Because I think if her trial were to start, let's say in April of 2025, that would be 3 years. April 3rd, 2022. So 2025 would be 3 years. For a trial to start where we know the suspect. We know the suspect. So that's a little bit crazy there. And I'm interested. I will be tuning into that one. Excited to see what Dolly has to say about the demonstration. Very excited for his commentary there. Fun, very thoughtful, but also a layer of fun and humor there. And great voice impressions. I don't know if he'll be reading anything today, since I think he's going to be watching the video shown during the hearing. But if he reads and has to reenact anybody's voices, it's always hilarious. So that'll be a good one. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, can Winnie Lee, the prophet, get back on the stand and free some more people, please? And that's what's crazy, right? This is all because there would have been other things that could have happened, but like the acute cause, the cause in the moment is the state didn't want to redact a piece of paper. Oh my gosh. So Chloe, right. Winnie Lee, the prophet, get back on the stand and free some people. I'm telling you, Max Shart with his tweet using those hashtags was good. That was hilarious what he did there. Let's see here. Fallon, good to see you. So Fallon says, hey Kat, how the heck do I get a membership thingy? And thanks as always. Okay, so there is a little, and shout out to the mods because I'm so sure that they've probably already pointed out the steps for doing this. But just to say it out loud, when you're chatting on YouTube, there will be like a dollar symbol where you can type. If you click that, you should see the option to turn on gifted memberships. There is another option with, is it underscore allow gifts? I think if you take someone's channel URL and you add a / allow underscore gifts, all lowercase, it's got to be lowercase. This will allow you to check if your settings turned on or not. So there's that there, and Steph is on it too. So if you guys are trying, and I know it looks like I'm sending it from my link, but it's always been my experience with YouTube. I've seen people say it, that once you turn this setting on one time, you should be eligible to receive gifted memberships on any channel. So, and yeah, can we watch the start of 1E again? Yeah, we can rewatch that. We can rewatch that. I mean, that was what? That was actual day 150, right? These days are gonna screw with me. How we got to day 153. So there you go, Fallon. I am hoping you get some green dropped on your head. You might not see the option to turn on gifted memberships because it might be turned on already. So if that's the case, if you've already turned it on, I hope we get you some better luck and get you green. And then STS out here sniping, trying to find a lucky winner of the gifted sub. Thank you so much, STS. I've got to update this banner. And then we can do you guys want to do a rewatch of the 1E Lee? I know people like Dennis Byron said he was headed down to the courthouse. They think that there's going to be something going on. So I'll hold off from ending the stream. But in the meantime, do you guys want to, I think 1E Lee could be interesting to rewatch. That's in the short term. That's how we got to all of this chaos in the last week. And we've rewatched the moment, but I think it was, his testimony leading up to everything was pretty interesting as well. YSL Trial. Day 150. Where is 1E Lee? All right, and I have a banner that says we're still doing a rewind, so let me get that up. And then hold on, I gotta update the banner again because STS gifted 10 new memberships. Thank you so much. STS is out here trying to make sure people can see if they have their gifted membership setting turned on. So if you guys just got a gifted membership, it's from STS. Make sure you're saying thank you. Very generous of STS to do. Great support for the channel, but really fun for you guys. You get to use the custom emojis. I try to make them fun. I think they add a level of flair to the chat. And then no, I didn't see Fallon get one. Fallon, I hope you turn green sometime today. I'm gonna look for Fallon's name every time. All right, so the media was just let in. Shout out to Stay Tipsy DMV with the quick update there. I have it open, you guys. I do have it, got it sitting here. I would imagine maybe they're going to do a 3 p.m. start. Maybe they're just going to start at even if everybody's in the room. And with Dennis and Sylvia, it was a modification of their Rule 22. So if they want to use electronic devices, they've got to be in the media room. If they want to sit in the courtroom, which they can still sit in the courtroom, they just can't be in there with their recording devices, taking photos, no phones, anything like that. So, and thank you again, Stay Tipsy, and again, STS for dropping right here, just 11 alone right here in the last couple of minutes. Jermaine, so the rumor is we're just waiting, potentially media filling the room. Somebody's taking a plea. The rumor seems to at least suggest that Huey is taking a plea, but we'll wait and see until that's actually on the screen. We actually get a plea colloquy started. So seems like it's leaning in that direction, and something might be happening in a couple minutes here, but you know, anything can change. So and this is really hearing that defendant Marquavius Huey, aka Quay, is set to accept a plea shortly. No time given for the plea hearing yet. As always, anything can change. So we're going off a likely possibility. Likely possibility. Because Dennis Byron was saying the same thing. Kathy is also saying, I just got a ping for, she just posted, because I have the bells on for all of them. So Marquavius Huey's family is at the courthouse. It's looking like he'll be the next one. So there we go. I think they'll probably start at like 3 p.m. even, you know, just to make it clean cut even. But thank you guys. I'm looking over the chat. Check Kathy. So for once, and you guys are so great with the ping, so thank you. Please don't ever feel like, don't keep pinging me. Let me know. I just happened to be on X to pull up that Thugger Daily thing from like an hour ago at this point and saw the bell with the notification there that Kathy also posted. So other than that, thank you guys in the chat. I see a lot of check Kathy, check Kathy. And I said this morning, I think Kathy is with Law and Crime. I'm always like, I haven't really posted Joseph Papp in a bit. I think he's been maybe on vacation or covering another trial. But I'm always like, follow Thugger Daily, follow Joseph Papp. Kathy is great with quick updates for, you know, Law and Crime. If it's, there are people helping run the camera pool, having updates from Kathy is really helpful in this case, but also covers a lot of other stuff. So make sure you give Kathy a follow if you use X and you just want those quick updates on anything that Law and Crime is covering, really. Muted. I'm muted. I was asking the chat. I said, shout out to Shannon Alexander. Happy Slimeversary, or maybe it's Slimeaversary. Do you think there's like an extra syllable that should be there? Like anniversary, Slimeaversary, or should it just be Slimeversary? So we got to have a vote. What's the proper term here? Slimeaversary or Slimeversary? Thank you so much, Shannon. Happy that you were here with us. Love having you here. The feeling is completely mutual. So thank you for the muted ping. You guys are so quick here. Hold on, I think Slimeversary was the first one, right? Less syllables or more syllables? Slimeversary, Slimeaversary. And let me put this screen back up. Honestly, let me go to the law and crime feed because they're more likely to have... sometimes closed captions don't kick in at all on other streams. Sometimes they kick in, but it takes like a long time for the stream to get them. Law and crime gets them really quickly. So let me pull up a law and crime feed so we can watch it there. And they still have the timer here for 9 a.m. start time. So we'll have that there. We'll do law and crime stream. Yeah, they could go either way, because Slimeversary, it seems more like you know that we're making a play on the word anniversary. But then we have votes for fewer syllables. We're split, you guys! Juror number 5 says, hopefully they all don't take pleas. I want my $25 a day. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think we're split. We got another Slimeversary. Slimy birthday. We gotta add it to all the holidays. Someone said, who said they're on lunch? What did I miss? Okay, hey Blue Dream. So it seems like we're getting a deal from Marquavius Huey. Families in the courtroom, media's filling up the courtroom, they're piling in. I really would imagine a 3 p.m. even on the hour start time, but who knows? I think they did that yesterday, right? They started right at the hour, or like 2 minutes off of it yesterday. So... Oh, do you guys want to watch a live pursuit? Oh, where is Fox 11 LA? Yeah, let's do that, because...
Worried about public safety. Wrong side of the road again. And this continues coming out of this. We're in the Inglewood area now, but if he stays here, we'll be out of the Inglewood area shortly. Yes, yes. Just before we went live, Christian was talking at me, and I was, we were live on the internet, so there was a little bit of misconfusion. There we go. Wrong side of the road again. I'm wondering if this driver is doing one of those things where I'll just do this dangerous stuff. Hopefully LAPD will get away from me, but they're not. They're not going to let this go. Usually in this type of situation where they start driving this kind of reckless, the helicopter takes over. But in this case, the helicopter cannot because they are in the LAX airspace, and they are not allowed over there because of the aircraft landing at LAX. I'm going to drop out of the doubler as we are getting closer, so hopefully they'll be able to put that helicopter over it, maybe lessen the load for that LAPD officer that's right behind him. But right now, this pursuit continuing, making a little wide U-turn right there. And, I wonder if maybe this guy is hearing us.
Hold on. So Stu, you're saying is the caster, right? This really does sound like sports casting. Kudos to this guy, Stu. Thank you, Darcy.
Nope, he's not, because I was wondering if he's going to make his way back over to LAX's airspace. Right now, making our way back into another neighborhood, but he was in an Inglewood neighborhood twice, and he was on Elm and over there by Grainsville, and he just kind of was making circles there. I was thinking, okay, this might be coming to an end, but then he drove away. Now, it looks like we're making our way back towards that location. Again, the speeds, 55 miles an hour in a residential neighborhood, that's just not good.
Yeah, shout out to this caster. I love good casting. So is there only one, LAPD?
They have to right now because they don't want to lose this guy. And they're also looking for that opportunity where possibly, this is going to be tight. This is going to be tight. Look, he's trying to get back onto the wrong way on the freeway. You know, he lucked out last time, but now he's doing it again. You got all this traffic out there. This is the, are we on the 90? Is this the, I know this area. No, this isn't the 90. And look at that, look at that. You got a truck coming around a corner. Those are blind turns. Nobody's expecting anybody to be going the wrong way in that area. This is very, very dangerous indeed. And again, you just don't want to see you don't want to see anybody hurt. Even the LAPD is also, they are concerned about the driver of that vehicle. You know, but these are innocent people just driving along, and now this vehicle is going the wrong way. We're going to keep an eye on it for sure. And of course, the helicopter doing what they can, but LAPD, they're not going to follow it either, because this is just too dangerous for their officers. And again, what are the lights and sirens going to do? The only benefit right now is he's got that emergency lane that he's hugging. We've seen him get off the on-ramp, and hopefully he'll do that again here as soon as he has that availability. But it's slowing down a little bit. Maybe he'll park it and jump out, and actually that might be the best thing that we'll see. It looks like, look at this. You got road work and you've got California Highway Patrol right there.
Yeah.
So let's take a look and see what happens. You got the LAPD helicopter over it. Hopefully he tries to rejoin traffic. Okay, doors open. What's
does
going
this
on
person know
here?
what's going on?
What is this?
What is this?
I have no idea.
Me either,
I have
Stu.
no idea.
They're like,
Getting
are
out
you
of the
right, bro?
car?
Dude,
Right.
lost for words.
Taking stuff. It's like, do you have time to do this? I mean, we were just talking about the 3-minute hugs. You got these officers right over here. I'm not going to lose them, I promise. They clearly know what's going on. They might make.
Yeah, they
make
see
an
the
attempt just
helicopter.
to take this guy into custody. Looks like he's jumping up onto going to be joining one of those homeless encampments. I'm going to go out on a ledge, and yeah, he's got a bag. I'm going to go out on a ledge and say maybe not a male suspect, maybe. Running towards the officer, turning around, going back the other way.
This guy is hilarious.
We say this all the time. You know, we never saw this before. I never saw this before. I have no idea what the original one was. And look, this guy is like, I wonder if they're together. Here, have a water. Nope, don't want it. No, wait, he is going to pick up the water. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It looked like a bottle of water or something. Yep, getting a little frustrated right there. Definitely not a Dodger fan. Got the Angels hoodie on, making her way back over to some other homeless right there. I'm going to try to get Chris to move the helicopter maybe just a little bit forward.
We can move the
if we
helicopter
can, or to
so
the
we
right,
can see.
so we can just get a little better of a look of it right there. But definitely it seems to know the area. Now climbing up on some stuff. We're going to try to get the helicopter a little bit closer. Chris, just forward just a little bit. And yeah, the officers, they're also unclear on where this person went. We're going to stay a little bit wider. Okay, all right. Maybe there wasn't a spot for that person to go to. Seems like they're kind of wedged up over there between that wall and that overpass. And these officers, they have their guns out, so they're not playing around, and those are not less than lethal. I'm sure this person.
Yeah, guys, this could be a potential trigger warning, but just so you know.
Oh, darn it. There you go. You dropped your bag, and finally going into custody. You know, we poke a little fun at these things, but this was extremely dangerous, especially with that driving against traffic. That was the craziest stuff I've seen in a long time. And these officers, they're doing what's called cozy patrol, where they're working with Caltrans, just kind of making sure they're okay. Today, they get to take somebody into custody.
All right, so there you go. Darcy, first of all, thank you for the recommendation. This caster, great job, Stu, with the play-by-play calls. He was even with the helicopter. Maybe the helicopter can wedge a little bit in there and see what's going on. Oh my gosh. That is... Now I know. Thank you, Darcy, for putting Stu on my radar here. And I'm assuming always with, what is this, Los Angeles 11? Fox 11 LA? If you guys want to watch this play out, here is the link to that stream right there. Oh, man. And shout out to Jim saying, hold on the McDonald's videotape. Dang, don't make me start watching car chase videos. I think the closest thing I've done was Sandra Dorley, the DA in Monroe County, New York, when she cop tried to pull her over and she drove all the way home and pulled into her garage, her driveway in her garage, got out of her car. That's the only like similar thing that I've looked at on this channel. Let's get over to the Law and Crime feed in case something starts. I promise nothing's actually happened yet. And no updates on X. That was a time. Yeah, did I miss anything good? An interesting car police chase. And what was interesting is, like, I mean, whoever that person is, if they didn't know what they were pulling up on, I mean, they did kind of act like they belonged for, like, a minute there. So, yeah, oh no, oh no. Blue Dream says they go live all the time. Oh boy, gonna be a rabbit hole. Gonna be a rabbit hole. Yeah, and thankfully it ended safely. And good call there, like, you know, could be unexpected trigger warnings there. It's live news, live coverage. You're not just gonna tell people, hold on, don't do anything crazy because it's on live TV. So I guess a future reminder there could always be a trigger warning issue. Yeah, was this where Rico was? Was it Lil Mike and Quez? Yeah, there we go. Also, big shout out here. Shannon says, Kat, you are so funny. Yeah, I'm on mute asking people how to pronounce a word while I'm muted. Cheers to the chat. Heck yeah. Green slime panya for everybody. Cheers. Cheers. Big shout out to Shannon on her 3-month slimeversary/slimeversary. Yeah, happens all the time, several times a month, several times a day. But yeah, I'm imagining some of those have not PG endings. Thank you again, Shannon. Sherry says, thank you for everything, Kat and the mods. Thank you so much, Sherry, for the 12. Big appreciation to you. Love the party confetti. And SteffJK. So, SteffJK says gang funding from FFS, even in his accidental YouTube timeout. So you might notice there is a wrench missing. You might notice there's a wrench missing. I was distracted earlier. I'm going to leave it at that. Hashtags apparently are the best we can do. I don't see a way to untime out somebody. I can't do it. Can't untime somebody out. So if you guys have permission to do the free FFS all day, hashtag free FFS. We miss you out here, FFS. Sorry, I can't do anything to fix it. I don't know, let me time myself out as a test. Hold on. Let me see if that's something that I can actually do. Oh, I can't time myself out, so that's not gonna work. I was gonna see if I could, because I tried hovering over. I don't see an option to untime someone out. It only gives me an option to time someone out, so free FFS all day. And I feel bad that there's not an option. If somebody's hidden on accident or not on accident, I can always go and reverse that. Big Pork Chop says try on me. Okay. Hold on, wait. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna have to free Big Pork Chop. Okay, so the default is 300 seconds. No, and then so what happens is now I don't see a way to click it to undo it. it still only gives me the option to put a user in timeout, even though you're already in timeout. So we'll see you in less than 300 seconds. Oh, thank you for being the guinea pig there. Appreciate you for that. We can also do an impromptu hashtag there for a big pork chop. Thank you for taking the fall. See you in like 250 seconds at this point. But yeah, free FFS. Would be very happy to have FFS back in here. If you have his channel timeout for 10 seconds and he can come back. Oh, wait. So you mean if I can reset the timeout clock? Is that what you're saying? Is that the concept here? If I go and add a new timeout and just make it 10 seconds, it'll expire really quickly. Let me go find FFS in an old chat and try that. If that's what you're saying, that's actually really smart. We can try that. And big shout out Muckduck Inc. out here dropping another 50 bomb of gifted subs in the chat. You guys, make sure you're saying thank you. That's like a huge amount of people. I know a lot of people listen in the background. Check your screen because you might have just gotten a gifted membership. Make sure you're saying thank you. Big shout out to Muckduck here. We're over here locking people out, timing people out to figure out how YouTube works. And Muckduck Inc. is like, hold on, let's just make everybody green. Big appreciation here to Muckduck Inc. That's 100 gifted memberships today, which is huge. Like, that's incredibly, like, I don't know, barrels of slime dropping on people's heads here. So let's get some love in here for Muckduck Inc. And then STS is up here. I think STS has hit like 50 gifts today too. This is another 20. Gifted 20, 10, definitely over 50. So incredibly generous here from STS here. Just out here growing the gang. STS, I appreciate you like all around for your support and your insight. Love that you're here as part of this channel. Extra appreciation that you're also supporting it with the gifts. I don't have enough words to say how much I appreciate you. And also, hold on a minute. Are we still dealing with a cone of shame for Simon? Did we ever get a cone of shame picture? Do you have one? Just curious on an update there, if we have a cone of shame going on. But big thank you here in the chat to STS as well, if you guys could shout STS out. I do want to see here if I can find something from FFS. So FFS is, regular in the chat. And we're trying to fix a YouTube timeout for, 86,000 seconds? That ends up being just about 24 hours. So, all right, so camera shy, and we've got the cone until the 15th. That feels like forever. I'm her. It seems like court should be starting. Media, I guess, was told, all right, something's going to be happening. It seems pretty apparent with Marquavius Huey's family being in the courtroom that it's going to relate to a plea deal for Marquavius Huey. No update on X there. So we have the stream up. If it starts, obviously it'll start. We'll have to see. Rice Street says he's currently in my holding cell. Oh, man. Oh, hold on, wait, we've got 20 more gifted subs. The Honourable Peter Ortiz. And I think a lot of people know the drill, but if you don't, when Peter Ortiz gifts memberships, we get to spam the boom emoji. So boom emojis all across the chat. Thank you so much, Peter. Let's get you up in... Hold on now. Let's get this updated here. 240 new members today. That probably gives me another emoji that I can add, depending on how the stuff falls in and falls out with the member count. So we might be able to add a custom emoji if you guys want to. Don't fight each other over what it should be, though. Hold on, so let's see. And hold on, another snipe here from, what's my count now? 2. So I'm a little behind. So we'll get this banner correct. And if you guys want, I do want to try to unlock FFS. So one suggestion is while we wait, as soon as court starts today, we will flip over to it. We will flip on over. But you guys had the suggestion to rewatch the beginning of Wani Lee taking the stand. We can do that. I can try to free FFS. And if we have to interrupt it because court starts, we'll switch right over. Right? So here's something in the meantime. Make sure here the banner says rewind. Get that going. And I'm just looking at old YouTube videos to find an FFS comment in the wild.
Wani Lee, W-U-N-I-E, last name Lee, L-A-E.
And good afternoon. How old are you?
25,
And are you employed?
yes,
What do you do for work?
music.
And when you say you do music, what do you mean?
I make music,
What type of music do you make?
hip-hop.
Do you have a name that you perform under?
Slime like Shouter.
And are you signed to a record label?
Yes,
What label?
Alamo Records,
And when did you first sign to Alamo Records?
2018,
And I should ask, how long have you been in the music industry?
since then.
Since 2018. Have you been signed to any other label besides Alamo?
No,
Where are you from originally?
Atlanta,
And what part of Atlanta?
Southside, Cleveland Avenue.
And did you go to school?
Yes,
Where did you go to school? Elementary, middle, and if you went to high school?
Cleveland Avenue Elementary School. You said middle school too?
Yes, sir.
Crawford Lawn Middle School.
Okay, FFS, I just
Carver
put you in
High
a
School.
10-second
Carver?
timeout.
Yeah, Carver High School.
So if you're listening, let's see if this overrides. Otherwise, I just
After
added
leaving
10
high
extra
school,
seconds.
Is that when you started your music career?
During high school, like my last year in high school, or like 11th grade or something. I didn't get serious till after high school though.
You said you didn't get serious until after high school?
Yeah,
And that was around that 2018 year we just talked about?
yeah.
Okay. As you were growing up in the Cleveland Avenue area, did you ever hear of a gang called Rock Crew?
I heard of it growing up. I didn't know if it was a gang or what it was, but yeah, I know what it is.
And how did you know about Rock Crew?
Because they had popular songs.
What were some of their songs that they had that were popular?
All right, so
I
Rodalius
don't know by
Ryan
heart right now.
taking the plea.
I just knew like,
So cutting off Wani Lee here. We've got it from Kathy and from Thugger Daily here that we're going to get these two pleas today, Lil Rod and Huey. So there we go. I'm assuming this will start shortly. Hopefully that's soon. Oh, man. So there we go, you guys. And FFS, are you here? Are you listening? Can you tell us if you're back? So yeah, that's going to leave, at least at this point in time, 3 people in the courtroom. Very interested in seeing if these pleas will differ very much from Nichols. So oh, Rice Street with the plea deal opportunity here. 40 years probation if I let FFS go. So And possibly with Lil Rod, I mean, they could be very confident in the appeal. So, oh, okay, so that didn't work. Yeah, so, and there was no, like, I found him on the final day stream because I know he was chatting before that stream started. It didn't give me an option again to untime somebody. And it's weird because he's a moderator, so it's kind of weird that that was even allowed to be done. Actually, let me try one thing. I don't know if it would, like, shake things up, but maybe if I remove and then re-add, maybe it would give someone permission to be visible in the chat. I think that's a long shot, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, everyone free FFS. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, maybe the terms are just really good anyway. Why have to sit here in court every day? Maybe, I mean, I think they feel confident in the appeal. Loving all the love here for FFS. Biff says FFS was a leader, a visionary. FFS hold out, no plea. Let's get back over to, in case we get any movement. And also, hold on, wait. Deja vu here. So hold on now. Peter Ortiz is out here. He had dropped a 20 and then another 10. So this is also incredible. Peter Ortiz is out here just throwing more out. It's just like trick-or-treating. We're handing out some Halloween candy today. Thank you so much, Peter. Hold on, that means more boom emojis. We get the excuse to do more boom emojis. Thank you so much, Peter. You guys, and I see Boy Mama says, I just got a gift membership, thank you. So shout out to Boy Mama. Glad you got one. But yeah, so other than that, guys, we're just gonna have to see. I don't imagine the terms of these pleas will be all that different. They've been negotiating for several days. I would imagine that clearly means some counters or rejections happened. So I wonder if the terms will look good for the state or bad for the state. Yes, I went into both the studio and also found an old live stream. And I don't think that there's no option on either of them to untime out somebody. I don't think his appeal has completed. If this was me, I was saying maybe they feel confident in his appeal, that he'll win the appeal. I would argue that if all of a sudden 3 people are not in the courtroom, you know, the jury needs clarification there. Because, I mean, like, oh, you're not supposed to take someone's decision to take a plea. You're not supposed to hold that against somebody else sitting in this courtroom. But at the same time, how do you get around a juror that might think, well, the state wouldn't offer someone a plea unless they thought they were innocent, right? There could be that perception on a jury. So, all right, we find out somehow that they pled guilty to one count, but we find these 3 that are taking pleas innocent of all the other things. We're not innocent, we're just no longer charging them with all the other things. How do you make sure the jury isn't assuming, oh, well, then the theory is that the other guys did all this stuff? It just seems so messy. It just seems so messy. Yeah, and this would mean, man, so right with Lee on the stand, and this would change like the order of operations of what we're doing. I mean, we don't need to get into too much of this stuff. Well, actually, I don't know. Guess there's a little bit of an overlap, but do they even need some more of certain testimony if Lil Rod is out of here? That's going to shuffle up the court calendar, I think. Yeah, and I get it. So, Angel, they might be innocent, but what I'm saying is, like, the state would just be, we're either going to have a disposition of guilt, whether that's a plea or a verdict, or we're not prosecuting, we're dismissing, but there will never be a disposition on somebody's case that says innocent, right? So they might be innocent, but that wouldn't be the disposition. What did FFS know and when did they know it? Tell us all your personal knowledge, FFS. We'll let you out. Yeah, and Shamina, right, says, I wonder if the judge will say disregard the evidence against the ones that pled out. I think she'll have to. And then you get this conundrum of like, what about if charges are still in play for things that we're supposed to disregard for some people that were said to be a part of it, like Nichols, Shamel drinks? How do we just say disregard any of that? And I really think it's so helpful for the state that they didn't really get into the Shamel drinks murder. But at the same time, whether the jury actually remembers or paid attention to it or not, they were introduced to the charges. They had opening statements. So even just the introduction, we've alleged that they did these things together, and then giving an instruction, something like this. I don't really see how it can be enough of a cure. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, Kat, you're overthinking it. Paige is an expert at curative instructions. She's given at least 300 that we've seen, so what's one more? Oh my gosh. It's like a war of attrition just on curative instructions. Big shout out here to Rambling Rose. Thank you so much here for giving a gifted membership. Very kind of you, and happy you're here with us today. I'm crying. Oh my gosh. Wait, hold on. FFS Public Defender says, as FFS Public Defender, ChatGPT told me YouTube does not currently have a way to fix an accidental timeout, so my client would like a plea deal. First of all, I love the Snoopy in yellow in the raincoat. Oh, shout out to FFS Public Defender. I love this a lot. Sorry, just checking X. Don't see any updates on movement in the courtroom or anything like that. Okay, and then STS says, if enough people plea out, state could then rest and defense can start their case in chief. Please, please make it stop. And that would be a benefit for those that are like, if I'm fighting for my innocence and I got to consider the time I'm risking by continuing this trial and risking a guilty verdict and the length of time an appeal could take, even if I'm confident about the chance on appeal, which I think is really rare, right? I don't think everybody in a normal trial, I don't think it's a very good thing to say, hey, you know what? I'll take my chances on appeal. I think this is a unique circumstance where we've seen so much go wrong in this case that there might be a better chance than normal for one or several issues that have arisen on appeal here. But great point. If enough people plea out and that shrinks the evidence, that shrinks the amount of time that it would be for me to keep letting this play out, right? So, great point. And thank you so much again, STS, for all your support. Let's see. I think you guys might like this. I just got a ping, so shout out to Granny of 5. I love Granny of 5 here in the chat, assuming this is the same Granny of 5. But yesterday, Ashley Merchant had said, there's no way else to explain how a person can get out, probation, if they give the state what it wants, a conviction, but they are too dangerous for a bond when the state gets nothing out of a bond, and the person is more able to fight the case while on bond, right? Just another injustice through our system of justice that is only interested in closing cases with convictions to show stats during an election. So I'm going to link this out here. Thank you, Granny of 5. Love to see it. Had seen this yesterday, but I think this is a really eloquent way to say it, and also adding in, you know, you won't give someone a bond. If you don't give someone a bond, someone having a bond could give them a better opportunity. I love this point here. They could fight their case a bit better. So it's even just the accessibility of attorneys. If you're out on bond, you can meet with your attorney without some of the hassle, or Fulton County telling you, sorry, you're supposed to meet with your client today, but the elevator's not working. Our bad. Can't confer with your client, right? Bond takes that problem out of the formula. So great insight there. Love that little extra food for thought there from Ashley. Pink Slime, we are waiting, apparently, plea deals coming up for Marquavius Huey and Lil Rod. There's also a lot of talk, studio, executives, record label, present for Jeffrey Williams. So, have to see. We won't know exactly what anything is happening until we see it. But I'm excited. Jennifer Devine says, why plea when he already has life? That's weird. Can they overturn convictions? So, I really think that they feel confident about what they're working with on appeal. They've made several arguments. I think I'm Not a Lawyer has talked about it on X. I don't know if she's actually done a video. But she had shared some of the documents. She said she saw it somewhere else. This is the arguments for appeal. Some of it focuses on ineffective assistance of counsel, right? The defense attorneys didn't even try to speak to Rodalius Ryan's brother, who he was apparently with at the time that the murder occurred. The defense counsel didn't even try to call him as a witness, didn't go and ask him questions. They didn't even try to probe into the possible alibi, among other issues. But I really think they've got some testimony from what we were able to watch with Mr. Williams and Leah Abbasi, with Mariah Smith, with Al Hogan, that, quite frankly, even though I'm not aware of what happened at the original trial, it's clear that there's some inconsistencies. So I would imagine the testimony that's on the record in this case is now something that is likely very helpful to what Leah and Angela DeWilliams are trying to do as an appeal effort for Rodalius Ryan. So I really think that this comes down to an added level of confidence in the appeal efforts that get him out of there. He might continue to be in custody, but why not get out of this proceeding and we can focus on the appeal? And we're just waiting. There's supposed to be court. The rumor, strong rumor, word is Marquavius Huey and Lil Rod. Plea deals on the table. Potentially important players in the courtroom, possibly related to Jeffrey Williams in plea negotiations. So we'll have to see on any specifics beyond that. But that's what we've got. FFS Public Defender says, man, hold on, wait, wrong one. I read this already. I thought I had two from here. Did I just mess up the wrong? Well, who knows what I did. I'll have to look for it. I'm breaking things, you guys. Let's see. Chloe Albert's Revenge. Got that one. Chelsea Heff says, I watch, listen to Cat while I draw. Love that. Thank you for being so kind always. I try. I can be pretty mean. I get really mad when I see like things happening to other people. Like, don't get me wrong, I can curse somebody out, but it's probably not going to be for myself. It's like I have no backbone for myself, but if it's somebody else, I'll get mad and be a little bit mean there. I'll lose my lid a little bit. I still try to keep it PG, especially, you know, I've heard people say that they watch this on their TV, which is really cool. Hey, TV in a room somewhere. But I would never want to like say something terrible out loud and like somebody in the vicinity is just like, oh my gosh, you know, I don't want to be that person. So thank you for being here though, Chelsea. And shout out, we love our artists in the courtroom. Same thing, thinking of Cash Money Cass here. Lil Durk trial, you guys. I mean, probably good to address this. I don't really know if I'm interested in just picking up what I hear. But that's a federal case, so it's not going to be a stream. I'm not opposed to covering stuff that isn't streamed. That's really what most of my channel is outside of this trial, is stuff that hasn't been televised. But I really think that's a big difference. I don't really see that as much of a parallel. And innocent until proven guilty. But it seems like they've looked at some financial records, credit card statements, movement of money, while people are doing certain things. So I really do think that that's going to be quite a different case than what we're looking. I don't see a comparison at all the same way. That to me looks like a conspiracy, murder for hire, prosecuted by the feds. And with this, I see a different case. I see a weaponization of a RICO statute with really broad applications and really nothing limiting it. Broad prosecutorial discretion being used in a way, oh, we've got action, being used in a way that doesn't really give me confidence in the charges being levied on certain individuals. So, but yeah. And I don't know, I mean, still, Durk should have his day in court. I just don't know if there's that if I get word like, hey, shady stuff is going on, that will really pique my interest. But we're not at that stage. You know, usually when stuff like this first comes down in an indictment, you're not initially hearing the counterpoints quite yet. So that could change. My interest in covering that could change. I'll make this full screen. My bad, you guys. The glorious seal. Everybody is so happy to see this deal. And what do you think of this, guy? So Sean says, good to see you, Sean. Thug let everybody plea out, and he faced it all. They can't prove anything if Thug stands alone. Yeah, some organization. Just me and the big fish, right? It's going to be the prosecution and the big fish sitting in the room. If that depends, if he's not taking a plea, you know, who knows? Yeah, and did we hear a squeak yet? We've got to listen for that squeak. Gotta listen for the squeak. Also, big shout out to Tina also celebrating 3 months. Happy Slimeanniversary. Love it, Tina. Thanks for being here. Always glad to see you here. And thanks you guys for keeping the stream going. I was like, I don't know if we're going to start. If they do start, I could maybe not bore people. But we watched a car chase. You guys kept me entertained. We tried to do some YouTube bail bonding here for FFS. Get FFS out of custody here on our own YouTube channel. So thanks you guys for, making the time pass while we waited. Michael says, I see the state seal. Oh, and let me get, I'm probably going to forget, but as soon as they start talking, I might need you guys to remind me to move the captions. FFS Public Defender says, yeah, FFS is Public Defender is a mouthful. FFS is, I'm clearing up the rumors that my client FFS is on Bleveland Ave with someone called Rico. He is serving his 1440 minutes and 10 seconds. Yeah, don't forget those 10 seconds, my bad. You guys can all say I technically timed out FFS now for 10 seconds. Oh, my bad. Shout out to FFS Public Defender. Really, guys, love the Snoopy. Oh, and how do we send FFS commissary? I don't know. Would he kill me to say his Snapchat? I mean, his Cash App? Let me just make sure there isn't, like, identifying information in there. No, definitely no identifying information there. The commissary for FFS here is in the chat. Right, seeing the heads down here. Yeah, I agree, Baseline. Record label said they've had enough of the shenanigans. Yeah, Lottie B. Bittersweet, right? I want to see the McDonald's footage before this trial ends. Free the McDonald's footage. Love this. Love this. I think as much as it's humorous, right? Like, I want to keep seeing Steele pieced together, One thing about Steele is I think there's, this is really true for all the defense attorneys, but I think it's a bit more true for Steele. Small pieces that he's putting out there when he does his cross-examinations on an individual witness that are meant to be part of, like, the big climax of his strategy in this case, his story, what he's going to piece together. I really think, like, he's so, like, that's really what he excels at, right? There's times where we might be like, all right, what is he doing here with this specific thing on cross? But it's all these pieces that he already has planned to see brought together. And if this trial doesn't continue, if his client pleads out, either of those scenarios where him and Adams, the whole team, are just no longer in play, shout out to them for whatever decision they make. But we wouldn't get to see. We wouldn't get to see it all come together. Which, it would be what it is. But yeah. Yeah, that head was probably Love's. Yeah, where are the squirrel brain reports? We want those too. Imagine, guys, okay, can you imagine a Shannon Stillwell plea deal and a counter negotiation Or they ask for the reports as a condition of the plea. Oh my gosh. No, what the F? I think this was a great idea because sometimes things are just, if there was only one thing there, I think logically there is a good reason to think that setting someone with a new timeout counter would actually get rid of the old one. I think this was a great idea. So it's my bad for adding 10 seconds, FFS. Oh, we will get him free. Yeah, and Mookie, good to see you, by the way. I don't expect that we'll actually get the footage. I just think that there is a, whatever the closing arguments might be, one of the elements that we're going to see Brian Steele lay out is, you've got no surveillance footage. You see things, sometimes you see things that are recorded when the state thinks it helps them. But there's things that, we don't see. And you get to decide why we don't see that. Why they didn't gather it. Whether or not you believe Detective Thorpe when he says that when a surveillance video storage deletes, they just randomly delete a whole chunk of time at a random interval. That makes no logical sense, no rhyme or reason. You get to decide that, jury. And, if we don't get to a finish line, closing arguments with Brian Steele still in the courtroom, with Jeffrey Williams still in the courtroom, unfortunately, we won't get to see those closing arguments. But can't complain, right? Can't complain. Yeah, they pushed you out the bushes. And this is a good point, too. Williams is court-appointed and not paid much. She can't afford to be his lawyer and requested to be off the case for that reason. I can't see her wanting to do another trial with him. That might be true. And we wouldn't really know where the pleas leave anybody because there might be somebody that's not willing to take a plea today, but with somebody else taking a plea, they might change their mind. Conditions change. Butterfly effect. So. And hold on. Hey, Empress Fox in the chat. Good to see you. You guys show some love for Empress Fox. Not only out here doing the protest outside of the courthouse, which last week I think I misspoke. For whatever reason, I thought it was at Rice Street. So my bad. My bad. Empress Fox, really, really happy to see you here. Glad you're here with us. Also, big shout out, and this is how I saw she was in here. Thank you, Factual Lie, for dropping the link to Empress Fox's YouTube channel. Guys, if you want to follow, Empress Fox has literally been boots on the ground. Also very knowledgeable about this case, following it forever. So, 2 reasons there. Go check out Empress Fox here. Go and support. Also over on X, I would say this is a great example of somebody. Yes, you have a YouTube channel, but I think you're also very active over on X. So if you guys use X, make sure Empress Fox. Make sure you go over and hit that follow over there. And I see a lot of people have been joining X recently. If you guys just joined X, feel free to try to connect with each other. Normal users, only moderators can drop link in a YouTube chat. If you post a comment with a link and you're not a mod, it'll look like it let you send a link, but we actually won't see it. YouTube won't let it go through at all. Like, you'll think you were able to share it. You have to share your username. So if you want to connect with each other, drop your @name. So for example, for Empress Fox, I would share this in the chat. and we can all connect and find each other. Love seeing you guys interact with each other, running into each other on X. Love to see it there. So there you go. But specifically for Empress Fox, we did just drop her links there to YouTube and on X. So, oh, so Jennifer's behind here, but make them hand over the reports for the plea deal, or they want that gang book, right? The APD's criteria on all the stuff for the gangs. We want a copy of that as part of the plea. And this is true. If McDonald's emailed the surveillance footage, McDonald's could have proof that they sent the footage. I know here cops have everyone email videos to the police department. Thank you, Libby. Good point, right? So even if the file no longer can be opened, there could be, I have it on, good faith, reason, I have a reasonable belief. Footage was sent. The footage existed. And if the footage was sent, at the very least, that would mean that the story about, oh, we don't have it, it deletes itself, was complete BS. It could be the case that the file was corrupted and never opened. But if the state's witnesses, and when the state's witnesses are APD, that's an arm of the state, when the state's witnesses are painting the story, well, this is what happened. I went down there and they said it deleted. And you have proof that there was a file in existence that was being sent. You know that thing is a lie. You know that thing is not true. Credibility gone. So. I feel like they're playing with us at this point. Like, they turned the stream on. They had a little movement. And they said, all right, never mind. Mr. Nobody says FFS can launch an appeal. Heck yeah. We should have crowdfunded and bought the McDonald's. And I don't think that this is necessarily the case. I mean, I've relied on 2015 might be real close, but I can say confidently that around late 2016, early 2017, I was sending video files, larger files, through email, but I used Gmail, and it would automatically upload the file and create, it would be like an attachment, it would show as an attachment, but also give a link for someone to download. So, and the info on the table here, as far as what's going on if you're joining late and you're missing anything, is Rodalius Ryan, aka Lil Rod, is also set to take a plea deal shortly, according to his girlfriend. Lil Rod and Huey are reportedly taking pleas. So, Huey's family is supposed to be down there. There's also additional information that people from Jeffrey Williams' record label are around the courthouse. So, other than that, we won't know any specifics until things play out. Right? Hopefully FFS time all about, like, the timeout's out when he's free. Yeah, he's got, like, what, 22 and a half hours left. All right. Think we have. Oh, nope. They got me. Oh, maybe they do. Maybe we're here. We're showing Miss Persifield's or judge's bench. Here's Whitaker. There we go.
Good afternoon.
So we got a squeak.
We have a few pleas to be tendered.
You please.
And are we going to do them at the same time or separately? Separately. All right. Are you ready, Ms. Abbasi?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And he's handling
All right,
this
so
for
Lil
the
Rod
state.
is first.
Your Honor, it'll be Simone Hilton for this.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Ryan. No. Yeah, come up to the podium, and then Sergeant Ingram, can you swear Mr. Ryan in?
Yes, sir. Rodalius Ryan, Rodalius Ryan, Ryan.
And Mr. Ryan, are you the same person referred to as Rodalius Ryan on indictment number 22 SC 183572?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you at this time under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No, ma'am.
How old are you?
Currently 20 years old.
And how far did you go in school?
12th grade.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you are charged in this indictment with count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influence, and Corrupt Organization Act, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand
Alright,
that
so
you have
they
the
got him
right
with count
to plead
1.
either guilty or not guilty to these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to go over this plea of guilty and waiver rights form with your
So
attorney?
just count 1.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you and your attorney both reviewed it and you signed this document?
Yes, ma'am. That's my signature.
That's your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney, Ms. Leah Abbasi, about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding charges in this indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been able to speak with her about any potential defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need any more time to discuss this case with your attorney?
No.
Are you satisfied with her counsel and representation?
Yes, ma'am.
You also had another attorney, Ms. Angela D. Williams. Are you satisfied with her counsel and representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you waive any defects, if any, with respect to the indictment?
No, ma'am. Could you repeat that for me?
Sure. Do you waive any and all defects in the indictment?
Yes.
And have you been arrested on these charges, specifically count 1, the conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act?
He was already in custody, so he was not taken into custody for these charges. However, he was booked for the charges in the Fulton County Jail.
Oh,
And you
Leah.
served with the arrest warrants on this?
Yes.
Has Ms. Abbasi advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for the charge that you are pleading to?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend to the court a sentence of 10 years to serve, commuted to the time you have served in this case? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am. And
do you understand that this sentence should run concurrently with the sentence that you are already serving for 19 SC 168236? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that the court does not have to accept this recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
And the court can sentence you to the maximum on this charge?
I understand.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you are not in the United States?
One moment. please repeat the question?
Sure.
Do you understand that the
Enhancing
conviction?
sentence, that one, the one on enhancing sentence?
Yes, I just needed to explain a bit more what that means.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that this is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect your right to vote, your right to hold public office, your right to serve on a jury, your right to obtain a passport, your right to receive, possess, and transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or use a firearm in a crime, you will be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of 1 to 15 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you went to trial, you have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights? And after I say each right, I'll ask you to respond, okay? The right to trial by jury,
Yes.
the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself,
Yes.
the right to confront witnesses against you,
Yes.
the right to assist of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the trial of your case,
Yes.
the right to the presumption of innocence,
Yes.
the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence,
Yes, ma'am.
the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence,
Yes, ma'am.
the right to have the charges against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt,
Yes.
and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after trial.
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No, ma'am.
With respect to indictment 22 SC 183572, how do you plead to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with a full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have 4 years from today's date to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and constitutionality of this guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that you have 30 days in which to appeal your conviction based on your plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you also understand that you have until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw your guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, if this case were to proceed and continue with trial, Your Honor, evidence has shown and will further show that Mr. Ryan conspired with others to participate in the Young Slime Life gang through a pattern of racketeering activity, and multiple defendants and unindicted co-conspirators have committed overt acts to further this conspiracy, including drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder, also including social media posts asserting the violent nature and dominance of Young Slime Life, aka YSL. Your Honor, the court has been present for evidence regarding the February 23rd, 2019 homicide of Mr. Jamari Holmes, in which Mr. Ryan and YSL co-conspirator Damone Blalock lured both Jamari Holmes, Bernard Mitchell, and Rodney Uten to an apartment at 50 Mount Zion Road, which is in the Cleveland Avenue area. The evidence came out that during the course of that incident, that Mr. Ryan, along with Mr. Blalock, emerged from the apartment complex, shooting at the vehicle which Mr. Holmes, Mr. Uten, and Mr. Mitchell were in, shooting Mr. Holmes in the head, After this incident, a few hours later, Mr. Ryan is seen posting on social media, on a public social media post, saying bet YSL makes the news. Right, there has been other social media posts in which Mr. Ryan has promoted or enhanced the reputation of YSL. Your Honor, the state intended to show further evidence that once Mr. Ryan was convicted of the homicide of Mr. Holmes while in prison, he continued to enhance the reputation, power, and territory of YSL, specifically when YSL co-conspirator and co-defendant Christian Eppinger was given a bond for shooting at an Atlanta police officer. Mr. Ryan, while on a contraband phone in prison, posted on his social media account, he flashed the YSL sign and stated, "We're coming to get you. YSL shit, free my N-word bris, F the DA, the gangway, we cashing bonds on this shit." Your Honor, this is the evidence that the state would have intended to show if we would have continued with trial. Given the current status, Your Honor, we've made an offer to Mr. Ryan for this commuted to time served offers from our concurrent with his current conviction, Your Honor. And I can approach with the documentation.
You may. And I wanted to just add one thing to the information about the different methods you have to file things after this plea. And that is that Misty Williams and Ms. Abbasi will represent you until either the end of this term of court or 30 days, whichever's later. And so they would be the ones to talk to about filing those things, unless either of them is permitted to withdraw before that time. They would be the ones to file those for you, okay? No. All right, Ms. Abbasi, is there anything that the defense wants to add to the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have had the honor really of representing Mr. Ryan along with Misty Williams, who I'm quite disappointed she could not be here today for an important day. This trial has been exhausting for everybody, and that certainly includes Mr. Ryan, who has been going through the court system since he was 15 years old. We categorically and adamantly deny that YSL is the criminal, dangerous street gang which it's been made out to be through this trial. We're actually quite happy with the record which was established during the presentation of the state's evidence of the alleged murder of Mr. Jamari Holmes. This plea today, Mr. Ryan is making a decision which is going to be the best for his future, what future he has, because he's already serving a life sentence. Were he to be convicted and sentenced to additional time, he would remain in custody. As I stated, we think the record established will strongly support his appeal, and hopefully, when his conviction is overturned, we don't want him sitting in prison for something else. Certainly not for actions he took when he was younger, and actions he took which are largely a product of how he grew up. As I stated, Your Honor, Mr. Ryan was 15 years old at the time of the Jamari Holmes murder. You've seen through the text messages, he was out at all different hours, doing all different things, which I don't think anyone would want their 15-year-old to be out doing. And so that is where he was, and so he did adopt the people who were around him, the people who could support him, the people in his neighborhood who grouped themselves, calling themselves YSL. Mr. Ryan at no point was trying to advance a criminal street gang and their interests. He was trying to protect himself, being a young person, largely on his own, and this is where he's ended up. I would like to say that there's been some sort of rehabilitative function here since he was sentenced to prison. It doesn't appear that that has happened. As you've heard, some of his additional cases are within the prison system. It would be wonderful if some of the money spent on a case like this could possibly be invested in the future of people like Mr. Ryan, who go into custody at such a young age. and who really then are not given the resources to make the changes that they really would like to make to have a productive future. With all of that said, I think Mr. Ryan has grown up a lot during this trial. He doesn't want to sit through this anymore. He doesn't want to ever be back in a courtroom ever again, Your Honor. He's heard about all sorts of incidents, which the 2015 crimes, he was 11 years old. Mr. Ryan's most sincere wish is to move on with his life, to put this behind him. And we thank the court for the opportunity to resolve the case in this way and not drag it out any further than it has been.
All right.
He just would like to thank the court, Judge.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Ryan, I just want to make sure that you understand that this is ultimately, the decision is yours to make, not your attorneys, and I appreciate that both Ms. Abbasi and Ms. D. Williams have been available in giving you legal advice and guidance, but it's ultimately your decision. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and do you in fact want to plead guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you've had enough time to think about it and to discuss it with your attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Ms. Abbasi, have you and or Ms. D. Williams talked to Mr. Ryan about the benefits and drawbacks of all of his different options?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, I find that there is a factual basis for the guilty plea to count one, the conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Whatever the difference of opinion may be with regard to what YSL is or isn't, and what Mr. Ryan may or may not have intended, there is a factual basis that exists from the record as it already is in this case to support the necessary elements of the conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. And I have heard many of the alleged overt acts and the conspiracy evidence to advance the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity and to control personal property and money, and I find that the factual basis for that exists. And I am going to accept Mr. Ryan's guilty plea. I find it to be freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered with an understanding of the consequences of this plea. And I'm going to sentence in accord with the recommendation that both of the state and the defense have worked hard to negotiate here, which is a sentence of 10 years commuted to time served and to be run concurrently with the sentence that Mr. Ryan is currently serving. And certainly within the court's consideration is the knowledge that Mr. Ryan is at this time serving a life sentence for the murder of Mr. Holmes. And while I understand that that is on appeal right now, you know, those are the facts as they exist right now. So that is the sentence of this court. Mr. Ryan, at 20 years old, you have most of your life ahead of you, and I don't know what it is going to hold with regard to your appeal or anything after that. But whether it is more years in custody or whether at some point in time you see the light of day to the outside world again, which is very likely considering your age, as long as you behave yourself while you're incarcerated and do not continue to either commit crimes in prison or violate any of the prison rules. If you can be on the straight and narrow, then somebody your age, after serving some amount of time, is probably going to be considered favorably for parole. And you just have to keep that in mind, that you need to be looking out for sort of the long run and not playing the short game, but playing the long game so that you have a future in front of you still. So that is your sentence, and I wish you luck, and I wish that with further maturity, much like Ms. Abbasi has said that you have already exhibited throughout the course of this trial, that you are able to make better decisions and steer your life in a better direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Ms.
right.
Matthews, are y'all ready?
All right, they're going right into Matthews here.
You may. Yes, and I'm going to go ahead and, where's Mr. Rosser? Give you these documents, and then is that in document? Give Mr.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we already have the signed copy of the indictment. Mr. Huey and Mr. Ryan have both signed, so I have that already. Yes.
So with the time served, I don't know how long what the calendar math is that he's been in custody. But they are commuting him time served, but he's still going to be in custody because he had a separate trial for the murder. He only had count 1 in this trial with Rico. But the murder was an overt act that they were saying was something that he did in furtherance of the conspiracy.
And Sergeant, if you can swear in Mr. Huey.
Let's hear what they say here for Huey.
Yes.
Okay, so about 5 years he's been in.
Marquavius Huey.
Your Honor, we have just received the redacted document here, so if I can have an opportunity just to execute the.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Right.
And Mr. Matthews, just so that the record is clear, I know that y'all are just now signing the, I guess it's still a, 5-page document? This is not the first time you're seeing the most of what's in that document, correct?
Absolutely not.
Right.
We've seen
So
this.
there were a couple of items removed from the sentencing acknowledgments at your request, is that right?
That is correct, Your
Okay.
Honor.
And otherwise, other than that section 4, everything has essentially stayed the same with regard to the rest of the document, is that correct?
That is also correct.
All right. And you and Mr. Matthews and Mr. Huey were aware of the changes that were getting made?
Yes.
All right. Do y'all need any additional time to look over the refreshed document?
We do not, Your
All
Honor.
right.
I've reviewed it, and we are ready to
All
proceed.
right. Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, I have it.
No, that's all right. It's essentially the same. Okay, thank you. So you've got the waiver of rights and this separate kind of list of the charges and the sentences. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the indictment is with Ms. Rosser. I'm ready whenever.
Mr. Huey, you can please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the answer shall give in the manner now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You can put your hands down.
I think he already got sworn, so you're double sworn at this point.
Please state your true and correct legal name.
Marquavius Huey. MARQUAVIUS. HUEY.
And are you the same Marquavius Huey on indictment 22 SC 183572?
Yes.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No.
How old are you?
28.
And how far did you go in school?
12th grade high school diploma.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you were in this indictment charged with count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which carried a sentence of 5 to 20 years?
Yes.
Count 3, you were initially charged with armed robbery, which carried a sentence of 10 to 20 years or life.
Yes.
You were charged with count 4 and 5 of this indictment, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which each carry a sentence of 1 to 20 years.
Yes.
You were charged with count 6 and count 7 in this indictment, which you charged on possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
Yes.
And that carries a sentence of 5 years to serve consecutive to any other count in the indictment.
Yes.
You were also charged with armed robbery in counts 14 and 15.
Yes.
Also charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for count 16 or 17.
Yes.
You were charged with hijacking a motor vehicle in the first degree.
Yes.
You were initially charged with possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
Yes.
Counts 19 and 20. You were charged with 4 counts of participation in criminal street gang activity, which were counts 21, 22, 23, and 46.
Yes.
And you were charged with possession of a weapon by an incarcerated individual, which was count 44, and possession of a telecommunication device by an incarcerated individual, which was count 45. You understand that those were your initial charges in this indictment?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges?
Yes.
And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to go over this waiver of rights form with your attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this your signature on this document on page 4 of this document?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorneys, Carrington Matthews Sr. and Carrington Matthews Jr., about all the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charge in this indictment, including any potential defenses?
Yes.
Do you need any more time to discuss this matter with your attorney?
Nope.
Are you satisfied with their counsel and representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
Yes.
Do you waive any defects, if any, with respect to the indictment?
Yes.
Is it your understanding, have you been arrested on all of the charges contained within this indictment?
Yes.
And Mr. Matthews Jr., are you aware of any other outstanding warrants for these charges?
We are not aware of any.
Have your attorneys advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge that you are pleading to?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend to the court the following sentence?
Yes.
Let me tell you the sentence first.
Oh.
As to count 1, which is conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, the state's recommendation is 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, the balance of 11 years on probation. As to count 3, armed robbery, based on the negotiations, the state will reduce the armed robbery to robbery and offer a sentence of 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with count 1, the balance of 11 years on probation. As to count 4, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, the state will recommend 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with counts 1 and count 3, balance of 11 years on probation. As to count 5, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, the state agrees to null pros or dismiss that count. As to count 6, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, the state's recommendation is 5 years to serve, consecutive to counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, and 44 to be suspended. As to count 7, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, the state will null, pros, or dismiss that count. As to count 14, which is armed robbery, we'll reduce that to robbery, 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with counts 1, 3, and 4, balance of 11 years on probation. Count 15, armed robbery, reduced to robbery, 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with counts 1, 3, 4, and 14, balance of 11 years on probation.
Yeah, so it seems like they're going to do a
Count
9 and 11
16
split.
will be null, pros, or dismissed. Count 17, that count will merge with count 15. Count 18 will be null, pros, or dismissed by the state. Count 19, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, will be 5 years to serve, 5 years to serve consecutive to counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, 17, and 44, but concurrent with count 6, and that will be suspended. Count 20 will be null, pros, or dismissed by the state. Count 21 will be 5 years to serve, concurrent with counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, and 44. Count 22 will be null, pros, or dismissed by the state, as well as count 23 will be null, pros, or dismissed by the state. Count 44, possession of a weapon by an incarcerated individual, will be 5 years to serve, concurrent with counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, and 17, and counts 45 and 46 will be null, pros, or dismissed by the state. Do you understand that that's the state's recommendation?
Yes.
Do you understand that the total sentence is 25 years to serve 9 years in custody with a balance of 14 years? 9 of those 14 years will be served on probation, and 5 years will be suspended. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that the court does not have to accept that recommendation?
Yes.
And the court can sentence you to the maximum of each charge and can run those charges consecutively, one after the other.
Yes.
Do you understand this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes.
Do you understand if you are currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on your entering a guilty plea today?
Yes.
Do you understand if you are placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions without being subject to revocation for the balance of the sentence?
Yes.
And do you understand that there were several special conditions of probation that you must adhere to, which are contained within this documentation?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to go over each of these special conditions with your attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also go over with your attorneys your sentencing acknowledgments regarding this plea agreement?
Yes.
And is this also your signature on this documentation with your attorney going over each of the special conditions of probation?
Yes.
And did you fully understand the special conditions of probation?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hilton, can you pass that document up to the court, please?
She wants to see every word as it's being read.
Did you want to review before I continue, Noah? Did you want to review before I continue?
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Do you understand that you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that this is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court, your attorney, nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole, the Department of Corrections, or the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and no one can guarantee parole no matter what anyone has told you.
Yes.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect your right to vote, your right to hold public office, your right to serve on a jury, your right to obtain a passport, your right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or use a firearm in a crime, you will be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of 1 to 15 years in prison?
Yes.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up the following rights? And after each right, I'll ask you to respond. The right to trial by jury,
Yes.
the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself,
Yes.
the right to confront witnesses against you,
Yes.
the right to assistive counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the trial of your case,
Yes.
the right to presumption of innocence,
Yes.
the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence,
Yes.
the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence,
Yes.
the right to have the charge against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt,
Yes.
and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No.
With respect to indictment 22 SC 183572, how do you plead to the charges in that indictment?
I plead guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with a full knowledge of charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand you have 4 years from today's date to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and constitutionality of this guilty plea?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have 30 days in which to appeal your conviction based on your plea today?
Yes.
And do you understand that you have until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw your guilty plea?
Yes.
Your Honor, if this case were to go to trial, the state would expect, or if we were to continue with trial, the state would expect to show, or evidence has shown and will show, that Mr. Huey conspired with others to participate in YSL through a pattern of racketeering activity, and multiple defendants, as well as unindicted co-conspirators, have committed overt acts to further this conspiracy, to include drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder. Also, it includes posting on social media, asserting the violent nature of and the dominance of young slime life, aka YSL. Specifically, Mr. Huey himself participated in 2 robberies. He posted on social media, and he engaged in text messages with his fellow co-conspirators. On April 26, 2019, Mr. Huey, along with another individual, armed around Mr. Damone Maynard, at an apartment complex located on Masargo Drive in the Buckhead neighborhood in Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County. He robbed Mr. Maynard at gunpoint and pistol whipped him. Mr. Huey was wearing a very distinctive yellow jacket. He stole a ring, a necklace, a luxury wallet, and other items. He then fled the scene in a black Mustang. Portions of this robbery, Your Honor, were caught on surveillance video. After the robbery, Mr. Huey was seen on his social media account with the ring and necklace that was identical to the items that were stolen from Mr. Maynard. Additionally, on Instagram, Your Honor, on social media, there were several pictures of Mr. Huey photographed next to a black Mustang. There were several pictures. Lastly, there were pictures of Mr. Huey on his social media wearing the same distinctive yellow jacket that was seen on the surveillance video. Based on that evidence, Your Honor, arrest warrants were issued for Mr. Huey. While on bond for the April 2019 armed robbery, Your Honor, on October 1st, 2020, Mr. Huey went to the apartments located at 250 Fulton Street, Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, to meet with Mr. Gary Holloman. Gary Holloman, who is now deceased, told law enforcement officers on the night that he was robbed that Mr. Huey, who he knew, asked to meet with him so that Mr. Holloman could give Mr. Huey money to put on another co-conspirator to Quarius Mender's books or commissary at the Fulton County Jail. Quarius Mender, who is a co-defendant and co-conspirator, is the nephew of Gary Holloman. Mr. Mender and Mr. Huey were friends or are friends. Mr. Holloman agreed to meet with Mr. Huey at the location. While at the location, Mr. Huey, along with another individual, approached Mr. Holloman. One person had an assault rifle. They took from Mr. Holloman his car and his money. They also robbed another young lady by the name of Misha Coppage. Mr. Huey and the other unidentified individual fled the scene and left. Mr. Holloman immediately called the police. When police arrived, Mr. Holloman was able to use another cell phone to track his phone. He was able to track that phone going in the direction of I-75 South, and ultimately that phone was located on Oak Drive, which is in the Cleveland Avenue area, which is the area or territory for Young Slimeline. Also, Mr. Holloman was able to show police officers the social media pages of Mr. Huey to identify him. Initially, the police marked this case as an information, and the case was not initially investigated. However, about 1 month later, Mr. Holloman went to the police headquarters, spoke with investigators. He was able to pick Mr. Huey out of the photographic lineup. Subsequently, investigator Marissa Viverito, who was formerly with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, found a jail call with Quarius Mender, Mr. Mender's mother, as well as Gary Holloman discussing the robbery and Mr. Holloman discussing what occurred to him. Arrest warrants were taken out for Mr. Huey. He was initially arrested in November of 2020. During that arrest and pursuant to a search warrant, his home was searched. In that search, they found 2 rifles, 2 rifle handguns. Also, they found items belonging to an individual by the name of Chandler Durham. During that search warrant, they seized Mr. Huey's phones and pursuant to a search warrant, did a search of those phones. Upon seeing the items from Chandler Durham, investigator Viverito checked the Atlanta Police Department's database to find if there were any police reports associated with the Chandler Durham. She found a police report from March 12, 2020. In that report, Chandler Durham reported that while he was working at a music studio, his car and additional items to include a luxury bag were stolen. After finding the report, investigator Viverito went through the contents of Mr. Huey's phone, and she saw a few text messages of note. She saw a text conversation on March 12, 2020 between Jeffrey Williams and Mr. Huey. Jeffrey Williams told Mr. Huey that they needed to take that shit back. Mr. Huey denied involvement in taking the items and blamed it on another person. Mr. Williams then told Mr. Huey in this text message, if he doesn't take it back, he's going to die. Also found in Huey's cell phone were 2 incidents in which Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams were in conversation with each other regarding rival gang member Rayshawn Bennett, aka YSL Trial. On January 19, 2020, Mr. Williams sent a flyer to Huey with a performance location of YSL Trial. The text message read, handle that tonight, slat. Then Huey responded, slat. Your Honor, based on the state's understanding, slat means slime love all the time. Then on September 2nd, 2020, Mr. Huey sent a flyer to Mr. Williams with another performance location of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett. Mr. Williams texted, slatty handle and stay very low. Huey's response was slat and for sure, I've been out the way. And appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me, I'm built on loyalty. Williams' response was slat, handle that, I got you. In 2021, we were able to recover another phone from Mr. Huey after he was subsequently arrested on grand jury warrants. When we did a search warrant of that phone, there was additional communication between Mr. Williams and Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey told Mr. Williams on November 14, 2021, you know I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama. This text message followed information that was provided to investigator Viverito by Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland, during an October 2021 interview, advised investigator Viverito that he was aware of a potential plot to harm another rival gang member, Kelvin Watts, also known as Shell Kel, at a venue, Diamonds of Atlanta on Northside Drive. Mr. Coleman advised that he was aware that Huey was to participate in this plot to harm Watts, and he attempted to tell Huey not to participate. Lastly, Your Honor, on February 18, 2022, while housed at the Fulton County Jail, along with Aquarius Mender, they were both housed in the same cell. There was a search of that dorm specifically, and inside of the cell, there was a shank and an illegal cell phone inside of their cell that they shared. And based on what we know from other evidence that we have, that cell phone was used to communicate with other YSL members. Your Honor, this is the evidence that we believe would have come out had we continued with trial. Given where we are, Your Honor, and the charges, we made a decision to resolve this case with Mr. Huey for the offer that was relayed earlier, Your Honor. And I have a copy.
All right, and with regard to the offer, I just wanted to be clear that on counts 6 and 19, which are possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime, while this 5-page plea agreement document reflects that those are going to be served on probation, the intention of both parties is that those 2 counts be suspended.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yes,
and in your global sentence, it says 5 years suspended, and so I assume that that's what y'all meant by that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Matthews?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon to this honorable court, Your Honor. I'd like to begin by expressing to the court that we emphatically and categorically deny
There we go,
all
YSL.
of the recitation that's been presented by the court with respect to some of these allegations that's been laid out by the state. However, we do recognize that there are enough factual allegations in the recitation to support each and every count to which Mr. Huey is pleading this afternoon. So we do stipulate that there is enough to move forward with this plea. For those reasons, Your Honor, we are standing before this court to talk to this court about the acceptance of responsibility with respect to Mr. Marquavius Huey. Your Honor, Mr. Marquavius Huey was born in Atlanta, Georgia. He lived in the Jonesboro South community, a neighborhood project in the Atlanta community. He grew up there. He's seen a lot of things in his short 28-year life. His father was murdered in 2010, and he's been without a father for a number of years. He's been raised by his mother as a single parent. He has a number of siblings. There have been times when Mr. Huey and his mother and his family have been homeless and have lived out of a car. So he's had a very, very hard life as it relates to his upbringing. Notwithstanding that, Your Honor, he did manage to graduate from high school. Mr. Huey, Your Honor, now has 2 children. He's 28 years old. He has 2 children. He has a 5-year-old son, Your Honor. He has a 2-year-old little daughter that was born in July of 2022. He has never met or seen his daughter in person until today, as she's here in this courtroom.
Is that the baby we're hearing coughing, the child that sounds like they're coughing?
He recognizes that choices
Poor baby.
puts him before this court in this case. Your Honor, we are asking this court to take into consideration that he has no prior felony convictions. I've had a very long time to get to know Mr. Huey because I've been with Mr. Huey on a regular, daily basis during the week since January of 2023. I've got a chance to know him. I've got a chance to work with him on his case regularly. And he wants to, when he gets out of custody, Your Honor, he wants to do a number of things, two in particular. He wants to start and become affiliated with a nonprofit organization where he can be able to talk to young children, teenagers, because he was a teenager when he lost his father, and things begin to take a turn for Mr. Huey. He wants to be able to tell teenagers, young boys, young black boys, he wants to be able to say to them, don't do what I did, and you have another way in which you can go. And he wants to be able to share his experiences in that way. I have linked Mr. Huey up with an organization called Young Generation Movement, and I've known that nonprofit organization and the founder of that organization for a long period of time. He's also present in this courtroom, and I've linked Mr. Huey up with them so that when Mr. Huey gets out of custody, he will be able to have an organization that can mentor him, that he can align himself with, where he can begin to engage himself with anti-violence nonprofit conduct and mentoring other young people. He also, in terms of being able to earn an income, because he is now, Your Honor, if this court accepts this plea, Mr. Huey will now, for the first time, be a convicted felon. He is not first offender eligible. He wants to get his commercial driver's license, Your Honor, and he wants to get a trucking company and be able to earn a living for himself, because he recognizes that it's going to be a challenge for him to be able to go out and apply for jobs and be able to get income by getting an employer to hire him. So he's going to focus and target himself to be able to fend for himself so that he can take care of his young children that he has helped to bring into this world. Your Honor, we are here before this court because it's an acceptance of responsibility. We recognize that this has been a very long, enduring trial, and we have come to a point where we have painstakingly negotiated with the state of Georgia, and we've come up with a negotiated resolution that we believe is one that is fair. We believe that is sufficient to recognize the seriousness of the charges that are before the court, and we believe it's one that will cause Mr. Huey to be able to see the light of day in a reasonable period of time. Mr. Huey has been in custody. I'd like to enter into the record, Your Honor, as Defendant's Exhibit 1 for sentencing purposes, a proof of incarceration from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Mr. Huey, through the computations of the various times when he was arrested on these charges and released, and from the time that he's currently been in custody to the present, he has approximately 4 years under his belt against that 9-year sentence, and that 9-year sentence is parolable. So we're going to enter that as an exhibit before the court.
All right, that'll be Defendant's Exhibit 1 to this plea hearing, and as you know, and as I'm sure you have shared with Mr. Huey, it's ultimately the Department of Corrections that calculates the time served portion of the sentence, so it'll ultimately be up to them, but I will include that as a part of my sentencing sheet as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor to represent Mr. Marquavius Huey along with my son, Attorney Carlton Matthews Jr., who also would like to address the court at this time, Your Honor. So we're asking this court to accept the negotiation that has been represented to the court, and Mr. C.J. Matthews.
Yes, good afternoon to this honorable court.
Good afternoon, Mr. Matthews.
I've been gracious with this opportunity to represent and serve Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey is an honorable young man. Mr. Huey does not allow his mistakes to define him, but he is remorseful, Your Honor. He has learned, grown, and became a better man during this trial. Mr. Huey will have a release date, Your Honor. And I'm confident in him that he'll be a working class citizen in society when he is released. We thank this honorable court and we respectfully ask this court to accept this plea on today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Matthews. Mr. Huey, I am sure that Mr. Matthews Sr. and Mr. Matthews Jr. have, I know that they have been working with you and negotiating with the state for I'm sure the entire course of this trial and proceeding, but very, very hard over the last week and a couple of days to get where we are right now. And I know that you know that given the severity and the number of charges that you were facing, that had you been convicted of all of those charges at trial, you were looking at the possibility of 3 consecutive life sentences, plus I think about 100 years after that. So the fact that the state is recommending jointly with your attorneys that your total sentence be 25 years with 9 of those to serve is, it's frankly
9
remarkable.
to serve, 5 suspended,
and
I think 11
that you
probation.
should not take for granted or
Their
take
math is
lightly at
weird.
all. These are very serious charges, and I hear what both Mr. Matthews have said about the challenges facing you
Where
in
is
your
Paige
life,
going?
and I am sorry for the loss of your father. One would hope that to have anybody that they love taken from them in a violent way like murder might have an impact upon their lives that would lead them in the right direction, but it's not particularly surprising that sometimes that's not what happens and it goes in a worse direction instead. I hope that with your age and with having really been faced with the distinct possibility of spending the entirety of the rest of your life in prison, the fact that you are getting this opportunity is not going to be wasted. I hope that you appreciate what the Matthews have done to go out of their way to line up somebody to be looking out for you when you are released from prison. And I want to ask you, just like I have asked both Mr. Nichols and Mr. Ryan, is this your decision to enter this guilty plea? Because no matter what your attorney's advice is, it's ultimately up to you whether to plead guilty or continue with the trial. So is this what you want to do?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And have you had enough time to consider all of the different scenarios and to discuss everything you wanted to with your attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. I think it's very clear that this plea is to your benefit, considering the potential downside of moving forward with the continued trial. I find there to be a factual basis to this plea. I appreciate the fact that y'all have stipulated that there is a factual basis. And I find the plea to be freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered with an understanding of the consequences, and I will accept it as such. And I will sentence in accord with the negotiated recommendation. I'm not going to read everything out again. We've thankfully got it in writing for the sentence sheet, but in accord with what was put on the record and what is reflected in this this document, with a total sentence of 25 years to serve 9 in custody, balance of 14 years after that, 9 of those on probation and 5 suspended. And I'm going to impose the special conditions that you have already acknowledged and acknowledged that you would abide by. And, somebody with a high school diploma, which is more than a whole lot of people ever achieve. So you've already achieved and proven that you can achieve good things. And who is only 28 years old, and who can really look down and already see the light of day for a release date. You need to make sure that during your time incarcerated that you don't pull any of the kind of thing that you have been, that you actually are pleading guilty to, at least some of, by having contraband or in any other way getting in trouble, because that's not going to bode well. I am going to recommend a transition program for you. I know that there's a lot of different job training available in our correction system, so I hope that you take advantage of that. And whether it's a commercial driver's license or whether you find something else that you want to do while you're in there, be making good use of your time while you're in there and furthering yourself. And you have had a fine example next to you for the past 2 years of what somebody can do with their lives. So don't forget about that, and be the father that you need to be and that you ought to be to your very young children. They're still going to be very young when you get out. And please make sure that you abide by all your probationary conditions, because if you don't, then you're going to be back to see me. And because I recognize how much of a break you're getting right now,
I will not be lenient if you come back.
Probably not going to be as lenient if you come back before me again, because you are getting a huge opportunity to turn your life around, okay?
Because the state was down
All
bad.
right, so that's the sentence of the court, and I want to wish you good luck and good fortune. You can get through the next few years, and then you can have the rest of your life to do good work with.
Can you address the court?
Yes. I should have asked that, I'm sorry.
That's okay, Judge. Thank you.
I want to thank the court and thank God. And I want to apologize to my kids, my family, and everybody who done supported me in this stressful process. And, I plan to do my time, come back, be a better man.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
Well, make Paige cry. Make Paige cry. What else, guys?
All right, let's take a recess.
Recess? A recess? A recess. So let's see, we're not adjourning. We're taking a recess. So let's wait and see. Let's wait and see when they come back. So that was a bit confusing. You guys might have seen me, and I feel bad in the chat. I put like 9 years, and then I put 14, and then I put, 11. So what I had gathered from that is 9 years, right? They kept saying concurrent, except one time there was one sentence that they said would be consecutive. And that's where we're getting that 5 years suspended sentence. So if you ask me, I feel like they still had the math a little wrong there. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. 11 years probation, plus the 5 suspended sentence, and then 9 years to serve. There's also a 4 mix in there. He has like about 4 years or so of, time served already in custody. So, I think that math puts him, if he has to do the remaining of the 9 years, if he's already done 4, that gives him 5. If he has to do the remaining 5, if he doesn't get out early. Oh,
Hey
it's
there,
Jesse.
Young Thug Trial watchers. This is a...
It's Jesse. So, there we go. There's that. And I really do think Whitaker is serious there. It felt a little bit like she wasn't sure she wanted to accept it. And then she said, I'm going to make you do this transition program to make sure, you actually transition back into the community and you're not in a position where it might be easy to go astray and end up right back in front of me. So it did seem like Whitaker was a little reluctant there, but she said, all right. So, yeah, like, yeah. So 9 years, subtract the time he already served, so about 4 true years to serve. I think some of the confusion, though, was with this, how many years of probation? I think Whitaker asked for clarification while we were going through Hilton's nice long reading. So, and then let's see here. Big thank you, guys. Chloe Albert's Revenge. And, sorry I don't like to pull this stuff up while we're listening to the details there, especially, like, when they were going through Huey, like, count after count after count, I was really trying to listen to each one that they kept saying concurrent, 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 right? Because that could be a big change if they don't say concurrent. We had, like, several 9 years concurrent. If that was consecutive, that'd be a big different story there. But let's get over what you guys are saying. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, it takes 2 to tango, but only 1 to Rico. Yeah, isn't that weird how this is, just plead to the Rico. Give us this count 1. And at least in Nichols' case, what was stipulated to as the predicate acts that form the basis for this plea, something that nobody else was named in. A conspiracy that nobody else is named in. But just give us this Rico. Just give us this Rico. So, yep, and I'm seeing this here. Peter, this is the math I'm on. This is where I'm landing. 9 years to serve, 14 years probation with 5 suspended sentence. So, that's the math in my book. And again, I don't know the exact calculation of how many days he's actually served. The math was not 15 plus 15 equals 35 this time, So there we go. Big thank you there, Peter. Angie Lay says, hubby just asked why I was sobbing. Oh, I told him some of the boys took plea deals and they grew up with no dad. I got an eye roll. Oh, it sounds like the chat. There's like half the chat crying, half the chat like, get it together, guys. Come on. This is very adorable. I love hearing that. Love to hear that story. Thank you so much for sharing. Let's see. Classy Beats, good to see ya. I saw you out here in the chat. Another guilty plea and another win for Fani. Yeah, it is that count 1. That big R word. 1 big win with the R word. Now we get to say we've gotten, I don't know, what's the count up to now for people that have pled to count 1 here? But it's a trophy, right? That count 1 is a trophy. It's not the same as, we'll null pros count 1, but count 6, this is a random count I'm picking. Count 6, this is the one we're actually going to want you to plead guilty to as part of this plea deal. No, it's count 1. We want count 1. And again, we want count 1. So, I'm with you there, Classy. Definitely a win for Fani, the district attorney. This is great for her record. Yep. And, flipping back over to the chat, seeing a lot of sentiments, look like they got a better deal than Munktunk. And I mean, that shows you that the state's down bad. And I think some of Whitaker's, this is a great deal. This is very favorable to you. What's the flip side of that kind of statement? Why would you be getting such a favorable deal? Why would you be the 3rd person in the last 2 days to get, quite frankly, a really good deal? State's down bad. The state is down bad. Thank you again to Classy Beats. You guys know what day it is. And if this trial ends, guys, we can start calling it Club Classy again. But for now, we got to call it Club Lassie. We got to switch those C's for B's. So tonight is Wednesday. So at 8 p.m. Eastern, that's not too far away. So 3 hours away. We'll be hanging out over there. I think it'll be a good time. Great way to decompress. I think it's much needed today of many days. Oh, and it's... Cass heard me say, guess what day it is? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do I have that handy?
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Uh-oh.
Oh, why is it looping?
Guess what
My
day
bad.
it is?
I guess I gotta stop that. I didn't know it would loop. They just wanted us to keep guessing. But there you go. Cass got the reference there. But what I did truly mean was Club Classy / Blood Classy. We'll be hanging out over there tonight. Looking forward to seeing a lot of familiar faces. Love to see you guys over there. And yeah, I don't know why the recess. I think we might not be done for the day. So, STS says, is the recess needed to rearrange the furniture? Fewer people on the defense side. Maybe, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe one or two of the defendants still want to be there to hear what else. Maybe they want to sit as members of the public and they just have them sit there because they're already sitting there until this proceeding as a whole is over. But maybe, I mean, really think about this, guys. They can have the amount of seats they need on the other side. We might have Doug back up sitting up front. We'll have our facial expressions. So I think you guys will be happy with the fixed up seating arrangement if this trial continues. So great point here, STS. Great to think about. We'll get Doug back in the front row maybe. FFS Public Defender says, my client FFS did not accept the McDonald's and will be taking it to trial. He refuses the 24-hour probation and 10 seconds time served, wants the salmon rosé. Now, guys, so just so everyone's clear, as soon as I saw something happening in the chat that shouldn't have been happening, I did take a wrench away from a mod today, right? So that's been done. It was squared away a couple hours ago already. So hopefully we can get good vibes from here. I appreciate the mods and all that they do, as well as the chat for holding it down and keeping it good vibes in here. And big shout out, all love for FFS. I can't undo the timeout. I'm sorry, I can't undo it. But I appreciate, and I am also enjoying, sorry at your expense, I am enjoying FFS Public Defender quite a lot. So big thank you, FFS. And I'm sorry, we tried to undo the timeout, but see you in like 21 hours. I think 20, probably not even close, probably still like 22. Nika says, in tears, I hope the best for this young man. See, and I think that's like the hard part. I really think one of the kids that we hear, and it could be for somebody else, but they said, your daughter's here in the courtroom, you know? This is your daughter, I think his daughter, right? Your daughter was born before, while you were in custody already. So, kind of a big moment to think about. Like, someone's been in custody for several years, and the whole time, their entire child's life. And hopefully that's a really, really strong motivator to make sure he does not end up in front of Whitaker. Because I really think Whitaker's serious when she says, you don't want to end up back in front of me because I will not be lenient. But Nika, I appreciate you. I appreciate, how you're feeling. It's a sad thing to think about. And I hope it's motivation to not end up back here. Sweetie says, what the heck is the state going to try and pull into this case from here on out? Are the charges that are dropped even relevant anymore? So, when it comes to the Chamel drinks, and we haven't really gotten into that yet, there's still, unless we see some change with the courtroom, that's still relevant for another co-defendant. I don't really know how they're going to pursue the evidence coming in with certain things there. If they call Nichols, that could change some admissibility issues because it could change the balance of issues that would arise from confrontation issues. So we'll just have to see what arguments, when we have a actual hearing day for motions. We still need an answer on this mistrial motion. Doug plans to make new arguments for a mistrial. Things could change in a second here. But there's going to be a bunch of logistic issues. There's going to be some evidence that maybe we ruled admissible that now suddenly it it's not necessary. We've got to change that up. So unfortunately, I think this is a question that we need some arguments back and forth between the state and the defense, and then the judge has to make a ruling before we actually know what are we going to do. As far as other charges being dropped with somebody still sitting here actively in trial, I don't know. I can't imagine that happening. However, I think it'd be a really interesting question to do a directed verdict request, right? As soon as the state rests their case, if they move for a directed verdict on some of these charges that we've seen null prossed for others, I feel like that could be really interesting. You know, directed verdicts, I feel like it's very rare that you hear. It's argued all the time, but most cases it's like a formality. It feels like a formality. Argue for your directed verdict. Let's get it over with. State what's your response. All right. Do you have a rebuttal to that? All right. Well, nope. I'm not giving you that. We're going to keep moving. Defense, start your case in chief, right? It just feels like a formality in most cases. But I wonder with some of these counts, I mean, maybe there's a different angle here for an argument for particular counts on a directed verdict. So I think it'd be pretty interesting. But we might be a couple months from that being on the table. So we'll have to see. Sweetie, hope you stay tuned because I actually love seeing these arguments. How are you going to manage this moving forward? Thank you so much for your support. Mama Girl says, Fulton County was allowed to mess this case up, drag it out, and at the end of the day, still lock these men up with the plea. They wore them down. So sad. Atlanta should be charged for RICO. And I really loved that Leah Abbasi called out, just like flat out called out, this money could have been used for something productive. That was a nice point, I think. But for sure, it definitely feels like, so this is it? Are we just gonna say like, all right, sorry you lost state, but everything's good? I would like to see a little bit more discretion from the DA's office on how, what, when, where we decide to bring charges forward. Because it just seems like, did the long crime feed just get quiet? It just seems like a waste of resources and sometimes, quite frankly, a power trip. And it seems counterintuitive if you really think somebody committed a heinous crime to go about your prosecution in the way you're going about it. All right, so let's see if on X there's an update here from anyone. All right, so from Kathy, we have they took a break after Huey's plea. Unclear what else is going to happen today. So I'll keep the feed up. We'll keep looking. Because the long crime feed hasn't ended. It just, the camera's cut. So. So there we go. And I wouldn't be surprised. Probably done till tomorrow and back to negotiations. Drea, I think this is probably a very likely answer. Because guess what? You might be in a different position now. Someone that might not have wanted to take a plea. Maybe they want to take a plea. Maybe there's a different offer on the table. So. But we'll keep it open. It'd be pretty weird if they just don't come back. But, I mean, whatever. We'll keep it open. I'm going to mute it. That way, in case it cuts to some random video, like plays whatever's next, it won't blare our eardrums. Yeah, right, Biff? I feel unfulfilled. And yeah, we've got to get this ruling, but I don't know. I mean, maybe the defendant sitting in the room will say, all right, we can just continue with court proceedings outside of pleas. We're done with pleas. That would be kind of a weird move. It is 5:09 p.m. Eastern already. So typically they're wrapping up or getting close to wrapping up by now anyway. Well, let's see. Classy Beats with the face. I always think of Home Alone with this face. With Macaulay Culkin. Thank you for being a member for so long also, by the way, Classy. And then Sweetie says, ain't no way, that is unbelievable. Yeah, and I think this is a good point to point out. I mentioned it in the chat. Guys, I know it seems like, and I made a joke about it, that was a mouthful from Hilton, but both sides with a plea, a plea is an agreement, and you're presenting this agreement. It's two sides presenting an agreement to the judge. You've got to give enough for the judge to say, all right, there's enough there. I accept this because you said this. I find that there's enough there. You've established this, or you stipulated to that. Then as far as sentencing, I find that this, and this, I took this into consideration, and this is what I decide. So those mouthfuls from both sides are important to make sure that if this is really what we both agree to and we're ready, we want this to stick, now we got to get it past the judge, right? So it doesn't stop just because the state and the defendant shook hands on something. They've got to come and lay it out. And I know it feels like a mouthful, and we're like, why is Hilton talking about this? Let's see, anything from Kathy? But Hilton's got to lay all that stuff out. It's annoying to hear because it sounds like she's saying all that stuff is true, but it's really just the factual basis, what they're basing their charges on. All right, so there is an update here from Kathy. Done for the day, and thank you, Rose. Done for the day, back at 9:30 in the morning. More pleas tomorrow. I guess we'll wait and see. So 3 down, 3 remaining. There we go. And guys, if you are heading out of here, this is the time of the stream. We're going to wrap up with all the thoughts that you guys have on this. But if someone's stream is coming up, I know Dolly Talk is going to be doing a Courtney Clenny stream. Later on, we have Club Classy at 8 p.m. If you guys know something going on and want to shout it out, I'm assuming Andrea Burkhart and everybody with the Delphi trial, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, they'll be doing their live sometime this evening. But shout out wherever you're going to go watch, if you guys want to tell people where they can go. There's also some links in the description to interviews with Bruce Harvey and Miss Westmoreland from yesterday, as well as China Nichols. So you could check those interviews out in the description. But yeah, shout out wherever you're going to hang out, whatever you're going to watch. And I can redirect to somewhere after when we end this stream. So we can definitely do that. Yeah, Classy Beats. Looks like the entire weight of the murder charge is on Yak. Doug has his work cut out for him. And I think, there is still some stuff on Shannon Stillwell's head too, right? As far as dealing with murder charges. So still some serious stuff on the defendants in the courtroom, the remaining 3. But what do you guys think? Do you guys think that the other 3 no longer being in the room, and I know this is a vague question because we don't know how they're going to address this with the jury, how evidentiary issues might change, how the course of the trial might change, but just kind of as an open air question, do you think these 3 being gone is better or worse for the remaining 3? What do you guys think? And I know that's such an open question. That's such an open-ended question. But it is what it is, and feel free to expound on your thoughts as much as you'd like. But yeah, I think this puts the focus, and I have that concern that some people might think, well, they let the other people go. This person must be the one that they really think did it. Right? You might have to get over that kind of innate assumption. So I don't know exactly what I think. I think it might be better for the defendants just because it's going to be like, how many times do we have to keep hearing that we can't remember that there was a witness that took the stand? We got to forget their testimony, but then they're going to come back and we got to listen to their testimony. And then the judge leaves and then Detective Dennis happens. I think there's just been so much that it could be helpful to the defendants just as a cumulative issue. So, and there you go. Do we have something else from... All right. I mean, I guess this is a little different. But still, I mean, most part, why did it do that? Oh, because it's a thread. So done for the day. Heard from about 2,000 different sources of varying credibility that Thug is close to coming to an agreement, but take that as a rumor. And deals can fall through at any time. Yes and yes. Yes and yes. Guess we'll find out for sure within the next 2 days. We'll find out when we find out. So, I think this is good to reiterate there. I'm going to keep this part highlighted. I'm going to keep that highlighted there. So, oh man. Let's see. Jennifer Devine says, dropped guns and violence, so on paper he's a purse snatcher who sold some dime bags. Great deal, no gang charges. Yeah, and just think about it. Having the weapon tacked on to a lot of these charges is probably why it was that big, looming 3-year life sentence that he was facing. Because most of the things he was charged with had with a deadly weapon attached to it, which ups your sentencing min and max. So, yeah, big difference here. I really don't think, we might say what we want, criticize Judge Whitaker, but I really think a judge could have been in that position to say, I think this sentence might be a little too lenient. Not saying every judge would or wouldn't, but I think they would have been within, a decent realm of discretion to say, I don't know. So I do think that this was, unfortunately, right? The charges are just charges. You're holding charges over somebody and saying, haha, we could get you with this much, so we'll start high to make sure you at least have to get this much. So in a way, that could be a dirty trick in the system. But if we look at it at face value, 3 life sentences, consecutive, being on the table, I think Whitaker was, it was okay for her to say, don't come back in front of me because I will not be lenient. So, just my take there. And yeah, definitely just looks like got some robbery charges there. Peter Ortiz said Paige had to go pee. Yep. Yeah, she's probably like, hold on, let's take a recess. She had to pee so bad, and then it was like, well, we can just call it a day by the time she got back. So, very funny. I think this has actually happened. And I don't blame her. I don't blame anybody. I get annoyed a little bit sometimes when someone in the courtroom needs to pee and she doesn't seem to be understanding. So, if this is the case, she needs to understand and have the same grace when someone else needs to pee. Appreciate you, Peter. Thanks for the laugh. Yeah. Chloe Alberts Revenge says you can't trust their math because riddled equals 1. So great point. I really did love that she asked to see a copy of the paper while she was reading out loud. So there you go. Chance Latham says, if I were a resident and the DA offered that, I would be outraged. You wasted all that time and money to get a 9-year prison sentence for all that. Fire, I'm assuming Fonnie Willis. So not really sure that that's fireable. I think that's an elected position. So I think that's, it might be one of those things like something comes up and she resigns. But unfortunately, I don't think fire is the best hashtag here. That's not the mechanism. Shout out to Chance, though. Still get what you were saying. You wasted all that time and money to get a 9-year prison sentence after all that. And this was kind of the most time. You put it next to the other pleas. I mean, you have Nichols, who actually had a murder count in the indictment. I know Rodalius has a murder conviction, but that was not part of this indictment. That was an overt act, right? He had the count 1 with the RICO. You have Nichols with the murder. He gets a plea, right? When you ask yourself, how much money? And then you have Leah Abbasi say, it would be nice to see this money used to something that could help improve the community. So, totally agree with you here, Chance. Amber C says, thanks for the awesome coverage. If you know, please help me understand how trial looks for remaining defendants, evidence, etc. So confusing for the jury. So I think I went into a bit of a rant on this subject. And I really do think it's a mess that has to be decided between the arguments between the state and the defense on what are we going to do? What type of instruction are we going to give? What are we going to tell the jury? How does this move forward from here? And I think it might have been STS in the chat earlier. Oh no, it's up here. Okay. STS, Amber, I think this goes hand in hand. I think this was a really great point from STS. One big win for justice is that the jury form will be simpler, much simpler. So I do think that this is absolutely true. You know, these 3 defendants no longer part of this trial, especially Huey had a lot that the jury would have needed to go through. Huey had a lot of counts. BELIEVE, I believe. The state takes this as in their favor and shortens their closing. Yeah, hopefully, you would hope that they'd shorten their closing. If they have a time limit, I'm sure they'll use the maximum, though. So, just saying, I'm not too optimistic on that second part, personally. But yeah, definitely agree that jury instructions will be simpler. So, big thank you there to STS and to Amber C. I think navigating the logistics is going to just be... today's Wednesday. I'd be surprised, and maybe there's some negotiations continuing, but even if court starts off with hearings tomorrow, I'm not sure that they'll be able to work out all the kinks and have the jury come back Friday. Even if court resumes with motions hearings, no more pleas at 9 o'clock tomorrow. So there we go on that. KC dog, oh no. Damn, I had a meeting and I missed it. Probably like right as you go in the meeting, the court feed picks up. I know what that's like. I'm sorry. Shout out to Replay Crew, especially if you've rewound it. I think it was interesting to listen to both the plea deals that we looked at today. I think it's worth the watch. So shout out to you if you're on Replay Crew. Welcome back, KC dog. Number 16 says, care more about the criminals than the victims. So I don't know if this is a statement like you're asking me to care more about the criminals, or if you're trying to make a statement that somebody cares more about the criminals than the victims. So who and what exactly is your point here? Because I think there's a lot of varying levels of positions in this chat. And for me, I've kind of gone on a rant several times today about why I think this is not good for victims. So I don't really think you're talking to me, but appreciate the 2 either way. Shout out to number 16. Amy E says, the state's goal was never about the victims. If it was, they would have handled it much better and differently. I agree. I lean in that direction here that, you know, a crooked process is a bad outcome for all. Shout out to my handsome Classy. Love to see the love here. Appreciate all your work, Kat. Can't wait to hang out with you later, Amy. And as a, you know, gift here, Amy E very generously gifted 5 gifted memberships in here. So I've screwed up with my banner. Let me get Amy in here, though. Because that's super nice. Gives you guys access to these custom emojis. I don't do a lot. I don't do any members-only content because I don't want to lock people out. I always say if I do members-only content, it's going to be something so stupid that you're not even going to feel like you missed out on. But please make sure if you got a membership, say thank you. Check out those custom channel emojis. They do make the chat really fun. And, you know, especially if you got one from Amy, make sure you're saying thank you to Amy. Hi says, is Blalock's appeal brief available as of yet? It might be. Let's see. Is it November 5th? No, sometimes, and there might be another way for me to find it that, you know, this is like my quick way to look, because sometimes when an oral argument is scheduled, they have the links right there. It might be available. I just need to do a deeper dive to find it. And heads up, that's November 5th. that Steele should be arguing in front of the Georgia Supreme Court in the Blalock appeal. So definitely going to keep a lookout for that. Hi. So what I'll do is I'll take a look at this, and if I end up finding it, community post, I'll talk about it at the next stream and also share it on X. So, but I'll take it. It might take me a second to do some deep dive, and I don't want to just have you guys sitting here looking at my head. So there we go. Nick, thank you so much for the super sticker here. Hold on now. StreamYard doesn't like to pull it up. But it's a sticker that says for you, and then a fist bump. Thank you so much, Nick, for the support here with both of the super stickers. Be Frank About It says, spending millions and years to lock people up for a couple years is still an L for the state, in my opinion. And I would say it's probably a bit more magnified, because I think that was decently big news. I mean, I know I heard about it because I'm watching stuff with Fulton County. Tay Biz, love Tay Biz, did a video on it. I think a few people did, with the Fulton County with Rice Street and their funding, and they had to cancel their contract, backed out on them because they weren't paying the contract. And stuff like that. You hear that in the news. And if anybody's hearing this news coverage, it's bad press from multiple angles, right? So I agree, Be Frank About It. Thank you for the 5. Just doesn't seem like an efficient use of the resources. Not really a outcome that's solving the problem it's intended to solve. Chloe Alberts Reven says, on court cam, an expectant couple were caught in a burglary. Baby was born between the hearings, and after the judge handed out sentences, she let the father hold his son. Even the judge was in tears. Yeah, and I think it's like one of those moments where it's kind of like, and I kind of wonder the circumstance. Was this like, expected couple didn't have a lot of money and they were committing the crime to put food on the table? That's another layer there. It might be something not good-natured at all. But the baby is like, literally, you're saying born between the hearings, born in the middle of it all, born in the middle of the mess. Baby doesn't know. The baby's just the baby. So I think no matter what, no matter who the parents are, what the parents might have done, I always like to see some type of happy moment for a family, for the kid. So love this. Yeah, and even the judge was in tears. It happens. And I think you got to be careful, because I think, you can't help if you start crying, but someone could say it's not a good look. But I think hopefully that's understandable for people. Let's see here. Army Nurse, good to see you. Hello, everyone. I'm thinking that Thug was used to bring the others, the real suspects, to bring the others. Used to bailing the others. Something with the others. So the others being the real suspects. And I think this is why it's a bit weird that they want him to be the big fish, when it seems like he, in a way, could have been the informal transition program to help people get out of a bad spot, a bad way, a bad place. So we read this Marissa Viverito transcript earlier at the beginning of the stream, gang expert, investigator Viverito, where she is sitting in the bushes observing Cleveland Avenue residents in their natural habitat. And then you want to make someone the big fish that was sometimes maybe giving money to help them get out of it. In fact, you're trying to say that if he did give someone money, that it must have been in furtherance of the gang. And I think, maybe there's a small reality here where maybe he was giving money in furtherance of the gang, but they didn't look at his financials. So can I trust that investigation? Can I trust that angle of argument? Because if I don't have something to corroborate the argument you're making, I'm going to try to think reasonably. And what's reasonable to me is Jeffrey Williams made money. He worked at his craft. He made money. And he had enough money where he could say, all right, I'm okay with helping these knuckleheads out. And then if they keep doing the same thing, I got to send you home. My bad. You're messing up. Like with Moontunk, he said he got sent home because he was messing up on tour. My reasonableness, what I think would be the reasonable explanation is that and not the theory. Yep, he was the gang leader. He was the gang leader. This is the big picture of it. So, and thank you again, Army Nurse. Sorry I couldn't decipher here, bring with the others, but I do think I got the general meaning of what you're getting at here. Peter Ortiz says, what is the number of new slime members? Oh yeah, hold on, let me put this banner up. We are at 262. So shout out to everyone who's been so kind to gift memberships today. That is a ton. There should be 262 people dropping emojis in the chat. Good times were had for all. Thank you so much, Peter, for all your continued support. Terrell Mosley just says, with the he cooking emoji. Love to see it. Good to see you, Terrell. And then Mocha is me. And I have you in my replay list. 2 Saturdays ago, I really loved your stream on all things happening with YSL. And I know you do them every Saturday. I have you in my watch list. Guys, Mocha is me is one of my favorite people that I've met through YouTube. Not in person, but like met online through YouTube. Really, really love everything about Mocha is me. Super nice, kind, insightful, very sharp. So if you want somewhere to go and hear great insight, Mocha's style is she will talk and lay things out, share her thoughts. Like kind of like monologuing is a style, although I think Saturday you had a guest. Really, really, really full of wisdom. And you look so young. I know you're a parent. I don't know how old you actually are. You look so young to me and you have so much wisdom. So big shout out here to Mocha is me. Love to know that you come in and tune in over here. You guys go and check Mocha is me out. All the love for Mocha here. And I think, I don't know, some familiar faces here in this chat. I think we're over there last Saturday as well. And obviously on replay, I won't see you guys, but hopefully this Saturday, see you guys hanging out there, catching up on all things this week. Let's see. Oh wait, we have a live today. Hold on, I feel dumb. Wait, Drea. By she, do you mean Mocha is me? I see a stream for the 2nd, which I think is Saturday. So there we go. I don't know, Drea. Let me know. Let me know. Oh, okay. So she said it in the chat. So she's going to do a live. She might be driving and not able to schedule the live in advance. So, because I see she does have one scheduled for Saturday. Guys, make sure you're bookmarking. We're going to get a Mocha rant today at, like soon, in like a couple, maybe the time zone, because 5:30 is right now. But I know I think she's usually driving home around this time. So guys, hit that bell. Mocha's rants are amazing. They're really, really great to listen to. Thank you there, Drea, for letting me know. There we go. Guys, I think we are all caught up. I appreciate everybody again. We had some ruffles in the chat. Hope we can all move on and be positive past that. I'd like this to be a positive space, and big thank you again to the mods and the chat for holding it down when things go haywire. And also we had downtime today. I saw Mary W here saying we had some downtime, but we had fun filling the time. Thanks, cat mods and chat. Thanks for hanging out, especially through the transcript reading and some of the rewinds while we waited. And how do I bookmark this stuff? Okay, Mary, so unfortunately what really sucks is if you're probably on mobile, and if you're trying to click a link in the chat, it's like it takes you out of this stream and then you gotta come back manually. But I will put Mocha is me in the description of this video. So when this stream ends, if you just want to look at the video description, Mocha is me will be tagged. You can click her name and it'll take you over to her channel. So that will be the plan B. I know it's really annoying with links in the chat on a mobile device. So her channel now in the description of this video to make it easy for you guys. Let's do a quick mod love and we'll end with Brian Steele. ABC's a steal. So this is the time to shout out the mods. Really any positive thoughts that you want. Thank you guys for a great day. You know, tough conversations to talk about. I know someone was a victim. Someone may have been the person that committed the crime, but we don't know. So how do we navigate this process? It's not a, you know, there isn't just a line in the sand that makes it clear cut. So always appreciate you guys, all the things that you bring to the table. Love all the love in the chat. The mod love all the time. And we've got the Freebird encore here from STS. It says, Jeffrey Williams, no good deeds go unpunished. Yeah, no, I agree. And I know some people call it like karma, good karma, but I really do think that there is an element of reciprocity. And when you do good things, I hate seeing someone that I think is doing good things get stomped on. Like someone kicking a puppy. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? But I do believe that good things, in most cases, come back tenfold. So another reason, try to keep it positive in this chat. I do see something about 11 Alive. Did they have an interview right now on 11 Alive? Because they got me yesterday. They had us waiting and then never actually did it. So I just see them on a regular feed. I will link to 11 Alive here in the chat if you guys want to hang out and see if Harvey speaks. I don't know why. I don't really know why Attorney Harvey would be speaking today, but there is an interview with Attorney Harvey linked in the description of the chat if you guys want to check that out. That was with Miss LJ. So, and you guys are saying an hour ago with Mr. Harvey. Oh my gosh, they had a long stream waiting. The first thing I really see pop up when they don't have the seal is Lil Rod, so I don't think that they might have had a different stream for it. It's not alive. Oh my gosh, they have a lot of videos. They have a ton of video uploads in the last several minutes. All right, so here we go.
Plea deal you were able to negotiate?
Well, insofar as it resolves all of these charges against Mr. Nichols, I think it is an exceptional result. It's an exceptional result for the following reasons. No murder charges, no gang charges, no factual acknowledgments required by the state, no other charges except for one conspiracy charge that was factually underpinned by convictions that Mr. Nichols already had from almost 6 years ago. So that result, I think, is an excellent result for him and resolves all of these cases. You know, the RICO charge in this case was a RICO conspiracy. And underlying the RICO.
And I think this is really important. We heard him spell it out a little bit yesterday, but listen to what he says here.
Conspiracy were all the 100+ factual predicates, some of which have already been resolved by and against Mr. Nichols. Some of them we hadn't even gotten to. And I don't believe the state would have been able to prove Mr. Nichols' responsibility for those predicate acts. So this was, yeah, we were in a conspiracy. Yeah, we acknowledge that factually the underpinnings of the RICO conspiracy are satisfied by what already was presented and what he had already pled to, but nothing else. No, as we said, no murder, no guns, nothing else. No gang charges. Listen, there is no gang charge. He did not acknowledge being in a gang, being responsible for being in a gang, committing any kind of violent act on behalf of any gang. Yes, I was in a overall conspiracy. Thank you, see you later.
You were behind kind of the original mistrial motion that led to this flurry of negotiations.
Yes.
Just walk us through kind of how it went from that to taking a plea.
Well, the state made several, errors in the case into which we had to ask for a mistrial. So we were satisfied that the judge, she heard us and our motion and asking for a mistrial, and that, errors cannot be repeatedly occur in front of the jury and inadmissible evidence being heard by the jury. And so we're glad that the judge, heard our motion and said, do you want a mistrial, and will you take a mistrial without prejudice? And, and then we went into negotiation, and we're pleased with the outcome of our negotiation.
How relieved are you after?
All right, so we're going to speed this up a little bit. Shout out to the team, though. Guess no guard
being hard for the
interference.
longest trial.
Oh, that got really quick.
Your portion of this, at least, is over.
Well, now we can wear B suits and A suits. No. How relieved are we? Once you're in that routine and once you're there with your fellow lawyers and your fellow co-defendants, it's almost ritualistic. We were there every day. We were working every day. So, we're relieved because the result for Mr. Nichols was the right result. Now we have to deal with the rest of the world. They can release us from our kidnapped status.
You gonna miss kidnapped?
Yes and no. Yes, clearly. But I'm glad that all of us could work that resolution. And that resolution, again, for Mr. Nichols was no gang, no factual acknowledgments, no murders. So he can go on about his life and get out. He's a young man. He's a nice-looking man. He's a smart guy. So I'm hoping that this projects him forward and doesn't leave him in the lurch.
You're almost,
sorry. I saw that you choked up during.
I did.
And does that be a difficult decision because during this time he's become family in a sense?
Yeah, very much so.
How difficult was it actually deciding not to go with the mistrial without prejudice versus go ahead and make?
Yeah, but that allows him to do it again.
Yeah.
That allows the case to continue and doesn't resolve the case and doesn't give any sense of finality. Without the factual acknowledgments, without agreeing to the state's factual contentions, this ends the case. It's over.
Oh, I caused a buffer. I caused a buffer.
A mistrial without prejudice means it's subject to recurring. And there's a whole other group of severed defendants that are still out there and awaiting resolution. And I think we're in the best posture at this particular point with this particular judge in the 2 years that we've been litigating this and everything that has happened to strike at this particular point.
You were talking about, you guys do a word of the day.
Yes.
Can you talk about that and kind of what's next for him once he gets out?
Well, can I tell you that he is a very receptive young man. He's like a sponge. He doesn't have a formal education. He doesn't have a consolidated family upbringing. But he's very curious and he's very smart.
He's so energetic talking like
get
this.
a word a day, and we would define it. We would use it in a sentence, and you can see his intellectual curiosity. He's a really good kid and a smart kid, and I want him. Truly.
Oh, he's gonna walk away.
It's true. We've spent
Wisdom is so short.
over 2 years with our client, and
they had to pan the
like
camera
Attorney
down.
Hard was saying, he's intelligent, and he's so much more than unfortunately what comes out during a trial process. And the word a day, he asked the word a day. Myself, Attorney Harvey, we go back and forth of picking a word, and we teach him the pronunciation of the word, and then 2-3 weeks later he'll use a word that he learned 2-3 weeks before, and he keeps it going. And so he's a great individual, and we're glad that this is over for him. It's been 2 years too long.
But he's also developed a pretty sophisticated understanding of the system. He can look at me when something happens and go, "Hey, this is what happened. This is what should happen. I know what is going on here." So like I'm saying, he's a sponge. Let's bring these kids forward.
this trial has been a learning process for all involved in YouTube and media and also in the prosecution. What are you hoping to come from all of the things that you've shared and done with?
Well, let me just shout out to the YouTube folks. I mean, we all watched it. We all watched
Shout
the
out to the
commentary.
chat.
We love the commentary. We point out the commentary. So we've had a good time seeing the reaction to what has happened in the courtroom. And, you know, people have an idea of what happens in court, that it's always, you know, inflammatory, it's flamboyant, it's this, and something always interesting has happened, except for the days and days we have with phone records. And so somebody up there saying, well, this is the phone number that's associated with, you know, Miss Johnson. And really, what was the name of that? What's the address? And let's write that down. I mean, it's just drudgery. It is, you know, section after section after section. And I know it's all part of a puzzle, but I hope that everybody understands that it is not all excitement and that you've seen how deeply everybody has dug into this case and all of the things that have been litigated week after week and day after day after day. We appreciate what everybody says.
Any message to the rest of the defense attorneys still fighting for their clients in this case?
Good luck. You know.
That's why he did this fight. Affect any of the rest of the case moving forward?
Well, you know something, I think we were lucky. Not lucky. Let me try to find a better word. We were able to resolve our case in a different fashion than what I understand has been put on the table for others. When I say we resolved it to a single count, we resolved it without those other acts, we resolved it without any factual acknowledgments. If you have been following this closely, every other person in this case who has pled has signed a plea agreement with factual acknowledgments. YSL, I'm a member, it's a gang, I did this, I would do this on behalf of the gang, and I did this, and I agree that that's what the situation is. We were able to resolve our case without any of that, and that's the distinction. And I certainly hope, I wish the very best for every one of those young men, and including, you know, Jeffrey Williams, who's been sitting in jail for years now. And he is an incredible talent and a wonderful young man. So I wish the best for all of them.
And last question for me. Do you know the 7 years? I know there's like a complicated formula of how early in theory he can
Well,
get
it's not
out.
that complicated.
Okay.
You know, it doesn't take Einstein. Remember, E equals MC squared. Do we know that? We do know that. Do I know? No. I don't.
I'm gonna pause it. I don't know if that's me, or is it jumpy? Because the video's been fine for me all day until this one.
If I knew,
Let's see.
are you going to ask how much time?
I was gonna say, how much time does he have left of the 7 years?
But he's got what? 24 plus 5, 29 months in. There are parole guidelines for his offense, but at the end of the day, it's up to the Georgia Board of Pardons and Paroles. And if I knew that, I would be the richest lawyer in the world, and I would be on a beach with a cocktail in one of those little umbrellas, and my pinky would be up.
They do be.
Okay.
And a doobie.
Flip over if he had any other outstanding issues that would affect any of his probation going forward. To your knowledge, well, I know that you can't go in depth, but is there anything that will affect his?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. There is nothing related to this case. There is nothing that he has in his past that is affecting his ability to move forward and appropriately serve this sentence. Okay? His kids and his wife look forward to getting him back home.
All right, let me pause this. Their sound effects they'll ping sometimes. So I've got two things here. I know that was great. I love Bruce Harvey as a person. I really like Bruce Harvey. And Miss Westmoreland. Great advocacy there. Really interesting to hear that interview. So thank you guys for sending it over. Two other things though. I want to shout out, and Bama Rose, are you actually in the chat still? Is Bama Rose in here? I might be missing an underscore in the name in the front. But when I type Bama, I'm not seeing Bama Rose come up. So Bama Rose had sent over the briefs for the Blalock appeal. So I'm going to share those links. It's going to be wonky in the chat, so I'm going to add them to the description. I would love to read through this, especially before November 5th. Right, this is about 56 pages from Steele. So this is the first one. This is all from Bama Rose, you guys. So Bama Rose is not in the chat now. We could show love now. It might not be seen. I don't see them. But next time you see Bama Rose, make sure you high five them through the chat. So this is the appellant brief. And I can't wait to read this. I think this is going to be great. Remember, the hearing is supposed to be, it's calendared for the 5th. So that's coming up. That's next week, right? What day is that? Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's Tuesday. So it's right around the corner. Let's see. And then the next one is the brief from the DA. And I'll throw all these in the description. Again, all shout out to Bama Rose. And then brief of the AG, the Attorney General. So this is the Blalock appeal. Again, that oral argument is scheduled for the 5th, coming up on Tuesday. And if you guys want to connect, let's see. If you guys want to connect here with Bama Rose over on X, do that here. So Damone Blalock is a severed co-defendant, but really, when we speak of the Jamari Holmes murder, so think Rodalius Ryan, the two implicated in that were Damone Blalock and Rodalius Ryan. So they both have their appeals in motion. So Steele is representing Blalock. That was an issue during opening statements in this current trial, because it was left on a PowerPoint slide that he previously represented other person named in the indictment. So I really think that this is going to be a good one to look at. It is 56 pages, so otherwise I would dive into it. I even tried to look. I was like, all right, maybe these indexes are short. No, not really much taken up by these indexes. So this would end up making this like an 11-hour stream. So I don't think that's in my capacity. I have some work I need to get done. But I'm thinking there's been some rumors floating around that maybe no court on Friday. I don't know, just a rumor. But if there's a gap in court time, love to look at it then. And then this weekend, maybe a reading at least of Steele's brief. So if you guys want to take a look at those, big thank you to Bama Rose for sending those over, pulling those. Really interested in reading them. Can't wait to read them, but they're there if you guys want to take a look at them now. Definitely can't wait. And we will, if there's court on Tuesday during lunch, I would love to look at oral arguments from Brian Steele in front of the Georgia Supreme Court for the Blalock appeal, right? So we'll get both of those in on Tuesday. It'll be a good time. I think that'll be a good way to manage it. So also while we were playing that interview, in the chat I did link Mocha Is Me put up a live. She scheduled her rant. That's going to be in 30 minutes here. Love a good Mocha rant. And I think Dolly Talk is still currently live unless he just got started, so he should still be going. But let me double check before I recommend that again. Yes, he is still live. So we will be going over there as well. I will be over with Dolly Talk and then with Mocha Is Me. Dolly is talking about the Courtney Clenny case. And then the second thing I wanted to get to you guys, super shout out to Carol. Let me come over here. Carol, thank you so much. It's a very generous super chat, but it's really kind and it's really heartwarming to hear. Carol says, Kat, thanks so much for how you share videos and share your input during this trial. God bless. I took this to mean how we try to share the links, the stuff that we do. Guys, when I say go watch things on the other creators' channels, go hang out over there. Hey, if we're not doing something right now, hop over there real quick and come back. One of the reasons I think it's so important to support other people, share the content, it helps us get informed better, right? That's one aspect. But if this trial falls apart, a lot of people have said it in the chat, I'm going to miss you guys. But if you guys find other places to hang out, we keep running into each other. The issues, the things that we talk about stay at the forefront. So Carol, thank you for the super generous super chat here and the kind words. Guys, there's a reason I think it's important to keep sharing. Okay, and no court on Friday? No court on Friday. All right, so we will do some of those. Let's do that. Friday we'll have a get-together. We'll do the Blalock appeal briefs. It'll be great because that's before Tuesday. Love to do it. And Carol, hopefully you can join us then. We'll be going over the information then. It's going to be really good, I think, reading that. It's been a long week of watching videos and not so many motions. I miss the stuff on paper, you guys. I really like stuff on paper. So, no, and Chloe says, I don't appreciate you acting like it's no thing that we might be graduating soon. It's like you don't love us like we love you. We can do a homecoming party, homecoming event on the weekly, at least, after this trial ends. I will be covering other trials, but, you know, everybody that's tuned into YSL might not be interested in the trials that everybody else will be interested in, right? So I'm sure there might be certain trials where I'll go somewhere and I'll see, like, maybe a good amount of you, and then a different thing, I tune in, and I see, you know, a different group of people that all familiar faces. But supporting these other creators that are, especially the ones first starting their YouTube channels, I love learning from other people, especially when there's so much information. You forget things. You hear someone else talk about something and it's like, oh yeah, duh. Forgot about that whole thing. Oh, piece that together. It's like light bulbs are going off. But helping these other channels creates other spaces, other communities where we can all stay connected. I really think there's something incredibly powerful about YouTube because of the community chat feature. It's not just videos. It's not like Vimeo. It's not just static posts under a video after it's published. I think the chat is an incredibly important feature. So Carol, again, thank you for the kind words. It is my pleasure to share the videos and my input and my rants when I rant, but definitely my pleasure to share the videos here. Chloe, definitely do some content. And throwback trials, people really do like throwback trials. It's great to rewatch. People reference Depp v. Heard all the time. And I know Menendez is no longer like a throwback trial. It's like relevant again for a reason. But Survivor Speaks has been looking back at Darrell Brooks. And everybody's like, oh my gosh, I forgot about the way he did XYZ during this trial. So I think throwbacks are really good. And I can only imagine what your commentary live would be. So I'm a full vouch, Chloe, if you start a channel. Oh my gosh. The references I can imagine you throwing out there would be incredible. Top tier. 10 out of 10. I already know. So there, totally recommend it. And yeah, I mean, I'll still be creating content about things that piss me off or that I find interesting. It's not over. It's just, you know, talking about the sentiment of, hey, if this trial ends, you know, I would miss you guys. You know, a lot of people have been saying that. Like, what do I do? Watching something 8 hours a day and then it goes away. I know, honestly, if that's the right outcome for the defendants, I 100% support the outcome. But there are other trials that interest me. I really like affirmative defense cases, which is why I like following the Courtney Clenny case. She be able to tell the jury that, yeah, I threw the knife, but I was justified in doing it. I like watching those dynamics. I think it's really interesting. It really comes down to jury science, trial science. If you can get the jury to follow along with the affirmative defense. And then other things that just piss me off. So potential cover-ups, corruption. Love to talk about that. But yeah, I think this chat is fantastic. I'm so honored and so appreciative that I can like turn a camera on. I feel nervous every time I turn the camera on, but it's still fun because of the chat. So want the same for other people who are out there with great insights to share. And yeah, I'm still doing some Clinty updates. It's taking so long to get to trial. Oh, and shout out to Outcast Podcast. I'm doing the suitcase murder trial tonight, day 2, which is great. If you guys didn't really get to catch the Sarah Boone stuff, you know, daily, Excited Utterance was doing like 6 p.m. Eastern streams. It lined up nicely with YSL Trial, but a lot of people couldn't stand watching the 2 things back to back. That's a lot of time. So this is a great example of doing, and let me get your link here so I can share it. Doing rewinds. I think rewinds are really good. You might, sometimes covering something the second time around, in retrospect, you see things more than the first time. So hold on here. Let's get Outcast. And this is the Sarah Boone trial, you guys. Outcast Podcast. Well, let me filter it by channel. Suitcase. There we go. I had to add suitcase to pull you up. So we are going to get you. I'm excited to see. We've got to get you in the search algorithm because Outcast Podcast was giving me other stuff. So if you want to give someone a jump start here, let's see. Dropping here, Outcast Podcast. This would be great, because I would love in a week or 2 weeks from now to be able to search Outcast Podcast without putting a different keyword in there and have you pop right up. So hopefully we can help you make that work. And who is left now? So there is Yak, Stillwell, and Williams. Well, Kendrick, Stillwell, and Williams, if we're doing that naming schematic. So big thank you there. Thank you everybody in the chat. We're going to wind this up. It's set to redirect to Dolly, but don't forget, Mocha is Me is going live at 6:30, 30 minutes from now. So check that out. And hold on, wait, one more free bird. Excited Utterance, good to see you. If this ends, you deserve a damn vacation, mate. I'm going to be like, did you catch the Bruce Harvey interview? I'd be on a beach with a cocktail and my pinky up. See you at the beach down here. Now, guys, what's crazy is I live very close to the beach and I never go. So one day I'll take advantage of how close I live. I've gone to the beach since I've been down here, but quite frankly, not enough. But yeah, if you guys, shout out to the Cocoa Beach, Space Coast area of Florida. I know it's a big vacation spot, destination worldwide. So let me know if you guys are ever in this neck of the woods. There's a lot of people in the chat that are from this area as well. But beach vacation's always a good plan. Love to see it, Excited Utterance. Glad to see you. And maybe see you over in Dolly's. We're going to end without ABC's of Steel. See you guys over at Dolly's stream. And maybe at Mocha's. You guys all have a good one. Thank you so much for a great, great day.